Winter Lord, starting from the Daily Intelligence. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 251: A Triumphant Return. Inside the temporary council hall of Frosthalberd, the fire burned brightly, casting flickering light on the thick stone walls. 13 seats were arranged according to protocol, yet the atmosphere, like the snowstorm outside, was outwardly calm but inwardly turbulent. The sixth prince, Asta, sat to the left of the main guest seat, his gaze quietly sweeping over each speaker. Placed in the center, he seemed somewhat uneasy. Compared to the seasoned veterans present, he was far too young, and could only cautiously witness this silent standoff. The first to speak was Haruta, seated near the front of the right row. As a representative of the Imperial Capital's Logistics Bureau, his words and actions exuded an air of self-assured aristocratic arrogance. He glanced around, his tone gentle, and said, "Gentlemen, I'm sure you're all more aware of the current situation in the north than I am. Storage is insufficient, transportation is strained, and roads along the routes are frequently frozen and disrupted. If we allow each region to rebuild and manage its own resources, then resource waste will be inevitable." Haruta then slightly bowed to Duke Edmund. "Our logistics bureau could have assisted in building a unified warehousing and distribution system, but now, without a coordinating body, efficiency will be difficult to guarantee. Therefore, I suggest establishing a Northern Joint Logistics Coordination Department, with our bureau temporarily taking the lead. Of course, this is only for the needs of the Empire's overall coordination, and has no other intention." He spoke with great finesse, not directly stating removing the coordination authority, but subtly shifting the core of Duke Edmund's power. Edmund didn't reply immediately, only glancing at him for a moment, his expression as calm as ever, but a barely perceptible shadow flickered in his eyes. "I understand Lord Haruta's concerns. However, the situation in the north is complex, and warehousing, transportation, and distribution are all closely linked to civil affairs. If an agency is established, it might lead to overlapping decision-making." The Duke's words were polite and restrained. Before he could finish, a thin voice rang out at the end of his sentence. His Majesty once said in a royal council meeting, "The North must not repeat the path of disaster," a statement that remains fresh in my memory. The representative of the Overwatch Council, Mays, calmly added, "Centralized resources and unified supervision are the best response to His Majesty's instructions. If management is decentralized, and if there are further oversights, the Overwatch Council will find it difficult to explain itself." This phrase, "finding it difficult to explain itself," subtly shifted the tone to an indirect warning to Edmund. The representative of the Ministry of Finance, Kant Kaffer, also smiled and said lazily, "The Overwatch Council is right. If local governments act independently, the financial accounts will not look good. In order not to waste Imperial gold coins, I think Haruta's proposal is efficient." All three were respectful, with almost no offensive words, but every sentence was a way of stripping Duke Edmund of control over resource allocation. Edmund frowned slightly. This wasn't an ordinary meeting, but an ambush, a political maneuvering disguised as a royal decree. They seemed to say nothing, but they had subtly and meticulously conveyed the message that the Emperor also hopes you will relinquish power. Duke Edmund's brow furrowed slightly, his voice carrying a hint of inquiry. "Since everyone insists on this resource allocation strategy, perhaps we could request a royal observation group, with His Highness the Sixth Prince at its core." The atmosphere in the room paused slightly as he finished speaking. Asta, seated beside the head guest, remained impassive, his eyelids slightly lowered, as if carefully choosing his words. Suddenly, his silver cup was lightly tapped twice by knuckles, the sound extremely soft, yet precisely reaching his ears. Behind him, Cypher withdrew his index finger, his expression still calm, but his eyes subtly warning him. This was a reminder: do not respond, do not get caught up in it. Asta nodded slightly, his expression unchanged, his tone even more humble. "My father ordered me to expedite the expansion. As for the details of the reconstruction of the North, I have only just arrived and still need to consult with many people, so I dare not speak presumptuously." He neither expressed support nor opposition, glossing over the issue lightly. However, this vague response, falling into Edmund's ears, made his heart sink. Was it that he was unwilling to express his opinion, or did the Emperor simply not intend to tell him the truth? Edmund appeared calm, but his mind was in turmoil. Although the three people did not mention imperial orders, every sentence revolved around imperial will and overall planning and allocation, their tone ambiguous yet brooking no refusal. In fact, there were loopholes in their words, but he could not calmly discern them at this moment. Most of the intelligence that had reached his ears in the past few months was very serious bad news, which had exhausted him and made him no longer as shrewd as he used to be. The Emperor still won't let me go? He looked down at his calloused hands, his heart tightening. Perhaps from the moment his family's power was severely damaged by the mother nest, in His Majesty's eyes, he had already become an old hand destined to be discarded. A surge of anxiety welled up within him, making him almost certain that this time, His Majesty was indeed going to strip him of his power. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly oppressive, as if the warmth of the hearth had been extinguished by the chill in the words spoken. The northern nobles wore varying expressions, some lowered their heads, some glanced sideways, but none dared to speak. They felt both fear and suspicion towards the representatives from the four ministries from the capital. Even their leader, Edmund, had fallen silent, and they couldn't say anything. Asta sat to the side, his hands clasped on his knees, seemingly respectful, but actually silently observing every word. He didn't speak, but his heart was already churning. Was this the clash of supreme power? As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a young but steady voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence. What you gentlemen have said seems to differ slightly from His Majesty's previous decree. Everyone paused, their gazes following the voice to Louis Calvin, the youngest and most powerful lord in the north. Since the established resource allocation procedures of the Dragon Throne are to be modified, I dare say this matter should first be reported to the Dragon Throne Council, or decided by His Majesty the Emperor himself. Otherwise, it might be considered presumptuous. He didn't finish his sentence, but it was like a needle piercing still water. The expressions of the four representatives changed subtly. At that moment, Duke Edmund glanced at the expressions of the officials opposite him. The Logistics Bureau representative, Huda, remained expressionless, a forced smile playing on his lips. The Treasury representative, Cand, raised an eyebrow and whispered, "No need to trouble His Majesty with such a trivial matter." The censorate representative, Mace, narrowed his eyes, then lowered them to conceal his displeasure. Only the military affairs representative, Gareth, revealed a barely perceptible hint of annoyance. In that brief instant, Edmund finally realized they were putting on a show of cooperation, and he was almost caught in it. Even if this truly is His Majesty's will, what harm is there in passing the buck back to the throne? It might buy some time. Indeed, he said slowly, his voice tinged with sarcasm, these kinds of matters should ultimately be decided by His Majesty. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly turned cold. The representatives of the four ministries all composed themselves, saying nothing more. Only Cant chuckled twice, attempting to smooth things over. Since it's just a suggestion, it can naturally be considered. Meanwhile, on one side of the council chamber, Asta slowly raised his head, looking at Louis's profile. This was the first time he had truly seen this legendary Viscount of the Red Tide. He was silent, calm, and didn't interrupt, yet he decisively cut off the situation with a single move. He didn't resort to sophistry, but merely offered a gentle reminder, which threw his opponent into disarray. This man was even younger than him, yet sitting in the hall, he was more composed than anyone else. Thus, the meeting drew to a close. The reconstruction headquarters remained under Edmund's chairmanship, while the Logistics Coordination Agency's proposal was shelved. Taking advantage of the situation, the military representative suggested strengthening frontline troop deployment and offered to send additional legions to assist in guarding the northern border, attempting to find a new path and avoid being implicated. This was naturally thanks to Louis's sharp rebuke of the false hints from the four ministries in the capital. In fact, he had already learned several days earlier through the daily intelligence system that the representatives in the capital had formed a private alliance, intending to share profits and undermine the local nobles. Therefore, he had been prepared to see how they would perform. At this moment, Edmund, though still somewhat fearful, had silently calmed down. He wasn't unaware of the loopholes in the three men's words, but that momentary anxiety and the feeling of being a lone minister had almost caused him to misinterpret all the signals. If Louis hadn't pointed it out in time, he probably would have relinquished control of the meeting today. Once it fell into the other side's control, regaining it would be incredibly difficult. After the meeting, everyone rose to leave. Edmund didn't leave immediately, but instead waited quietly until that familiar young figure walked towards him. He smiled, a rare hint of relaxation on his face, and patted Lewis on the shoulder, saying softly, "Well done, Lewis." Lewis paused slightly, then smiled modestly. "It's nothing, really. If I hadn't spoken, you would have realized it sooner or later anyway. I just spoke a little too soon." Edmund shook his head, gazing at the still burning fireplace flames. "You're too optimistic. Those people set up a very deep trap, even returning it to me before the meeting. I did have some faith then." He paused, his voice softening. "Perhaps it's been too long since I've been away from the core of power. I almost truly believed it was the Emperor's will." "Indeed." I was a little anxious. After a moment of silence, Edmund seemed to realize something, his tone returning to its usual seriousness. "Today is just the beginning. Tomorrow will be the real tug of war. You've done enough today, letting them know that the North is not a soft place to be trifled with. Next, there are supplies, fiefdoms, military settlements, grain taxes. One by one, they all depend on you. But go back and get some rest tonight." His tone carried a rare concern. "I'll need your help tomorrow." Lewis nodded in agreement and bowed. "I understand, Your Grace. I'll take my leave then." Duke Edmund nodded, gesturing for Lewis to return and rest. Just as Lewis was about to leave, a gentle greeting came from behind. "Viscount Calvin." Wait a moment. Turning around, he saw the sixth prince, Asta, walking steadily towards him. "Your Highness." Lewis stopped and bowed, his tone respectful but not servile. Asta nodded slightly. "I heard you also graduated from the Knight Academy in the capital? Although we enrolled at different times, being from the same school is somewhat of a coincidence." Lewis smiled politely. "Indeed. If I remember correctly, Your Highness, you were a few years ahead of me. Back then, when I was still in the Southeast Province, I heard that Lord August had topped the tactical assessment that year." "That was back then." Asta smiled, his tone shifting naturally. "Meeting you today, Viscount, though young, makes me, your senior, feel somewhat ashamed." "Not at all. The Northern Territory is full of complexities. If we're talking about prudence, Your Highness's handling of things today is truly admirable." The two smiled at each other, both taking a step back, their words neither lacking in grace nor revealing their unfamiliarity. It was the most standard etiquette for initial rapport within noble circles. Asta said slowly, "If the Viscount has some free time, he might as well come and sit at my place. My camp is still being renovated, but at least I can brew some warm tea." Lewis bowed and said, "If Your Highness doesn't mind the simplicity of my humble abode, the Red Tide camp always keeps a few jars of strong liquor on hand to warm you and relieve your fatigue." The two exchanged thanks, and in their conversation, they had already forged a preliminary friendship in the northern border where the frost and snow were just beginning to melt, before parting ways. A little further down the corridor, Cypher, holding his cane, watched the young Viscount's retreating figure as he accepted the gift and turned away, narrowed his eyes, and muttered, "This young man from the Calvin family is truly remarkable." The 3-day meeting continued, like the frost and snow gradually melting, the water flowing slowly but never ceasing. After the first day's confrontation, the 4 ministries of the capital were as if doused with cold water. Although they hadn't admitted defeat, they already knew that they couldn't force the issue. In the following 2 days, their tone was noticeably more restrained, their proposals became more cautious, and they frequently concluded with negotiation and joint discussion. The framework of the reconstruction headquarters was thus stabilized, and the Northern Council's power was no longer as weak as it had been initially. Under the Duke's coercion and enticement, the 4 ministries of the capital began to slowly split. Finance Representative Kent and Logistics Representative Haruta gradually felt frustrated and became increasingly cautious in their words. Military Representative Gareth, after several conversations with the Duke, began to lean towards pragmatism and gained the right to station troops in the north. The censor Mace remained a detached observer, seemingly writing everything down in his pamphlets, but no one could discern his true feelings. Thus, the parchment scrolls on the table piled higher and higher, each word outlining the fate of the North for the next few years. Who would oversee the reconstruction of the ruined territories? From where would the first batch of provisions and iron be transported? How would the displaced people be registered, taxed, and resettled? Soldiers returning to camp? Military settlements established? Or land leased for cultivation? In this gradually stabilizing situation, Lewis, like a quiet stream, suddenly seeped into every crevice. He almost never actively sought power, yet he always managed to lay out his network of interests in inconspicuous details. It was as if those resolutions were simply how they were supposed to be, not out of contention, but out of reason, and for which he gained enormous benefits. As soon as the 3-day meeting ended, Lewis didn't linger. He merely nodded to Asta and a few local nobles, exchanged a few polite words, and then turned and left the Frost Spear Council Hall. In the howling wind, Crimson Tide's carriage was already waiting at the street corner. Lewis boarded the carriage, the door closed, the curtains drawn, instantly blocking the wind from outside. Then he untied his scarf, leaned back on the cushions, closed his eyes, and let out a long sigh. It was done. Lewis's mind raced through every topic and every suggestion from the 3 days of meetings. He hadn't made a single direct demand, nor had he directly contested any territory. But what he ultimately gained was far more than he had anticipated. Over 800,000 square kilometers of temporary reconstruction areas were cleverly incorporated into Crimson Tide's territory. Concentrated in the southeastern part of the north, and according to the daily intelligence system, possessing vast resources, he naturally wouldn't flaunt them. A viscount holding lands the size of a marquess or even a duke should be discreet and discreet. He only needed to ensure the population settled, villages took shape, and granaries functioned. That would be a fait accompli. In addition, there were 23,000 refugees listed as permanent residents and laborers of the Red Tide, the lowest strata of labor, the future new Red Tide people. Another 20,000 slaves were incorporated into support teams and would be delivered within a month. Nameless and without official status, they were indispensable to farming and construction. Furthermore, he was in the first tier of the Northern Resurgence Priority Plan. Refugees, artisans, merchants, wandering knights, as long as he provided a meal, a piece of land, and a contract of protection, they would become part of the Red Tide. No noble could devour this marginalized population before him. As for resources, he didn't leave empty-handed either. What he truly took away this time was a complete core resource system, sufficient for the Red Tide territory to fully recover. He secured priority in grain allocation. The first batch of 2,500 tons of emergency relief grain before spring would be directly allocated by the Imperial Grain Reserve Bureau and prioritized for delivery to the Red Tide territory's warehouses. This meant that all refugee settlements and agricultural settlements would have food rations covered before spring, securing a crucial window for planting. He also received 30 tons each of salt and cheese, 40 tons of cured meat, and a batch of medicinal herbs and basic medicines. Furthermore, he was given priority in applying for 500 sets of iron farm tools, including hoes, plows, hammers, and shovels. He also received approval for 2 primary forging furnaces, 3 spare magic energy furnace cores, and 100 tons of ore for smelting, though the quantity was small. However, it was enough to ignite the first spark of the Red Tide's self-sufficiency system. Thus, Lewis had enough resources to emerge from the disaster and the harsh winter. Spring plowing would have oxen and iron tools, construction sites could light furnaces and hammer iron, refugees would no longer have to rely on eating tree bark to survive the winter, and simple shelters could be built before the snow melted. Lewis leaned back in his carriage seat, his heart as still as a deep pool. He hadn't fought for a say at the conference table, but in turning away, he had seized control of the entire spring planting season. He wasn't returning empty-handed, but laden with fruit. At this moment, the north was still covered in ice and snow, the wind howling through the forests like a mournful song. But in Red Tide territory, the refugees had already begun tilling the frozen ground, craftsmen were building greenhouses by geothermal wells, fires were burning in the snow, and hope was ignited in people's hearts amidst hunger and cold. Just one more month. When spring planting began, iron tools were laid, and smoke rose from chimneys. He would no longer be a young lord, but a true founder of the new North. This was a gamble. He wasn't betting on the Emperor's favor, nor the Duke's protection. He was betting on every hungry mouth, every yearning face on this frozen land. He was betting on what they could bring him. Chapter 252 New Territory Planning. The carriage traveled slowly across the icy mud, its wheels creaking between the snow and frozen earth. Outside the window stretched a gray-white northern wasteland, the last vestiges of snow still clinging to the ground. The carriage was cold, but the dim light of the oil lamp created a remarkably cozy atmosphere. Lewis sat at the table, a rough sketch of the terrain spread out before him, slowly sketching lines on it. Emily nestled opposite him, wrapped in a fur cloak, holding a freshly brewed cup of hot tea. The aroma of the tea, carrying a hint of bitter wheat, offered a touch of warmth amidst the chill. She glanced at Lewis, chuckling softly. Are you planning to plan the entire North like this without taking a break? Lewis didn't look up, only replying calmly, have you ever seen someone sow seeds without first plowing the ground? Emily leaned closer, tilting her head to examine the map he was drawing. So you're plowing the ground now, paving the road. He frowned slightly, his pen moving back and forth across the map, occasionally pausing to circle a spot, then frowning as he crossed it out and redraw it. The firelight reflected faintly in his eyes, as if the invisible blueprint in his mind was slowly taking shape. Emily stared intently at the map for a moment before softly chuckling. My lord, could you introduce it to me? Lewis didn't look up, only raising an eyebrow. What, you've been drawing this map for ages? I'm almost memorizing the patterns. Why don't you teach me? I want to learn too. Lewis stopped drawing, glanced at her, his eyes softening. You really want to hear me explain the terrain divisions and village models? Be careful, you might dream about allocating granaries afterward. Emily blinked. Anyway, the road ahead is long. Why don't I pretend to be a strategist and give you some advice? Lewis nodded, rotating the map slightly towards her, his elbow pressing down on the corner, his other hand holding the pen, gently dotting on a large expanse of brown land. This land is our current territory, he said softly. If we just leave it unattended, with 800,000 square kilometers, that's only 1% per 8 square kilometers. It's too scattered, too empty, it's like having no rule at all. Emily leaned closer to look. The vast map was dotted with sparse dots, like ashes scattered in the wind, completely lacking any structure. But what if we cram everyone into that hilly area of red tide territory? He paused, tapping a small red spot on the map with his pen. That would be too crowded. Resources, food, jobs, we simply couldn't supply them all. So you want to divide the territory? Lewis nodded. Not just territories, I plan to divide the entire land into 4 regions, with clear divisions of labor. As he spoke, he quickly sketched on the map. First, there's red tide territory. The pen tip steadily circled a relatively concentrated area, the familiar terrain outline leaping off the paper. This is our starting point, and it will be our future core. I plan to redevelop it into Red Tide City. The goal is to build it into a new hub city in the north, like Frost Spear City, a convergence point for strategy, livelihood, and governance. Emily's tone was slightly teasing. Are you planning to rival my father? Lewis's pen paused, then he chuckled, his voice low and gentle. How could I dare to think that way? He looked up at her, a warmth in his eyes. It's not that I want to be on equal footing with your father, but that I don't want the North to have only one choice. Emily watched him intently drawing, a slight smile playing on her lips. Then draw it beautifully. Lewis then pushed the map towards Emily, lightly dotting the circled areas with his pen. Apart from Red Tide territory, those lands were all newly allocated to us. They're too big to take over in one go? He paused, then looked up and smiled. So, I plan to develop them in 3 layers. That sounds quite professional. Emily chuckled, holding her tea. Of course. Lewis suppressed a laugh, his tone still serious. The first layer is called the Core Development Zone. It's the most resource-concentrated part of the entire area. There are rivers, good soil, and several mineral deposits. I'll be focusing on resettling the first batch of people here, building strongholds, villages, post stations, and roads. All the initial investment will be concentrated here. He drew a clear, dark boundary on the map. This area is like a seed. If this one takes root, the entire southeastern part of the north will follow suit. Emily nodded, becoming serious. And what about the second layer, the resource preparation zone? He circled out a layer. Although there are mines and farmland here, the terrain is poor and transportation is inconvenient. We can't invest too much at once. But we can send a few hundred people to garrison here first, slowly building up the roads to prepare for the next stage. Sounds like digging irrigation ditches before planting crops. That's the idea. He drew out a third layer, his gesture pausing slightly, his tone softening. Finally, there's the untouched outer area. There might be mines, forests, and water veins here. But the terrain is complex, and there are magical beasts lurking. Our current manpower and resources simply can't support a full-scale deployment, so, leave it empty for now, Emily asked. Leave it blank for now. Lewis put down his pen, tapping the map lightly with his fingertips. The first floor is for feeding people, the second for reserves, the third, wait for the right opportunity. He paused, then slowly drew 3 circles on the map. These are our co-development zones. Emily leaned over to look, listening as he recounted the events in an almost storytelling tone. The first one is the River Valley Basin region. His pen traced the great river that meandered across the map. 1 main river, 2 tributaries. Once the waterways are connected, the waterways will link to the red tide territory. We can grow crops in the fields, fish in the river, and there are salt crystal mines and spirits oil layers where we can experiment with some magical energy facilities. How many people do you plan to settle in this area? Emily asked. 50,000 people, he answered crisply. 3 towns, including the main town, plus 20 to 30 villages. Grain will be the priority, followed by fish. Mining will be done along the river, and workshops will be set up along the fields. Emily raised an eyebrow. You plan to grow enough food for the entire southeastern part of the north, not just plan, it's a necessity. She chuckled. All right, what about the next area, the southern foothills forest belt? He circled another area. The forest is temperate coniferous, suitable for grazing cattle and horses, and logging. Further in, there might be valuable minerals like diabase and key veinstones. He pointed to the edge. These 2 towns will serve as centers for carpentry and forging, with a military settlement system. Blacksmith villages, military workshops, and livestock farms can gradually develop. Number of people, 30,000, 5 to 10 villages per town. They must be hardworking and productive. Emily nodded, then looked at the third circle. What about this northern mining area? The northern hills are a mining area. Lewis's tone suddenly turned somber. Currently, we've only estimated it for 10,000 people. There's flint oil, key veinstones, and possibly deep magic marrow veins, but it's very dangerous, with frequent strange phenomena. He glanced at her. So we need to select experienced miners and bloodline knights to explore this area, establishing fortified towns and villages, gradually moving deeper. 2 towns, 8 mining villages. Each small village will have a few hundred people, with an agricultural official or village head. The towns will have militia, granaries, and trading posts. Only the main town will have the administrative center and military outposts. As he spoke, he drew 3 circles on the map. The 3 areas have different rhythms, but they share a common red tide core. Emily looked down at the 3 circles, suddenly feeling somewhat dazed. Through this rough, yellowed sheepskin map, she could vaguely glimpse the future of the red tide land, towns taking root and expanding amidst the wind and snow. Oxen slowly trod across the field ridges, the ceaseless sound of blacksmiths' hammers, the deep light of mine tunnels reflected in the fires of the border region, herds of livestock roaming freely in the forests, and smoke rising from the river mouth. It was orderly wheat fields and mine tunnels, newly established camps and towns, the future. She took a sip of her hot tea and asked, then how should these territories be managed? Yes, he gently placed a small stone on a map point, as if pressing down a cornerstone for the future. I will symbolically grant land to knights who have distinguished themselves in battle, but only give them administrative rights, not real power. He looked up at her, a barely perceptible smile appearing on his lips. Nominally, I will appoint you as a lord of the estate, which sounds respectable. But the granaries, mines, foundries, and tax system will all be supervised and managed by civil officials I send. Emily blinked. Won't the knights be dissatisfied? They're not stupid, Lewis said calmly. I will give them dividends, enough for them to live the life of nobles, and I will also give them the right to mobilize their troops, enough for them to maintain their face and prestige. But if anyone really treats the fiefdom as private property or a cash cow, the civil officials will report it directly, and I will immediately revoke their authority. As he spoke, he took a pen and drew several radial lines on the map. In this way, each point falls at the confluence of grain routes, mine routes, or rivers, forming a large network. Defense, administration, and transportation are all integrated. The first batch of villages and towns are these points, the lines are the post roads, and the axis is the red tide territory. So the red tide territory is like the heart? Emily asked. Yes, he nodded, it beats, and that's how blood is sent to the limbs. After saying this, he looked at the crisscrossing axes on the map, his gaze as calm as the undercurrents beneath the surface of water. Emily, however, was mesmerized. Lewis was not as flamboyant as the gilded nobles of the capital, nor as naturally domineering as her father, but possessed a quiet sense of leadership. He didn't issue commands, yet he instilled a sense of security. He didn't rely on a high position, yet he carried himself with inherent authority. She sighed softly, her gaze still lingering on his long, well-defined fingertips. "That's what I like about you," she thought to herself, unassuming and composed. All was like a true lord. As Lewis's pen moved across the map, the lines gradually filled in, and the entire map of the southeastern north was divided into clear layers and a logical network. Emily's teacup had cooled, her gaze fixed on the map. "These two areas have similar population densities, but you've set up a town in one while leaving the other empty. Is it because of the terrain? The former has a water source, the latter is near a swamp, its foundation unstable." Lewis casually scribbled a few intelligence keywords on the corner of the paper, his tone as calm as ever. "We'll consider developing it once we have enough craftsmen." "No rush. Can this kind of place also be used as a grain reserve?" she asked tentatively. "Yes," he glanced at her and nodded. "You're suited for this." "Which one?" Making suggestions. Being a strategist, she was momentarily speechless, her ears turning slightly red, but she still straightened her back. "I'm not just an ornament. I also studied politics in Frostspear City." "I know." Lewis's tone remained calm, yet tinged with a hint of teasing. Emily didn't respond immediately, simply watching him continue planning, a completely new outline of the northern frontier gradually forming in her mind. And Lewis sat in the center of the map, the point his pen pointed to where the future frontier would rise. "Do you really have a way to build all of this?" she asked softly. "Yes," he said softly, but without the slightest hesitation. "As long as you don't make any major mistakes and don't be too greedy, you'll succeed eventually." Emily gazed at him quietly, her eyes filled with complex emotions, respect, reassurance, and affection. She suddenly realized that she had unknowingly grown accustomed to watching him draw maps and make plans on nights like this, in this carriage, while she offered suggestions, took notes, sometimes seeking warmth, sometimes remaining silent. When they came to their senses, the carriage had already slowly entered the border of the Crimson Tide territory. Morning light pierced through the thick clouds, and a wisp of smoke rose in the distance, appearing quiet and gentle against the gray-white northern sky. Lewis put away the map and rubbed his slightly sore eyes. "We're here." Emily pulled back a corner of the curtain and said softly, "Welcome home, Lord." "I'm back," Lewis said with a smile. "We still have a lot to do." Emily leaned against him and gently replied, "Yes, take your time." Smoke from the town's chimneys swayed in the cold wind, and the repaired watchtowers and barns were beginning to take shape. Bradley was already waiting at the door, handing over the latest statistics and several requests for instructions. Lewis glanced through them and went straight into the main hall to summon his subordinates to begin implementing the next phase of adjustments. The first priority was the redrawing of the territory's boundaries. Some of the planned new territories overlap with the fiefdoms of the Snow Peak Plains nobles before the war. But the situation had changed. After the insect plague, many of the original territories had been burned down, the population had been displaced, and the nobles were struggling to protect themselves, let alone defend their borders. Lewis personally explained the adjustment plan to the dozen or so surviving nobles, generously compensating them with a larger, seemingly better resourced new plot of land. "Your old territories have been completely destroyed by the mother nest, and repairing them won't be easy," Lewis said sincerely. "But this new land has good water sources, is suitable for cultivation, and is close to major transportation routes. Future trade routes will also pass through it. I'm not trying to deprive you, but rather to build a greater order together." The nobles were already quite grateful for the Red Tide's protection during the insect plague, and now, receiving new land, they were practically moved to tears by Lewis's kindness. Moreover, their knights were also returned. Lewis didn't seize power. He simply established a joint defense agreement. In the event of war, the Red Tide would still coordinate and unify the defense. "After all, if the defense line breaks, no one can hold it," he said. Although some nobles felt this was inappropriate, they dared not raise it in front of Lewis. And so, this system of using their grain to defend our walls was quietly established. At the same time, the resettlement plan for the displaced people was officially launched. Based on the population data registered during the winter, Lewis categorized the refugees and assigned them according to region, skill, and physical condition. He then led them to various new territories to build new homes. Farmers skilled in agriculture were sent to suitable arable areas such as river valleys and hot spring valleys to be responsible for spring planting and the establishment of granaries. Carpenters, stonemasons, blacksmiths, and other skilled craftsmen were concentrated in the town workshop area to begin road construction, house building, and workshop establishment. Soldiers were assigned to border outposts and pre-established fortresses to undertake defensive duties while also cultivating wasteland. Merchants gathered in the two future main towns to participate in the construction of post stations and exchanges. As for the idle households and widows and the weak, they were assigned to odd jobs and laborers by the town council, along with subsidies in public kitchens. Under these actions, the population of Red Tide territory began to spread like veins, connecting the starting point, lines, and surface. After completing these tasks, Lewis embarked on his journey to the river valley basin without stopping. That was the granary land he had personally chosen, with spiritual soil surrounded by rivers, geothermal layers that were not completely frozen, and large tracts of empty fields abandoned by insect corpses. "Spring planting is about to begin," he said in a low voice, looking up at the gloomy sky from his horse. "We must get the first batch of seeds to fall before the snow melts." Chapter 253, Slaughtering the Frost Giants. We've reached the valley basin. When the scouts relayed the message from afar, Lewis stood on a protruding rock platform, binoculars in hand, his gaze piercing through the snow-covered mountain pass to the frost-shrouded valley below. The earth was still pale, the wind carrying the scent of frozen soil and withered grass. Yet, even so, the basin appeared remarkably wide and fertile. A great river flowed slowly through its center, its banks dotted with broken wooden fences and remnants of cooking smoke. These were the settlements of the frost giants, densely packed, numbering no fewer than 30. According to the scouts, a total of 98 giants occupy an area spread out in a semicircle, mainly concentrated in the central basin and the southeastern hilly region, Lambert said in a low voice, dismounting from his horse and approaching Lewis, holding the intelligence report. Lewis nodded, his gaze fixed on the giants' tracks. It seemed they had occupied the area for some time. He dismounted, swept his cloak to the ground, and unfurled a battle map on the makeshift command platform. This was a typical wintering giant tribe, taking advantage of the chaos in the north after the insect plague. They crossed the rift pass and occupied this uncultivated basin. They had settled here, meaning these colossal monsters would not easily retreat. This was the first major battle before the spring planting season in the north. If the valley passage isn't liberated, spring planting will be completely postponed. We need more than just defeating the frost giants, we need a clean and swift annihilation. Fortunately, he had already confirmed the intelligence with the advanced scout knights through the daily intelligence system, 98 enemy units in total, including 8 unique individuals, 3 brutal types, red-striped fury flame, 5 thick armored defensive types, blue-eyed stone skin. Therefore, Lewis had prepared various plans and combat forces before arriving. He ordered the existing troops to be divided into 2 groups. The Rapid Encirclement Team, consisting of 52 elite Crimson Tide Knights divided into 10 squads and led by Lambert, is equipped with light magic explosive bombs. The Heavy Bombardment Team, with 2 heavy magic explosive bombs transported by the Engineering Corps a day in advance, is now positioned on the high ground on both sides of the canyon, their firing angles calibrated using wind direction calculations to ensure a hit. The entire operation will be personally commanded by Lewis, who will stand on the high observation point on the northwest side, using command flags for long-range overall battlefield coordination. Lewis looked down at the scorched earth of the basin below and said in a deep voice, "We will show these snow-eating, blood-drinking monsters what human warfare is like. For the Knights of the Crimson Tide territory, this is not a war in the traditional sense, but a meticulously planned luxury hunt. And the prey is the 98 frost giants entrenched here. A decisive battle on the plains? Only a madman would do that." Lewis chuckled softly from the high ground. "Even elite knights aren't made of steel. Giants are incredibly strong, and there are 98 of them. A direct confrontation would result in heavy casualties. Therefore, from the beginning, he didn't intend to engage these monsters head-on. His plan was to lure them into a cage, lock them up in one go, and then chop them up piece by piece. These giants, though strong, had just survived the harsh winter. Without food reserves, relying solely on their body fat for 2 months, they were starving and their bodies were empty. This was their most vulnerable moment. So, before dusk yesterday, Lewis had quietly set up 13 enormous military-grade cauldrons at 3 points along the valley's edge, the pothole, the slope, and under Eagle's Beak Rock. The cauldrons contained a broth mixed with salt, fat, roasted meat, and vetiver juice, specifically designed to stimulate the frost giant's sense of smell. This spice, carried by the north wind, acted like an invisible whip, precisely delivering its scent into the giant camp. Lewis stood on the high ground, watching the scouts report. They've moved, they're starting to gather. From the frost giant's perspective, this might have been a divinely ordained feast. The aroma was overwhelming. Even with their dull noses, they could clearly distinguish the scent. Roasted tendons mixed with bone fat and salt, sprinkled with some warm, spicy plant juice. The smell was so intense it felt like a hook dangling from the depths of their stomachs, dragging them out of the camp. The 30-odd frost giants staggered to their feet. They were starving. The storm had just stopped the previous night, and the entire tribe had gone 2 days without food. The frozen beasts beneath the snow were unpalatable, and the corpses of their own kind had long been devoured. Now, this dreamlike aroma was irresistible. A red-striped individual was the first to charge out of the camp, the scars on its shoulders gleaming blood-red in the morning light. It recklessly shoved its kin, smashing 2 cedar trees along the way and slamming a weak frost giant into a ravine. Roar! The roar shook the land, cracking the ice. The remaining giants followed, their centipedes rumbling and shaking the entire mountainside. The colossi, weighing several tons, stumbled and tumbled, their limbs scrambling, clubs flying, sending rocks flying and snow cascading down in their wake. It was a chaotic and brutal scene, exactly the kind of chaos Lewis had been waiting for. At the edge of the canyon, a cold wind swirled, snow swirling and rumbling across the mountains with a soft, explosive sound. On the high points on either side, iron tripods were tightly covered by camouflage snow, beneath which lay 2 heavy magic explosive bombs. They were already in place, awaiting only the final command. On the midline of the cliff, Lewis, his hand on his binoculars, gazed down at the giants charging into the valley like mad bulls. He knew very well that the giants' hearing and intelligence were insufficient to detect this trap, especially in their state of hunger. They hadn't even realized how they had walked from the land of freedom into this encirclement. Sure enough, most of the giants had reached the heart of the valley, where 13 bubbling cauldrons of meat broth lay piled up. They swung their clubs wildly, scrambling and tearing at each other. One blue-eyed, heavily armored giant was even crushed in the stone by 2 of its kind after being knocked over near the pot. At the very center, a red-striped giant went berserk, roaring and stomping a slightly thinner member of its kind to death. Then it plopped down beside the pot, reaching out its claws to stuff the scalding meatballs into its mouth, oblivious to the hot oil dripping down its chin. Just right. Almost enough. On the cliff, Lewis slowly raised a black-gloved right hand. The flag-bearer stood behind him, the crimson command flag motionless. The next moment, Lewis clenched his fist. Whoosh! The red and gold flag fluttered high in the north wind, like a burning blade pointing straight to the valley floor. That was the fire signal. On both sides of the valley, the heavy magic explosive bombs hidden under the snow finally detonated at that moment. Boom! It was a thunderous roar that tore through the sky, almost instantly shattering the air at the bottom of the valley. The explosion point was located in the heart of the valley, precisely targeting the largest cluster of giants around the 3 meat cauldrons. A blazing red light suddenly rose from the snow, like a volcanic eruption, instantly transforming into a mushroom cloud of dark flames that devoured everything. Giants within a 50-meter radius of the core didn't even have time to struggle before being instantly melted into charred remains. Their flesh twisted, evaporated, and exploded in the intense heat, their bones deformed and shattered like porcelain. One red-striped individual even vaporized directly at the epicenter, leaving only half of its charred spine embedded in the mud, resembling a burnt-out ghost pillar. The shockwave of the explosion cleaved the air like a sharp axe, rapidly spreading outwards. More than 30 giants in the outer ring were directly thrown into the air, rolling to the sides of the valley. Some had their brains splattered by the rock walls, others had their legs blown off, lying on the ground howling, trying to struggle to their feet, but could only groan in the scalding snow and mud. Gurgle, hoarse, screams echoed, the giants like wild beasts thrown into a cauldron of boiling oil. The shockwave spread to the cliff face, finally causing a fragile layer of ice buried beneath the snow to crack. Crack, rumble, the ice layer collapsed with a deafening roar, and 12 frost giants who hadn't yet entered the valley fell into the avalanche. Some crashed through the ice and plunged dozens of meters into the valley, their cries of breaking bones and agonizing screams filling the air. Others were trapped beneath the cliff face, only their writhing limbs visible. The entire canyon had now become a hellish cauldron filled with blood, flesh, and flames. Then, smoke bombs dropped from the surrounding mountaintops ignited, thick, inky fog obscuring the entire valley. The giants' world blurred instantly. The air was thick with the scorching heat and the stench of burning flesh. They lost their sight, their sense of smell, and their sense of direction. The remaining 40-odd giants began to instinctively retreat. Panicked and terrified, they howled and ran back, trampling and shoving each other, some even crashing into the valley walls, bleeding profusely. But at that moment, the second heavy magic explosive bomb on the southwestern sloping valley was launched. Boom! This time, the explosion was no longer a vertical projection, but a sweeping, horizontal attack. Intense pillars of fire fanned outwards, precisely cutting off the giants' retreat. More than 10 giants at the forefront were instantly incinerated and devoured, some even hurled several meters into the air before being torn to pieces, their severed limbs and charred flesh scattering along the valley sides. One heavily armored, blue-eyed individual, attempting to leap, was struck by the shockwave after only half a step, its body charred black, even its helmet-like skull cracking open. It fell backward, its eyeballs exploding into black smoke under the intense heat. The snow instantly turned black, the surface scorching like an iron pot. The giants had nowhere to escape, and could only howl as they knelt amidst the embers and blood. In just a quarter of an hour, 2 magic explosive bombs destroyed the entire main force of the Frost tribe. Of the original 98 Frost giants, only 22 remained struggling, and they had nowhere to escape. High above, a howling wind swept across, carrying the stench of burning heat. The valley continued to burn, embers swirling, charred flesh and black smoke mingling, like a sacrifice from some barbaric civilization. Just as the Frost giants' ranks crumbled and they were in complete chaos, the main banner atop the mountain peak was raised high. Lewis slowly lowered his arm, and the flag bearer beside him shouted, "The flag, fly!" The red flag waved, and the horns blared. "Night squads, move out!" In an instant, 10 elite night squads swooped down from the 2 mountain paths like blades, their coordinated advance creating an oppressive atmosphere like a giant net. They formed a pincer movement, communicating without words, relying solely on flag signals and whistles. 5 knights per group, equipped with lightweight magic explosive bombs, piloted by the secondary knight, precisely hurled them into the densest concentration of remaining enemies at the bottom of the valley. Fire! The magic exploding bombs traced shrill arcs, exploding upon impact. Bang! Boom! 3 frost giants, struggling to their feet and attempting to regroup, were sent flying into the air along with the scorched snow beneath them. Their flesh was instantly torn apart by the blazing flames, their bones turning to charcoal and tumbling at the bottom of the valley. But at the same time as the explosions, a blue-eyed giant roared into the air. Its body surged with icy energy, and its extreme cold domain expanded instantly, causing snow and mist to swirl wildly within a radius of tens of meters, and the temperature to plummet. A squad of knights approached too quickly, their war horses stopped neighing, their armor frosted over, and their breath condensed into ice beads. "Use your battle aura to dispel the cold," the squad leader roared, and the 5 of them instantly ignited their battle aura, dispelling the icy energy and forcibly entering the giant's icy domain. The blue-eyed giant roared, cleaving the mountain rocks in two with a powerful swing of its paw, crashing down on the knights like an avalanche. But the knights' formation remained intact. 2 riders charged forward to lure them in, while 3 attacked from the flanks, instantly severing its hind-knee tendons. The giant knelt, its roar unabated, as a sword of battle aura pierced its jaw and skull, severing its central nervous system, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Another heavily armored, blue-eyed individual, also driven to desperation, roared and leaped from the pile of corpses, its flames still burning, attempting to forcefully unleash a frost storm. "Reload," the vice-captain shouted, and 3 knights switched to explosive mode, igniting high-heat magic explosive bombs. Throw! 3 streaks of fire accurately struck the giant's abdomen, chest, and visor, detonating in mid-air. Bang! Boom! Boom! The blue-eyed giant with the strongest defense collapsed from its chest, its ice crystal armor shattering like a shell, burning through its throat before collapsing like charred bronze from a ruined furnace, unable to move. Meanwhile, the other group of giants attempted to break through. Valley entrance, stop them. A blockade line and 2 mobile knight squads had been waiting there for some time. Throw bombs. 3 light magic explosive bombs accurately hit the fleeing enemy's path, exploding into walls of fire and rolling stones. The giants turned in panic, only to be rammed by the pursuing knightly phalanx on the secondary flanks and instantly routed. The last red-striped berserker giant roared and raised its arms, attempting to break through the blockade in the chaos. But before it could take 3 steps, a silver figure leaped down from the cliff like a meteor. Lambert's spear, burning with intense battle aura, pierced the air and precisely pierced the red-striped giant's throat. The 6-meter-tall monster seemed to have its life force ripped out, its eyes glazed over, and it crashed to the ground. Blood gushed out like a fountain, but only splashed outside its boots. The valley was silent, save for the soft crackling of charcoal and the melting snow. One knight kicked at the broken ice armor with his boot. "Really? They couldn't even hide us," another sighed softly. From beginning to end, they were being processed in batches. "This isn't war, it's a hunting ground." The frost giant tribe was completely wiped out. None of the 98 giants escaped. Louis Fang suffered 0 casualties, with only 12 men sustaining minor injuries, mostly from blasts and abrasions. This was a classic battle of tactical suppression and terrain-luring ambush. Louis stood on high ground, overlooking the valley battlefield, his gaze calm and collected. He hadn't drawn his sword, relying solely on a plan, half a day of deployment, and precise commands. He had reduced the valley's most dangerous enemies to charred bones. The numerous limbs of the frost giants remaining in the valley were systematically collected. Louis ordered them to be boiled, crushed, and fermented into fertilizer. 2 years earlier, the Red Tide territory had tested a batch of giant bone fertilizer with remarkable results. Now these corpses were perfect for use as fertilizer. With the giants fallen, the valley basin was no longer a threat, and preparations for spring planting began in full swing. Chapter 254 Preliminary Construction. In the wheat valley, the snow had just melted, the mud was still damp, but a hint of life was already emanating from the land. As the remains of the last frost giant were cleared from the valley, Louis stood atop a small hill, gazing at the basin plain gradually being cultivated, and slowly exhaled. The giant was dead, the threat gone, the real battle had just begun. Large numbers of refugees were being orderly guided by the Red Tide Territory's administrative hall into this valley, once overrun by ice and monsters. Ox-drawn carts laden with all their possessions and caravans of refugees entered, smoke rising from the valley entrance, the cries of children, the rhythmic hammering of blacksmiths, the crisp sound of hoes breaking the soil, all combined to create a new rhythm of life. This place would no longer be a dead land. Louis named it Wheat Valley Territory. This was not just a name, but a hope. He hoped that one day, this basin would grow enough grain to feed all his territories, becoming the largest granary under the Red Tide banner. Those who entered Wheat Wave Territory this time were mostly refugees taken in by Red Tide Territory during the harsh winter after the insect plague. They had no choice. It was Louis who opened the granaries, built shacks, and provided labor relief during the coldest months, ensuring they didn't freeze or starve. Some still carry their tattered Red Tide Territory citizenship certificates, tucked into their clothes like talismans for survival. So when the spring planting conscription order was issued, they followed the officials almost without hesitation. The valley was far, and conditions were harsh, but as long as it was land designated by Lord Louis, they dared to plant, were willing to plant, and were able to plant. They trusted him, not only because of the food, nor just because of the garrison or the land, but because he never treated them as disaster victims, but as people who could take root in this land and support a territory. Of course, they had nowhere else to go if they left Louis. Besides these refugees who lost their homes due to the insect plague and now sought refuge with Red Tide, there was also a small group of residents who had followed Louis in building Red Tide Territory but had now voluntarily left their stable living areas. They didn't have to come. Red Tide Territory had gradually recovered, with food, roads, and houses. Staying there would at least ensure a peaceful spring. Yet, they still packed their bags and, following the territorial order, voluntarily stepped into this uncultivated valley, where not even a wisp of smoke rose. There were only 2 reasons. One was Louis Calvin, the young lord they had witnessed firsthand and whom they had personally supported. He wasn't the kind of noble who sat high in the hall, only spouting empty rhetoric. He was the young lord who personally donned armor and rode into battle during the insect-infested night raids, who patrolled the shanty towns with a medicine pot on the dead of winter, and who fought for their food, people, and supplies in the council hall. They came to this wasteland primarily to support him. Of course, there was another reason, more practical. Lord Louis had said that in Wheat Wave Territory, He would allocate a portion of land truly belonging to him as a private reserve to these red tide territory citizens willing to expand their territory. Not wasteland, not temporary farmland, but formal private land. You came with me to conquer this land, so you deserve a place here. Lewis's words at the mobilization meeting were simple and straightforward, without slogans, yet they resonated with those who listened. They trusted him and believed in his promise. Lewis never made empty promises to these commoners. 3 years ago, he had entered that desolate land empty-handed, without walls, granaries, or garrisons, only a royal decree and a few hundred refugees and slaves. Yet, there, he had transformed a barren land into the red tide territory it is today. They had watched as rows of houses rose, as crops sprouted from the frozen earth. They had watched him fight, build roads, gather supplies, and recruit people simultaneously, never shirking his responsibilities. Every promise he made had become visible smoke from chimneys, sufficient rations, and shelter from the wind and snow. So this time, when he stood before the valley and said he would build another red tide territory, they believed him. Even though there's nothing here now, not even sparse trees, and the wind carries frost, they know that as long as they follow this young lord, even if their ground is frozen, one day they can cultivate a second red tide, land where wheat fields ripple in the wind. Moreover, the land is clearly and fairly divided. Most is public land, belonging to the lord and managed by the government. Lewis didn't choose to privately divide the land, but instead established a labor-based land system. The government is responsible for distributing seeds, tools, and fodder. The migrants are hired to cultivate the land, receiving a share based on hours worked or the harvest. The produce from these fields will be used entirely for Lewis's distribution and reserves of food, not entering the market or circulating, solely to support the entire red tide system's food supply. Besides the public land, Lewis also designated a portion as private land. These plots are small, just enough for a family to grow some vegetables, sow some beans, and plant a few fruit trees. Of course, this land cannot be rented or sold. This is the most direct suppression of land annexation. This small plot is a promise Lewis made to the red tide natives who are willing to immigrate. He also promised that every family of refugees who remained in the wheatfield territory for construction 5 years later would own their own land. Those who contributed to road construction or disaster relief during this period could receive the promises earlier, or even receive more expansive and fertile fields. Upon hearing the news, the crowd fell silent for a moment, then, like a stone thrown into still water, ripples of barely concealed excitement spread through them. Some had reddened eyes, others smiled with pursed lips, as if holding their breath to suppress their excitement. It's true, if we follow him, we really will have our own land. Lord Lewis always keeps his word. Low murmurs rippled through the fields, but no one stopped working. Instead, the shovels fell more rapidly, the wooden beams were carried more steadily, and even those mixing the mortar began to sing as they worked. It wasn't that no one was tired, or that no one was cold, but everyone worked even harder. They all knew that this time, as long as they could get through it, as long as they could build a road, clear the fields, and plant the first batch of seeds, their children, their names, would take root in this new land. They didn't ask for much, nor did they crave rewards or glory. All they wanted was a piece of land truly their own, enough food to fill their stomachs, and a lord who kept his word and could shield them from the wind and snow. They worked tirelessly, not because they were forced, but to fulfill Lewis's promise and to repay his trust. A lord who gave them land was willing to give him the whole spring. Thus, under Lewis's promise and plan, the development of wheatfield territory entered a period of intensive construction, with a clear division of labor. The settlers started with the most basic tasks, clearing the environment. They felled twisted and overgrown fir trees in the forest, cleared away boulders and frost-covered soil, and filled in beast dens, melting pits, and abandoned holes left by insect plagues. If they found decaying bones or monster claw marks along the way, a special squad of knights would search for and remove them. Every shovelful of frozen earth turned up seemed to tell them that this land no longer belonged to monsters, but to humans. Their new home was also being built simultaneously. Modeled after the red tide territory, semi-underground communal dwellings quickly rose from the valley floor. These were living structures that combined insulation, windproofing, and rapid construction, resembling grassy mounds on the outside but warm and compact inside. With logs as the skeleton and mud as the skin, the semi-underground design effectively kept out the biting cold of the north. They allowed light and ventilation during the day and provided warmth and shelter from the heat at night. For these people displaced by the insect plague, these earthen mound houses were a temporary haven and the embryo of future hope. "This is sturdier than my old house," one resident said. "When spring comes, we'll plant some scallions and yellow root grass at the door, and it'll feel even more like home." Of course, there was also the water supply team, as it was the lifeline for everything. The survey team set off early to investigate the underground water veins at the foot of the mountain and began constructing collection ponds and irrigation canals along the streams. On one side were dedicated drinking water wells, protected by layers of filter cloth, sand, and purification stones. On the other side were planned irrigation canals, connecting future fields and nurseries. "This year, we won't rely on the weather, we'll rely entirely on this irrigation system." Roads are being paved little by little. Mountain paths have been leveled, and the original dirt trails leading to the villages and the main red tide road have been widened and rebuilt. A cross-shaped road network has been pre-planned for future development of neighborhoods and markets. This isn't just about building a shack, this is building a city, and so, with countless shovels, hoes, and campfires, this once desolate valley is now taking shape. Roads are connected, irrigation canals are formed, and semi-subterranean dwellings are springing up like mushrooms, with wooden fences standing guard over the newborn borders amidst the wind and snow. The people are no longer refugees fleeing famine, but pioneers about to cultivate their homes. And it's already late March, time to begin preparing for spring planting, the most crucial period of the year. So Lewis decides to hold a spring planting mobilization meeting to motivate the people. The temporary council hall is a building converted from an old granary. The rough wooden beams still bear the soot from burning insect carcasses. Now, however, it was painted with a red tide emblem, the windows were fitted with new glass, and badges symbolizing the red tide hung on the walls. Before the meeting even began, a crowd had already begun to gather. Some were elders from various villages and communities, others were capable individuals transferred from the red tide territory, some were blacksmiths, foremen, and agricultural officials, and still others were farmer representatives with faces red from the cold, yet sitting ramrod straight. Just as the sun shone directly into the porch, Louis Calvin, draped in a black cloak and carrying a sword, entered. He didn't let a grand procession clear a path for him, he simply walked steadily to the front, stood still, and looked at the assembled crowd. Under the gaze of the crowd, Louis, draped in his black cloak, stepped onto the platform, his steps firm and powerful. "I know everyone is busy," he said with a smile, his tone steady. "Many of you have barely slept a wink this past month. Some are clearing land, some are building irrigation ditches, some are organizing relocations, and some are staying up all night drawing land deeds and dividing plots." He paused, surveying the hall, and said earnestly, "But these are all things you are meant to do, because you are the backbone of the Red Tide territory. Most of you have followed me from the ruins of the Red Tide to where you are today. Most of the commune leaders, village chiefs, and foremen were promoted by me, one by one, from refugees or even slaves. We survived the insect plague and the harsh winter together. Now we stand here not for a meeting, but to begin a new round of conquest." No one spoke, but several pairs of eyes had already begun to redden. Louis raised his hand, and his adjutant behind him unfurled a scroll of parchment etched with red stripes. "From this moment forward, the spring plowing mobilization order is officially issued." His voice rose, ringing out like a sword drawn from its sheath. "All villages and communities shall enter spring plowing preparation mode immediately. The village chief is the primary person responsible for farmland preparation, and progress shall be reported daily. All requisitioned labor and materials shall be prioritized for agricultural use. Within 3 days, inspectors will be dispatched in groups to patrol the villages. A midterm spring plowing summary meeting will be held at the end of next month to launch 3 major follow-up projects: irrigation canal digging, livestock breeding, and border field military settlements. Each village, each hamlet, each workshop, each field, each canal, each territory, this time, it is all under your leadership. I am not here to make decisions for you, but to have you lead your people and secure this year's first round of planting." Several village chiefs' faces were full of youthful excitement, eager to try, as if Louis had just issued a battle order rather than an agricultural order. Louis walked down the steps, slowly walked to the village chief in the front row, patted him on the shoulder, and then looked around at everyone. "I also want to announce something here. From today onwards, all villages, settlements, workshops, and administrative groups will be uniformly incorporated into the performance incentive system. Those who meet the targets and lead the way in increasing production will receive bonuses, land allocations, and merit records based on the number of people, and will be given priority for regular service. Those with outstanding performance may even be selected as county officials ahead of schedule or transferred to the main city of Red Tide. Then he changed the subject. Anyone who is lazy, falsifies reports, embezzles, or forms cliques will be punished, at best with reduced work hours and withheld rations, at worst with dismissal and exile. No one can protect them. The entire room fell silent, everyone knowing this was no mere formality. But then, the people below clenched their fists, their eyes filled with hope. Because everyone knew that under Lewis, rules and opportunities were never just empty words. Let me put it more bluntly, Lewis said, his voice rising with fervor as he slowly surveyed them. Spring planting isn't just about farming, it's a war against hunger. I don't demand that every inch of your land yield grain, but I demand that you not abandon any hope. This land is called Wheat Waves. In the future, it will be filled with wheat, it will feed the entire Red Tide, it will establish a firm foothold in the north, and all of this depends on you. He abruptly raised his arm, and his adjutants presented their official badges, distributing them to village representatives and chiefs. These were wooden pieces engraved with the Red Tide emblem and village number, symbolizing that this land would henceforth be cared for, belonged to, and sworn to be protected to the death. Many below had reddened eyes, their backs straight. They weren't afraid of hardship, they were afraid of being distrusted. But now, the great Lord Lewis had staked the future of the entire Red Tide on them. This was a mission, and also an honor. Chapter 255 Spring Plowing. As the weather warms, spring plowing begins. Just a day after the mobilization meeting, a few scattered snowflakes still drift across the wheat-covered basin, and the frost from the night before hasn't completely melted, yet the entire valley is already buzzing with activity. The drums of mobilization from each village rise and fall, measuring ropes are spread across the fields like a woven net, hammers clang incessantly, and wooden stakes are driven one after another into the soil. Everywhere are busy figures, lines marking the ground, and shouts. 1 foot north. That's higher ground, better drainage, write down the number, this is village 3, field 7, don't forget to leave 2 steps of clearance for canal construction. The measuring team consists of agricultural officials, village heads, and experienced farmers familiar with the terrain. Their feet are treading on wet mud, their faces showing the vigor honed by years of reconstruction. They speak crisply and work efficiently. Banners are erected along the field edges, displaying village boundaries, canal lines, field numbers, soil grades, and intended uses. It was all very clear. Although most villagers were illiterate, they could all understand it. Each household lined up at the registration point to report their numbers, which would be recorded. Meanwhile, the construction of the greenhouses began simultaneously. Unlike other scattered camps still engaged in the rudimentary spring plowing of clearing land shovel by shovel, the Wheat Valley's initial positioning destined it to be different. This was the core of the Red Tide Territory's large-scale spring plowing strategy, one of the largest future grain-producing areas in the entire Northern Territory. Therefore, starting with land markings, every step was no longer a piecemeal experiment, but the beginning of an organized agricultural project. The valley possessed unique shallow geothermal resources. The heat constantly released from the underground rock veins was a natural warm bed. This meant that as long as windbreaks were set up and drainage systems were properly managed, the greenhouses could maintain a stable temperature even in the late autumn afternoons, a miracle in the Northern Territory. Thus, the framework of the greenhouses slowly began to be erected in the morning light. Move the main beams up quickly. 5-inch spacing, no deviation, women's team. Pull the tarpaulin outwards 3 feet, remember to nail it tight in the windward direction. It's easy to tear in a strong wind. The craftsman team was responsible for building the main components, while the able-bodied men of the village passed materials and secured them. The boys carried charcoal bags and fire bricks, while the women stretched the thick, semi-transparent membrane on ladders in the cold wind. Rows of white sheds spread across the gray-brown earth, like waves crashing against the distant mountain shadows. Each shed had a pre-installed heated bed system underneath, with geothermal pipes extending from the sides of the shed into the central fire chamber. This was the geothermal heated bed structure pioneered by Chicheo. Thus, sheds rose one by one, the semi-transparent windproof membrane gleaming faintly silver in the sunlight, like greenhouse wings covering the land. These structures, called geothermal sheds, were not just simple houses to protect against wind and snow, but fortresses that nurtured hope for the entire season. Now is the time to turn the soil. Mick bent down and touched the ground beneath his feet. The heat pipes are working properly, the temperature is concentrated and stable, perfect for sowing. As the agricultural officer of Red Tide territory, Mick was the most experienced and had the sharpest eye. He could tell at a glance which plot of land was suitable for planting wheat and which soil needed to be mixed with ash. Wheatwave territory was crucial to the grain production plan of the entire Northern Territory, and when Lewis decided to focus on this area, he was the first person he transferred from Red Tide territory. Upon hearing this, the surrounding farmers breathed a sigh of relief and began to move their hoes and rakes into the sheds, ready to start work. Lewis nodded as well. Only after the sheds were built could the geothermal pipes be thoroughly tested to ensure there were no leaks or blockages. Only when the temperature was evenly distributed into the soil would the wheat seeds not freeze to death in the cold night. In addition, irrigation ditches, wind direction, and slope drainage were all taken into account in the shed planning. Farming is not just about diving headfirst into the ground and swinging a hoe, it is a battle planned step by step. Just as you said, it's a good thing we didn't rush to plow the land before building the greenhouses. Otherwise, the turned soil would have been trampled on again, requiring rework in compacting the soil so the seedlings wouldn't be able to take root. Mick praised Lewis. Lewis nodded without speaking, his gaze sweeping lightly over the soft soil beneath his feet. Inside the greenhouse, a slight mist rose, and a warm feeling washed over them. The geothermal heat was working, the land was clear, and all that was left was to begin plowing. The morning mist in Wheatwave territory had not yet dissipated, and wisps of geothermal steam rose from the fields, merging into the golden light of the transparent greenhouse roof, as if the nursery was enveloped in gentle light and cooking smoke. This was a crucial moment for spring plowing. All the greenhouses in the territory had been built, and the soil layers for seedling cultivation had been adjusted. Today was the day to begin plowing. In front of the largest greenhouse in Wheatwave territory, the village chief, seedling officials, representatives of the craftsmen, militia leaders, and elderly farmers from various villages had already lined up, dressed differently, but all very solemn. The farmers outside had gathered early, silently watching the shed door. As they waited expectantly, Lewis arrived, having removed his black cloak, revealing only a simple white shirt with the cuffs rolled up. His steps were steady and unhurried. He said nothing, walking directly into the seedling shed. The light from the ceiling shone on him like a beam of holy light, illuminating him with a divine aura. 2 knights were slowly lifting a specially made iron plow into the shed, the iron plowshare gleaming coldly in the lamplight. 2 strong, dark-coated oxen were already in place, their bodies bound with newly replaced plowshare rings, occasionally panting in the silence. Mick stepped forward and said in a low voice, This is the first plow. It's all about a steady start and a straight line. You have to do it yourself." He then gently handed over the reins, his eyes solemn. "Whether our Wheatfield territory has a good year depends entirely on this." Lewis took the reins, and the moment the plow handle touched his hand, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, the cold air dissipating into a light mist. He glanced at the untouched black earth ahead, as if he could see countless waves of wheat, countless rations, countless families well fed. Then let me make a good start to this year," he whispered. The ox's hooves pounded, steady and powerful. The iron plow slowly broke through the soil, turning over the thick layer of mud, spreading a straight, dark brown furrow. The rising heat, along with the plow blade, swirled upwards like warm mist rising from the depths of the earth, appearing and disappearing in the golden light, much like the smoke from a summer kitchen. Lewis gripped the plow and moved forward steadily, inch by inch. A hush fell over the surroundings. No one spoke, but every pair of eyes was fixed on the furrow, watching it come to life from nothingness, from illusion to reality, as if witnessing a year's worth of hope being planted in the soil. Finally, someone clapped first. Then the applause came from the village chief in the front row, quickly spreading outside the shed and reaching the crowd of onlookers. The applause carried a sense of reassurance, spreading among the crowd. Lewis knew, of course, that this opening the plow ceremony was merely a symbolic formality. The actual spring plowing had already begun according to plan. He didn't need to personally hold the plow. The precise schedules, detailed procedures, and professional agricultural officials were the guarantee of efficiency. But he also knew that some things couldn't be accomplished solely through efficiency. The gazes directed at him weren't of a lord tilling the land, but of seeking confidence, seeking proof that their lives would improve. The villagers' most basic hopes never came from cold, hard commands, but from seeing him personally complete the first plowing of spring. Lewis slowly stopped, gently patted the cow's back, then turned to look at Mick, a relaxed smile on his face. "Now it's up to you guys," Mick nodded heavily, his face beaming with uncontrollable joy. The next morning, the seedbed preparation work began in each village. The fields had been frosty for days. If sowing were rushed, the seeds would freeze to death before they even sprouted. Therefore, the agricultural department coordinated the process, and each village began geothermal pre-leading-based tilling. The tilling sequence strictly followed the priority of the geothermal network distribution. In areas with stable geothermal operation, labor was mobilized a day in advance to loosen the soil and expel the cold. Each shovelful of soil turned up still emitted heat, and ice shards cracked softly in the morning breeze. Village chiefs inspected the soil, treading on the hot mud, recording temperature differences, and preparing to draw up spring sowing heat maps. Following closely behind was the application of base fertilizer. The mixed compost is here, quick. Mix 1 bushel of straw ash with half a bushel of dry manure, and spread 3 bushels per acre on average. The fertilization team moved swiftly along the field ridges, raking in at least a palm's width of fertile soil into each plot about to be planted. For infertile plots, they also added caramel powder and fishbone meal transported from the red tide to supplement trace elements. The water used for irrigation was also carefully selected. The geothermal water drawn from the well was warm and suitable, and when poured in, it not only helped the fertilizer decompose but also softened the frozen soil again. Each village kept an fertilization log, recording exactly how many bushels were applied and how many times the fertilizer was applied. The General Affairs Office sent people every day to check whether the acreage and application rate matched, and even a difference of 1 bushel would be recorded as a bad record. Meanwhile, the greenhouses, where soil was being turned and fertilized while seedlings were being cultivated, were operating day and night. The seeds of green wheat and potatoes had entered the germination stage 10 days prior, overseen by agricultural officials and female workers who took turns tending to them, checking the temperature and humidity every 2 hours, making the air inside the sheds feel like a steaming hot spring. The seed distribution system was also exceptionally strict. Each village had to register on a designated day, with the agricultural department personally sending personnel to distribute the seeds. Fingerprints must be pressed, signatures confirmed, the village head will personally supervise, there will be spot checks tomorrow. Those who resell their land will have their farming qualifications revoked and be permanently expelled from wheatfield territory. These were ironclad rules, and no one dared to disobey. From seeds to soil, from heat to fertilizer, everything seemed to be pulled into some kind of precise gear. Turning slowly but steadily, it laid the most solid foundation for the spring planting throughout wheatfield territory. Every field, every shed, every village had its proper place to operate. And the first sounds each day were the gongs and assembly whistles of each village. As dawn broke and the thin mist in the fields had not yet completely dissipated, the first batch of Maine laborers from Cheojang village set off, hoes on their shoulders, plows on their backs, and onto the newly thawed ground. Their task was the most arduous yet crucial: large-scale tilling, fertilizing, and sowing, setting the stage for a full day of spring plowing. Then, as the midday sun shone, the able-bodied men, women, and children of Wujang village sprang into action. They were responsible for repairing greenhouses, inspecting plastic film, and meticulously working on the seedbeds. The angle of the 6th greenhouse film is wrong, the wind will get in, the heat from the heated kang is too far west, it needs to be adjusted by an inch. On the seedbeds, steam rose, and technicians and seedling supervisors, holding record sheets, took turns checking every detail. As the sun set, it was the turn of Yejin village to take over. Militiamen and village guards donned short armor, carried lanterns, and patrolled irrigation ditches, greenhouses, and supply piles in the increasingly chilly night. The lights illuminated the faint steam rising from the greenhouses, and the sounds of footsteps, dripping water, and occasional whispers and laughter mingled in the silence. This was the first time Wheatfield had implemented a 3-stage work system since the start of spring planting. Work continued day and night. Each village had its own work period, each stage intricately linked in, allowing no room for error, like a misaligned gear in a precision system. A single misalignment could affect the entire progress. Behind this seemingly repetitive labor was the earliest large-scale agricultural scheduling experiment under the entire red tide system. If wheat fields succeeded, future spring planting throughout the north could be modeled after this system. To ensure this grand spring planting was truly effective, Lewis specifically ordered the implementation of a new management mechanism. Each village was assigned a planting recorder. This was not a leisurely position, but rather one specifically responsible for the daily compilation of data from surveying, sowing, fertilizing, and greenhouse repairs. All data was to be compiled and submitted to the General Affairs Office for registration and filing before nightfall. Outside the temporary government office in the heart of Malang territory, a huge wooden notice board was erected, painted with striking red characters, "Farming Ranking." The list was updated daily, densely recording the acreage sown by each village that day, the progress of shed repairs, fertilization and irrigation, and even noting down instances of being late. Around lunchtime was the busiest time for the farming ranking. Every afternoon, the recorder would replace the large wooden board in front of the General Affairs Office with a new list. The large parchment was unfurled, displaying the latest sowing progress, acreage tilled, and fertilization records, making the village rankings clear at a glance. "Hey! Our Village 5, Group 2 is up. We're 6th, look here, look here. Village 3, Group 1 is still at the top, 3 days in a row, amazing." Children chattered and ran around the list, unable to read the numbers, just listening to the adults read them aloud. But they remembered which column belonged to their own village or group. The older boys treated it like a leaderboard, and those whose fathers or brothers ranked high would stand tall at home for meals. "My dad plowed 10 mu today, pshaw. Our ox pulls the plow without being driven, it can drift by itself." A nearby farm woman would shake her head with a smile, but her eyes would gleam with genuine pride. The older laborers, village heads, and hamlet leaders would often stand before the leaderboard, nodding to each other. "Your hamlet plowed another 6 mu today. I need to urge old Jack over there. Don't worry, our land is on slopes, so we sow slowly, but the irrigation ditches are being built quickly. We'll catch up next week." That competitive spirit wasn't driven by orders, but by a tangible sense of honor evoked by the leaderboard itself. And these honors weren't just empty titles. Through publicity, the villagers all knew that at the end of each year, the General Affairs Office would select a plowing king based on the year's data on the leaderboard. This person would not only receive permanent cultivation rights to a whole acre of prime farmland, but also a grain reward. Those selected as the top 10 households would receive priority in the next season's material subsidies and might even be invited to the village council as agricultural advisors to participate in policy making. Who wouldn't be tempted? "If our family does well this year, we can get that piece of land by the river next year. I heard the king of farming doesn't even have to pay land tax, it's truly his own land." They talked about land, grain, and the list. But they all knew in their hearts that these were all given by the young lord in the white shirt, plowing and furrowing. It wasn't charity, it wasn't pity, it was a path, a selection process, a system where if you do well, you can stand firm. An old man, carrying tools, stood before the list for a long time without moving, finally whispering, "Lord Lewis, may live a long and healthy life." On this northern wasteland, which had been ravaged countless times by snowstorms and insect plagues, people understood for the first time what it meant to earn a future with their own hands. So, the next morning, before the list was updated, the villagers were already on their way again. Shoulder to shoulder, hand to hand, plowing, shoveling. They were not only after a meal, but also for their ranking on the list, for the glory on their families' faces, and for the young lord who had never lied to them, Louis Calvin. Several days of clear skies followed, sunlight filtering through thin clouds and falling on the valley. As spring plowing progressed, the fields of each village were beginning to take shape. From above, the entire wheat valley, when viewed from above, was neatly divided like a chessboard. Every irrigation ditch, every field number, every shed was meticulously laid out under the sculpting of rules and sweat. Louis walked slowly along the edge of a field belonging to 3 villages, accompanied only by a recorder and a servant. Several boys were running along the field ridges, dragging buckets of water, their laughter echoing. Further away, the singing of female workers could be heard from under the sheds. Farmers were also busy turning the soil, fertilizing, and mulching in the warm, heated fields, their brows bearing the marks of hardship and a sense of accomplishment. He paused, standing before a semi-transparent greenhouse. Steam rose from the greenhouse, the ground meticulously turned, and the first batch of wheat seedlings could already be seen quietly emerging from the soil, tender green like jade, their veins slightly curled. "The temperature is holding up well," Lewis said, crouching down and lightly touching the soil beneath the greenhouse. It was warm, soft but not wet, and the fertility was good. The recorder reported quietly beside him, "Currently, 50% of the plowing in the entire area has been completed, 70% of the seedbeds, and the greenhouse stabilization rate has reached 80%. If there is no late spring frost, the second batch of staple crops can be sown in 5 days." Lewis nodded, his gaze sweeping across the bustling land. Among the figures, some were driving oxen to plow, some were carrying buckets of manure, some were old farmers leading their grandchildren carrying hoes, gesturing as they spoke, and some were mothers watering their grandchildren by the greenhouse, while their children held seeds and stood by, their faces full of seriousness. He suddenly murmured, "It's a bit like the year Red Tide Territory was first established, although this is just the beginning. There will be more land, more people, and perhaps more snowstorms in the future. But at least this spring, he personally sowed the first seeds of hope in the north." Chapter 256 New Daily Intelligence. It was early morning, and the sky was not yet fully bright. When Lewis opened his eyes, he was greeted by a rough wooden ceiling. The wood was uncarved, simply peeled and polished, and the beams were slightly crooked. He stared at the sloping beam for a few seconds, then sighed softly. This was his lodging in Wheat Wave territory. It wasn't exactly shabby, but it was certainly not comfortable. The room was built by a team of craftsmen, with windproof and soundproof walls, and old wool and underfloor heating pipes under the floor. Of course, compared to the ebony carved bed in his castle in Red Tide territory that could accommodate 4 people, it was like living in a different era. But he didn't mind. These were special times. How could they build walls and towers here? And even though this room was rather rough, it was still the best room in Wheat Wave territory at the moment. He turned his head and found an arm draped over his chest, while the other was casually stretched out to the edge of the blanket. It was Sif. Her hair had grown longer, and her eyelashes were still long and curled, casting faint shadows on her face like small fans. She was sleeping soundly, sprawled out in a starfish position, her breathing so steady it was almost inaudible. Lewis glanced at her helplessly, then slowly got up, his movements so gentle that even the bed didn't creak. He had been in Wheatfield territory for almost 2 months. In those 2 months, he had hardly left the valley. From the spring preparations and field boundary demarcation to the construction of sheds and the initial completion of irrigation canals, he had personally overseen almost everything. Sif and Emily had taken turns coming from Red Tide territory to keep him company. Of course, Red Tide territory was also at a crucial stage of spring planting, so leaving Emily there to coordinate was the more reasonable choice. But now, it was about time to go back. By now, the spring planting system in Wheatfield territory was on track, and he had considered everything that needed to be done and the mistakes that could be made. The remaining issue was execution, which could be left to the agricultural officials and administrative officials at all levels. Red Tide territory, however, was the true core of the entire territory. Thinking about all this, he put on his coat, walked to the rough wooden table in the corner, and casually brushed away a thin layer of dust. Then, with a wave of his right hand, whoosh, accompanied by a scattering of pale blue light, a semi-transparent system interface slowly unfolded before his eyes. Daily Intelligence Update Complete 1. Titus Frostfire, leading the Frost Moon Barbarians, has launched an attack on the Shattered Axe Barbarians and the Red Rock Barbarians. Originally intending to form an alliance to jointly attack the Southern Empire, they have now turned against each other due to territorial dispute. Although the fighting continues, each of the various barbarian tribes has sent vanguards to secretly probe southwards too. Shadow moss has been discovered in the deepest caverns in the northern part of Wheat Wave territory, but soul-eating lizards are suspected to be lurking deep within the caverns. 3. The deep veins in the northern part of Snow Peak County contain a special mineral called burning ash iron, which is extremely valuable. The terrain guarding the mine is complex, with high-temperature cracks. After reading the first item, Lewis's lips curled into a faint smile, but his expression showed no relief. It was indeed good news that these barbarians were fighting amongst themselves. If the various barbarian tribes were to truly form an alliance, the consequences would be dire. Another large-scale barbarian invasion to the south would likely cripple the already weakened northern border. However, their current infighting has actually eased the burden on the Empire. However, Lewis tapped his fingers lightly on the wooden table, producing a dull thud. These barbarians aren't mindless wild dogs. This is the real problem. Despite the fighting, These barbarians are quite shrewd. A wolf may not bite, but that doesn't mean it's not watching. Each barbarian tribe is sending vanguards to infiltrate and probe the empire's borders, some even considering migrating and settling there. Their vanguards have already bypassed a main battleground and begun approaching several territories in the north, trying to find a weakness and probe their strength. And now, he is a visible elephant. The Red Tide territory is probably already on their probe list. My territory is really getting bigger and bigger. Red Tide, wheat waves, territories are gradually forming, and what was once a desolate borderland is now a battleground for troops and provisions. The bigger it gets, the harder it is to manage. Lewis knew this very well. Although the Red Tide territory wasn't powerful yet, places with food, resources, and population would attract footless, landless, and mindless wild dogs. He secretly resolved to update the border outposts as soon as possible and, if necessary, send more knights to monitor the movements of the barbarian vanguard. Now, the Red Tide's sphere of influence was expanding, but the pressure to defend the territory was also increasing sharply. However, there was no need to be too anxious. He estimated that it would take at least 2 or 3 years for them to decide the outcome of their invasion. He waved his hand and continued to look at the second piece of intelligence. This glance, however, made his pupils shrink slightly, and a hint of genuine excitement surfaced in his eyes. Shadow moss, he had certainly heard of this extremely rare magical plant. It only grew in the deepest caves, the gloomy and decaying layers of ancient forests, or in dead places cursed by vengeful spirits, like the ruins of ancient wars. Nourished by geothermal energy, magical particles, and trace metallic elements, it appears deep purple or jet black, with a faint phosphorescent sheen on its surface. To the average person, it only evokes a chilling unease, but to true Oronite, the light is as intensely hot as mithril. This is because it possesses an extremely rare characteristic: it can directly stimulate the knight's core will, accelerating the purification and transformation of aura during training. It is not a simple tonic, but a will catalyst that amplifies the sharpness of aura circulation, strengthens focus, raises perception thresholds, and even acts as a catalyst for breakthroughs at critical bottlenecks. Although high-intensity use may cause temporary hallucinations or nervous fatigue, for true high-level aura users, this price is not unacceptable. If we could collect it and make it into fumigation agents or mental pressure chambers, the Red Tide territory's night training system could directly advance to the next level. Lewis's eyes gleamed with excitement. This resource was the true strategic resource that could strengthen the Red Tide's core combat power. However, the guardian of the Shadow Moss, the soul-eating lizard beast, is also a threat not to be underestimated. It was a kind of demonic creature, dwelling in the shadows, using mental fluctuations to lock onto its prey. Its attacks included mental tearing, creating illusions, and even inducing delusions of fear. More troublesome was that area's densely growing shadow moss often spontaneously formed mental disturbance zones, causing outsiders to fall into states of memory fragmentation and emotional collapse. Without sufficient preparation, even a knight could be driven mad. Troublesome, it is indeed a bit troublesome, but only a little, Lewis said, showing no sign of annoyance, but instead smiling. Although shadow moss was dangerous, with the information already known, a well-organized high-intensity cleanup operation to eliminate the lizard beasts and extract the moss's essence would bring it completely under control. Lewis murmured, if we can research the artificial domestication environment for shadow moss, that would mean the emergence of another exclusive battle aura enhancement system belonging to the Red Tide system. Furthermore, if handled properly, those terrifying soul-eating lizard beasts themselves wouldn't be merely a threat. Their magic crystals possessed extremely unique mental interference properties. It can induce fear, create hallucinations, interfere with perception and judgment, and even disrupt the target's willpower in a short period of time. If extracted and purified properly, it might be processed into mental shock bombs or some kind of covert interference device, used to crush the enemy's morale on the battlefield, or to create key weaknesses in assassinations and covert warfare. Even, Lewis's lips curled slightly, and he had already conceived another clue in his mind. It could be used as an auxiliary device during interrogation, rather than having interrogators waste time and energy extracting confessions over and over again. It would be better to let the suspects themselves fall into their most terrifying dreams, and tell the answers themselves amidst the tearing apart of mental illusions. That would be an irresistible and inescapable collapse. A whole set of ideas gradually took shape. The shadow moss would be used to enhance battle aura, and the lizard beast magic crystal would be transformed into mental weapons and special means. Although this cave was dangerous, the benefits it brought might be far more valuable than mountains of gold and silver. Not bad. I can go and take a look on the way back to Red Tide territory. Lewis then looked at the third piece of information with a cheerful mood. His gaze paused slightly, but the corners of his lips slowly turned up again. Deep within the northern mines of Snowpeak County, traces of burning iron have been discovered. Hey! Another piece of good news, Lewis's voice betrayed his excitement. Burning iron. This was no ordinary ore. It was a miraculous substance found only in the places where ancient fire-type magical beasts perished. Legend has it that when those beasts died, the immense life energy they contained seeped into the surrounding rock layers. Over countless years, the Earth's veins melted, and mineral gases fused, eventually solidifying into this ore, as hot as magma, scorching to the touch. Its color was deep red, almost like molten gold, its surface seemingly sealed with flickering sparks. Once infused with battle aura, one could feel the violent, fiery energy surging back. It was the perfect ore for forging knightly battle aura weapons. If the quality of this batch of ore is stable, then my elite troops can all be transformed into the true fire vanguard cavalry. Lewis's mind quickly conjured images of fully armored cavalry arrayed in formation, their armor gleaming, their spears like fire, exuding confidence and power. Compared to standard weaponry made from ordinary minerals, the burning iron not only better suits the aura channeling structure but also possesses a high heat interference effect. In actual combat, it can pierce iron shields and burn through leather armor, greatly improving armor-piercing efficiency, making it the preferred weapon for bloodline knights. Lewis looked down at the intelligence report, his eyes gleaming with calculation. The ore is here, and that mine in the north, it should be incorporated into the territory as well. He had already made up his mind. Unlike the Wheat Wave territory, a granary-type territory centered on cultivation, he planned to build a new battlefield-type stronghold centered on mineral extraction and casting in the mines north of Snowpeak County. He would also construct a forging area, or a testing ground, and an arms calibration platform to truly form an integrated Crimson Tide weaponry system. That would be the future arsenal of the Crimson Tide territory. Today's intelligence reports were a series of good news. Lewis closed the floating interface, a faint smile still on his lips. The useless system finally did something useful, he muttered to himself, then stretched. Sif rubbed her eyes and sat up, her hair a mess as if it had just been fried. She looked at him sleepily, wrapped in the blanket. What have you been researching again? You've been grinning like a shrewd businessman all morning, I'm a lord, after all. I should think about the next steps. Lewis casually draped his outer robe over himself. We're returning to Red Tide today. You should get ready too, okay? Sif nodded, blinked, and finally fully woke up. I'll go arrange the send-off party. With that, she dressed herself, yawning, and shuffled out. Lewis glanced at her retreating figure, a hint of tenderness in his eyes, then turned and returned to the wooden corner table inside. Next came his daily routine of cultivation. He sat cross-legged on the carpet, practicing tidal breathing. His internal energy flowed slowly like ripples in water, while his mental energy accumulated layer upon layer in his primordial meditation, like a sea breeze brushing against rocks, sometimes gentle, sometimes rapid. Dual cultivation of energy and magic was already a fundamental skill he practiced daily. Even with the burdens of lordship, he never slacked off for a single day. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes, a faint steam rising from his body, his aura as steady as a pine tree. We can set off now, Sif said, coming to his side. Lewis nodded, put on the Crimson Tide Knight's standard cloak, and went outside. A man was already waiting in the courtyard, Sir Green, the acting head of internal affairs and security in Wheatfield territory. Green was calm and reserved, and had handled affairs in Wheatfield territory with considerable efficiency over the past 2 months. Lewis trusted him quite a bit. My lord, the caravan and the knights are ready. Do you have any other instructions? He asked respectfully. Lewis nodded and handed him a simple map and a few pages of paper. This is the irrigation canal adjustment plan for next month. The terrain in the hilly area is complex. Remember to have someone keep a close eye on it? Yes, Green quickly noted. Also, keep in touch with Bradley regarding seed distribution, household registration transfers, and tax statistics. And whatever happens, uneven planting, blocked irrigation canals, or unrest, don't act on your own. Notify me immediately via the Swiftbird. Your subordinate will remember. Green replied solemnly. After explaining everything, Lewis gave him one last look. Wheatfield territory is the foundation of the red tide. Spring planting is the lifeblood of the territory. Be extremely careful and don't let anything go wrong. Green solemnly replied, I understand, sir. Lewis patted his shoulder, a reassuring smile on his face. You've done well, keep it up. Several officials from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, representatives of the artisans, and other beings came to see him off. Although there wasn't much ceremony, everyone's expressions were solemn. Lewis mounted his horse, looked around under the banner, and finally said softly to everyone, Gentlemen, take good care of this land. I will return soon to inspect it. We obey your orders, sir, everyone replied in unison. The Crimson Tide Knights set off immediately, their convoy slowly emerging from the Wheatfield camp in the morning light, traveling along the gravel path at the edge of the valley, the still unmelted snow line gleaming coldly white in the distance. They hadn't gone far when Lewis quietly said to Lambert beside him, Let's take a slight detour, there's a place I'd like to see. Yes, sir, no one objected. If the master of the Crimson Tide territory wanted to take a detour, then so be it. They all knew that Lewis's want to see was never just a casual glance. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 Shadow Moss and Soul-Eating Lizard. As dusk lingered, a thin, ethereal mist shrouded the cracked hills in the northern part of Wheatwave territory. The fissured hills resembled the cruel, gruesome wounds left by a giant beast that had once torn away a piece of the earth. Lewis looked up. The vegetation on the hills was completely withered, and the soil exuded a damp, rusty smell, with occasional low rumbling sounds emanating from the earth. Lewis frowned slightly, gazing at a cave. It's here. There's a slight magical fluctuation. Magical fluctuation, Lambert frowned. Perhaps, but not certain. Lewis raised his hand, signaling caution. Although he said this, he already knew what was inside, shadow moss and soul-eating lizards. The terrain is narrow, only 20 of us can go in. Any more, and turning around will be difficult, Lambert said in a low voice. His eyes sharpened as he stared at the dark, sloping entrance, his combat instincts already subtly activated. All right, Lewis nodded. You choose the best of the best. The rest of you stay on the perimeter and seal the entrance if necessary. Yes, soon. More than 20 high-ranking knights clad in light armor lined up, each equipped with special devices in addition to their standard weapons. Before setting off, Lewis gave a final order, everyone wear the Frosselef Vine Mask Purifier, activate the slow-release mist sac after 3 minutes inside. Upon hearing this, everyone took out the transparent masks with silver frames from their backpacks. This was an experimental piece of equipment developed by the Red Tide Research Workshop, previously created to resist the mental attacks of the mother nest. It contained a light blue viscous potion extracted from Frosselef vine, which could be quickly released as a micro-mist curtain to isolate spores, hallucinogenic gases, and other sources of contamination when subjected to mental interference. Remember, if you experience dizziness, tinnitus, or memory loss, immediately increase the mist. No delays allowed, Lewis commanded. Yes, check the seal. Lambert habitually inspected the area, confirming that everyone was equipped, before leading the way into the dark depths. Following closely behind were Lewis and his 5 bodyguards, while the others entered the depths of the cave in pairs. They had barely taken a few steps inside when they felt an indescribable sense of oppression. It wasn't the drop in temperature or the thinning air, but rather a subtle, unseen gaze. It was as if someone was lurking behind the cave walls, watching them. The deeper they went, the lower the temperature became, and the wind grew damp. Strange phosphorescent patterns began to appear on the rock walls, like magical runes formed from years of absorbed magic. An indescribable odor filled the air, the smell of metallic rust, damp decay, and a faint, sweet, blood-like scent. This place is strange, Will murmured. They cautiously ventured deeper into the slope, their footsteps treading on slippery rocks and broken bone fragments, the remains of unknown creatures. Finally, after about 10 meters underground, the passage opened up, and the sight before them shocked everyone. It was a vast, circular underground hall, over 20 meters wide. The dome had collapsed, but the walls still retained fragmented carvings and ritual patterns. Several withered corpses leaned among the broken stone pillars, some draped in tattered gray robes, others clutching rusted blades. Even more chilling was the dark purple moss covering the walls and corpses. The shadowy moss writhed slowly, its surface shimmering with a faint phosphorescence, spreading like a tide. The air temperature plummeted, and a fine layer of white frost appeared on the outer layer of the frost leaf purifier. Not a natural cave, Lewis said slowly, his eyes sharp. It's a cemetery. Some kind of very ritualistic ancient tomb. Lewis stepped forward, knelt beside a corpse, and gently brushed away the moss to reveal a fragmented inscription on the sternum, a snowflake-shaped cross pattern with a horizontal crack in the center. It's the ancient emblem of the Snowsworn, Lewis speculated. It should be the tomb of a Snow Kingdom priest and his accompanying guards from hundreds of years ago, only over time it has been overgrown with shadow moss, a young knight beside him exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't it all destroyed 30 years ago? Perhaps not all. For example, this place has never appeared on any map or in any historical records. Just as they were filled with doubt and surprise, the patch of shadow moss at their feet silently and slightly twitched. At first, it was just lying on the walls, corpses, and rock crevices, inconspicuous. But now, drawn by some subtle air current fluctuation, the purple light slowly moved closer to the group, like a damp carpet slowly stretching out. There was no sound, no smell, but if someone were to remove their mask at this moment, they would immediately notice a bone-chilling aura of fear, originating from the memory of someone else's death, slowly spreading from the moss. It was a sensory attack composed of the priest's fear, the soldier's despair, the cursed wails. However, these knights were wearing frost-leaf purifiers, which had already silently blocked the spores of fear from outside their masks. Under Lewis's protection, they unknowingly avoided the initial erosion of mental pollution. Tisk. Lewis stood beside the shadow moss, gently crouching down, his gaze fixed on the dark purple moss. Now it's not the grave of the Snow Kingdom priests, he smiled. Now it's a precious asset of the Crimson Tide. Lewis's voice wasn't loud, but it echoed clearly in the empty cavern, carrying a sense of excitement and pleasure. Only then did everyone realize something was amiss, turning to their lord. Wait. Lord, you mean, this purple moss is shadow moss, Lewis said excitedly, an extremely rare magical plant. It can strengthen willpower, increase the efficiency of battle key condensation, stimulate bottleneck breakthroughs, and is a coveted auxiliary resource for many high-level battle key users. Even, it can be used to create special fumigants, sensory weapons, or mental interference devices. Silence fell around them. Lambert, unusually, uttered a, "Huh?" Will exclaimed, "Did I step on something valuable just now?" "It's everywhere," Lewis shrugged. "You can still take your boots off now." A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. Even the seasoned Lambert couldn't help but grin and mutter, "This place isn't just the underworld, it's a treasure trove. This stuff can help people break through bottlenecks." "Really? I've been stuck at the elite early stage for 4 years. I should have brought a pouch. Can you smell it? The air is different. I feel my throat clear, even the lingering aura from last month is warm." "Dude, calm down." The atmosphere had shifted from shock to excitement, exhilaration, even fanaticism. They all understood that this level of magical plant, in other noble territories, would never reach the ranks of lower-level soldiers. At most, it would be refined into finished products to sell or for the use of the family's direct descendants. But they were knights of the Crimson Tide territory, Lewis Calvin's direct army. They knew that Lewis was always the kind of great lord who eats the meat himself, and the knights drink the soup. That's why these knights were so loyal to Lewis, willing to die for him. Now, the thought that these moss would eventually become their training fumigant, a supplement for breaking through bottlenecks, and an auxiliary material for enhancing their battle aura perception filled them with uncontrollable excitement. Several knights in the crowd even began frantically scanning the ground beneath their feet. Just as everyone's emotions were rising and they were about to burst into laughter and chatter, the shadow moss suddenly contracted, like a damp net, violently pulled from the inside by some force. The next second, several dark figures pounced out from the cracks in the rocks. There was no warning, no roar, just a slight tremor in the air and a disturbance in the light, enough to make one instinctively tremble with fear. Enemy attack! Lambert immediately drew his shield, his crimson battle aura surging forth instantly, and the light patterns on the shield spread like fire patterns. In that instant, everyone heard a sound, not from their ears, but from a sudden, intense mental noise. like dozens of dead people whispering and gnawing at their thoughts. Ugh, my head hurts so much. Several knights closest to them stiffened, their pupils contracted, their weapons nearly falling from their hands, a fleeting look of disorientation and confusion crossing their faces. The sustained mental shock had begun. Hiss! Just as they were about to lose control, a pale blue mist erupted from their waist-mounted purifiers, instantly enveloping their masks like icy fog. It was the tranquilizing mist refined by Vine, an emergency suppression solution specifically designed for contaminants like shadow moss and mental spores. Accompanied by that familiar, bitter medicinal smell, the dazed knights instantly regained their senses. Ugh! Damn! I almost hallucinated that my dad froze to death just now. Huh, are you a newbie? The old knight next to him laughed and helped him up. Compared to the mental pollution of the mother nest, this is nothing. Indeed, compared to the mother nest, this is child's play. Amidst the laughter, the several staggering knights in the front row quickly steadied themselves and re-established their battle aura stances. These people were, after all, elites who had survived the war of the mother nest. Having fought for days against insect corpses that could pollute dreams and control the dead, they were already accustomed to this kind of mental harassment. A mere few lizard beasts? Don't be ridiculous. Red battle aura array, advance in a ring, Lambert ordered again. In an instant, the entire team's battle aura erupted, and a triangular charge formation quickly took shape in the narrow cavern. The feet of the 20-odd people seemed to spread like crimson flames, and a high-pressure battle aura wave suddenly unfolded from the knight's collar. Clang, swords were drawn, and red light shot to the top. While these soul-eating lizard beasts excelled in mental attacks and possessed astonishing stealth abilities, their close-quarters combat skills were. These deformed geckos can't even kick my horse's rump. Before one of the lizard beasts could even pounce, it was struck on the back scale by the knight's longsword, the fighting spirit burning into its body, instantly exploding into a cloud of scarlet blood mist. It howled and fell to the ground, but did not die, only twitching and rolling on the ground. Stop! Lewis raised his hand to stop it. Don't kill them. These monsters are useful. Control them. Use the potion. Understood? As soon as he finished speaking, a knight immediately pulled out a special potion from his backpack, a concentrated extract of Vine, and directly injected it into the lizard beast's nape scales. PFFT, the bluish-green liquid seeped into its muscles and nerves. In an instant, the lizard beast's body paused, then it collapsed limply, lying on the ground with its head tilted like a drunkard, its tail flicking slightly twice. Oh, it looks too much like a drunkard. The knight clicked his tongue. This is a slightly tipsy state, Lewis chuckled. Slowed nerve responses, blocked mental perception, and completely lost aggression. Take them back and keep them for research purposes. Thus, what could have been a brutal underground battle was perfectly resolved by these well-trained knights through control rather than slaughter. Sorry, sir, Will said, carrying a charred lizard carcass. I accidentally cracked the head off this one. It's all right, Lewis said with a smile, his gaze unchanged. It's good to disassemble it and examine its magic crystal structure. Keep the rest. The results were quickly tallied. 66 soul-eating lizard beasts were encountered, 1 was killed, and the remaining 65 were successfully controlled. The 65 controlled soul-eating lizard beasts lay sprawled in the shadowy moss like a group of drunken vagrants, some still licking rocks, others simply curled up and dozing. Each one would become experimental material, psychological weapons, or pawns in the future Red Tide's special combat force. The shimmering, phosphorescent shadow moss, like a gentle breath, contracted slightly, gradually stabilizing under the suppression of the pale blue mist and battle aura. Will stood beside Lewis, watching all this, his tone full of eager anticipation. My lord, shouldn't we send someone to transport this batch of moss and lizard beasts back to the Crimson Tide main castle? Hilco's going crazy with joy. Return them. Lewis didn't respond immediately, but lowered his gaze and thought, his fingertips lightly tapping the hilt of his sword. Of course, we should bring samples. Lewis nodded slightly, but not all of them. He didn't rush to order the transport, but silently surveyed the structure of the cavern, its humidity, the flow patterns on the rock walls, and the distribution of the moss. In his magical vision, this shadow moss wasn't chaotic, but rather grew systematically around a remnant of an undisturbed old plane in the core of the rock, like a self-sustaining ecological circuit. The central temperature was stable, the magic density was high, the soil was loose, and the walls even naturally exhibited a kind of low-level magical resonance. Furthermore, The lizard beasts seem to be naturally adapted to this environment. Geothermal energy, phosphorescence, lizards, and shadow moss spores form a strange yet stable symbiotic system. This is a natural breeding ground for shadow moss, Lewis said softly, his words calm yet revealing a hint of surprise. If we forcibly transplant it, not only will we consume a huge amount of resources to replicate this environment, but we will also have to bear the risks of cultivation failure, moss death, and lizard beast mutation. It's better to just modify it on the spot. Lambert, who was standing to the side, was stunned. You mean, leave it? Yes. Lewis raised his hand and pointed to a flat area in the middle of the cave. Convert this into an underground fumigation training room, a low-temperature battle aura sensing trial area, a shadow moss cultivation station, and a lizard beast control and cultivation room. This will be the future spiritual forge of the Crimson Tide Knights. Perhaps the bottleneck breakthrough can be completed directly underground. The more Lambert listened, the more outrageous it seemed. In the end, he could only smile bitterly. My lord, you're planning to turn the ancient tomb into a night training camp. Lewis smiled slightly. It's to turn it into a combat resource for our Crimson Tide. Of course, we still need to experiment before making any arrangements. After saying that, he turned to look at the knights and began to give orders. 10 knights guard this place and set the cave entrance as a restricted area. When we get back, I need a complete map of the ley lines. 12 samples were collected from the edge of the shadow moss growth area, used for fumigation liquid experiments, coagulant production, and aura sensing injection preparation. 5 lizard beasts were brought back, and those with intact bodies and active mental responses were selected for the experimental group. Contact was made with the Red Tide Territory's alchemy lab, apothecary, and breeding center to dispatch a group of researchers and construction craftsmen to the site. This crypt will henceforth be called Shadow Valley. With that, he turned and left with his knights. Deep underground, the shadow moss seemed to sense its master's approval. A phosphorescent glow appeared, and it slightly bowed, wriggling gently on the rock walls as if in submission. Chapter 258 The booming production in the Red Tide Territory. Back in Crimson Tide Territory, the sun was already low in the sky, casting a warm, familiar glow on the layers of stone bricks. As Lewis crossed the gates of the Lord's castle, the weariness in his heart vanished. Before he could say anything, Emily rushed up and embraced him tightly. Welcome home. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undisguised joy and a hint of pent-up resentment. Lewis paused for a moment, then chuckled and hugged her back, whispering in her ear, I'm back. Before the words were even finished, he swiftly lifted her into his arms. Ah! Emily gasped softly, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. A slight blush rose to her cheeks, but she didn't struggle. Instead, she buried her head in his shoulder, her breath shallow. They returned to their familiar bedroom, and the next few hours were, of course, a passionate labor of love. The curtains fluttered in the evening breeze, and the familiar blue-haired figure rose and fell in the dim light, his breath like a gentle melody, rhythmic like the tide. There were no affected pleasantries or pretentious reminiscing between them. Only an unspoken trust and understanding, like perfectly lit embers in the dead of night, igniting easily yet without frantic activity. Until late at night, the curtains were drawn, and the firelight dimmed. Emily leaned against Lewis's lap, lazily munching on a piece of dried fruit to replenish her energy, her hair loose, her posture as languid as a well-fed cat. Have you finished dealing with things over there? Emily asked softly, her tone steady but tinged with weariness. She was referring to the matter in Wheatfield Territory. Lewis responded softly, running his fingers through her hair. Spring planting and the granaries are all done, just waiting for the harvest, and there were some unexpected finds on this trip. Oh, we discovered an ancient tomb in Crack Hill, north of Wheatfield Territory. Emily's eyes widened instantly, about to look up, but Lewis gently pressed her hand back down. Let me finish, he continued with a smile. That tomb is likely some kind of early sacrificial site from the Snow Kingdom. Its interior has been disturbed by magic for a long time, creating a natural growth area for shadow moss, and more than 60 soul-eating lizard beasts. Emily stared at him for a few seconds, then finally chuckled, leaning her head against him, her eyes full of gentle indulgence. Really, you're not just a lord, you're also a part-time tomb raider. You haven't heard the point. The point is, shadow moss. Lewis briefly explained the characteristics of shadow moss to her, from its catalytic effect on fighting spirit and willpower to its potential as a mental interference device and breakthrough aid. He spoke extremely concisely, but every sentence was enough to make any noble's blood boil. And Emily was certainly no ordinary person. She stared at him, her eyes wide. You mean, you've unearthed a treasure trove that can enhance a knight's fighting spirit? Something like that. You said it so casually. She gave him a reproachful look. This is a crucial material for a knight's breakthrough. So many people would kill for it. If it were any other lord, this would be kept a closely guarded secret for at least 10 or 20 years. Lewis smiled confidently. But this is nothing to me, HMPH. I just praised you and you're already getting cocky. How about a reward? Emily's smile was suggestive. Her fingers slid down his abs. The atmosphere instantly became ambiguous again. But Lewis immediately pressed her hands down, sighing helplessly. Let me rest for a while, PFFT. Emily chuckled, her eyes crinkling into crescents, and nestled back onto his lap. Then I'll wait for you to recover slowly. She rubbed her face, gently patted his thigh, and her tone changed, becoming serious. Let's get down to business. While you were away, things were relatively stable in Red Tide territory. Spring planting went smoothly, Lewis asked, casually stroking her hair as he reverted to his lordly mindset. Everything went smoothly, Emily nodded, clutching her pillow. All the fields here have been divided up, and the irrigation ditches, drainage system, and temperature control spells have all run into no major problems. The geothermal plots have also been converted to greenhouse cultivation. Although there were some initial difficulties, the experienced farmers of Red Tide territory have made the process much faster. She paused, a hint of pride in her eyes. The second planting has already begun, and some of the first batch has already sprouted. If the temperature remains stable, we can harvest 2 weeks earlier. Bradley said that as long as this year's autumn harvest is normal, we will become the top grain-producing territory in the north. Emily shifted slightly, finding a more comfortable position, her head still resting on his lap. However, there's another problem while you're away, the population issue, she said softly. Although most of the refugees have been dispersed and resettled in Wheatwave territory, some are still stranded in Red Tide territory. Lewis didn't speak, his fingertips gently tracing her hair, gesturing for her to continue. Most of these people fled from the insect-infested and frost-stricken areas in the north, bringing the elderly and children, and lacking skills. Initially, we opened our granaries to provide relief, and they were indeed very grateful. But as time went on, problems surfaced. The natives have started complaining, not open conflicts. Emily's voice was calm, but there are some rumors, such as the relief taking too long, the encroachment on their territory, and the presence of habitual thieves in the recruitment centers. These things are still being discussed, but they are spreading. I understand. Lewis's tone was not reproachful, just a gentle remark. Then he lowered his head and kissed her forehead, as if to soothe her worries. These refugees are only temporarily gathered. Next, I will continue to establish 2 or 3 more densely populated territories outside the Red Tide territory, specifically for absorbing the post-disaster migrants. His tone was calm and his thoughts clear. We are not taking them in, but reintegrating them into the order. So I plan to establish an immigration dispatch office to handle population migration, registration, and resettlement. You've already thought of a name, of course. You? Emily smiled helplessly and poked his chin. Are you planning to create another government agency that can control everything? Absolutely. Lewis sat up a little, his eyes becoming serious. Our Red Tide's current grassroots structure is still stuck in the old model of small villages and towns. But what will we become in another year? In addition to the Red Tide main territory, there will be the establishment of several other territories. Plus, port development, the arrival of southern caravans. This will become a true hub city. Emily listened thoughtfully. You plan to transform Red Tide into a city in the true sense of the word. Lewis nodded. Village settlements should retire from the historical stage. Our Red Tide territory must become the true governing center of the southeastern north. Emily looked at the ambition gradually burning in his eyes, and her gaze softened. She knew that although the man before her seemed to be lazily staying by her side, he was already planning the next round of land resurgence and the reconstruction of order. You have indeed already moved ahead. And what about you? Lewis leaned down, his forehead almost touching her hair, his voice low and husky, like a flame licking her ear in the night. Would you like to continue to follow? Emily looked up at him. In the dim light of the bedroom, his eyes revealed a familiar weariness, yet also hid a reassuring obsession. She had seen him sitting coldly in a corner of the council hall, teasing all sorts of old foxes. She had seen him standing on the burning snowfield, commanding the Red Tide Knights to surround the mother nest. She had also seen him cloaked and inspecting the granaries in the valley rain at midnight. But only at this moment, with an undisguised sincerity and dependence in his eyes, was this man at his most beautiful. Emily smiled. Not the standard smile of a noble woman, but a cunning, fox-like smile. That expression of yours is rather cunning. Her hand gently caressed his waist, then slowly slid down, her fingertips tracing his most vulnerable spot. Of course I'm willing, but you'll have to recover first, Your Excellency. Lewis's previously weary eyes suddenly sharpened, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. 4 hours of intense labor had already exhausted him, and he had intended to take a break for the day, but this woman had struck when he was most vulnerable, hitting his weak spot. However, he wasn't one to give up so easily. Lewis chuckled softly, his eyes sharpening again, like a rekindled fire. Looks like my rest will have to be postponed a while. The sky outside was just beginning to lighten, a new day was quietly dawning. The morning sunlight streamed through the half-open curtains into the bedroom, casting dampled shadows on the bed. Under the thick down comforter, Lewis, unusually, didn't get up immediately. He lay half-reclined on the bed, one hand casually resting on his forehead, staring blankly at the ceiling, or rather, lost in a rare moment of emptiness. This was a rare instance of Lewis lingering in bed, almost reluctant to get up. He turned his head. Emily lay soundly on his chest beside him. Her hair was disheveled, beads of sweat still clung to her eyelashes, her breathing was shallow, and she looked utterly exhausted. She had certainly given her all in last night's battle. Lewis glanced down at her, a smile playing on his lips. But he didn't speak, afraid of waking her, and simply raised his other hand and waved it gently. The daily intelligence system opened, but the few updates today were all insignificant. Today's been peaceful, Lewis thought, glancing through them without finding anything worth marking, and then casually closed the interface. He didn't rush to get up, but instead quietly sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began his daily routine of dual cultivation of martial arts and magic. The tidal breathing technique circulated slowly, the energy flowing through his meridians like waves, cleansing his internal organs and periosteum, gradually washing away the lingering fatigue of the previous night. About 2 hours later, he slowly opened his eyes. "It's about time to get up," he said, turning his head to gently kiss Emily's forehead. Emily was still fast asleep, only slightly shifting her body, instinctively nuzzling his arm, seemingly to confirm that Lewis was still there. Sleep well, thank you for your hard work," Lewis said softly. Sunlight shone on his strong shoulders and back, highlighting his smooth muscle lines. His mental state had returned to normal. Outside Red Tide Castle, the wind still carried a hint of chill. Although it was spring always arrives slowly in the north, the sky was still somewhat gray, the snow on the mountains hadn't completely melted, and frost occasionally reflected off the ground. Lewis, cloaked, walked out of the main building, holding gloves but not putting them on. He took a deep breath, letting the earthy air fill his chest, still cold. After a brief stroll through the Crimson Tide territory, he found it completely transformed compared to 2 months ago. Even with his absence, the overall structure remained perfectly intact. However, he knew that the larger the Crimson Tide became, the less he could delegate management. Too many matters ultimately required his personal guidance and approval, especially future plans. Lewis pondered for a moment where to begin his work for the day, ultimately deciding to prioritize the Shadow Moss and Lizard Beast project. Such strategic resources couldn't be left unattended for too long, much less delegated to others. He then headed towards Hilco's laboratory. It was still a mess. The entrance was littered with metal shells, dried-out crucibles, and twisted pipes of unknown function. A half-burnt iron bird doll hung in the corner, hissing and smoking. "Long time no see, Lord." Hilco leaned against the lab bench, a stirring rod in one hand and a small black crystal twirling between his fingertips in the other. He had messy short hair, wore a white alchemical robe, and the graffiti-covered scarf around his neck was said to have never been washed. Lewis chuckled, ignoring his blatant disrespect, and casually pulled up a chair, placing a package of moss specimens on the table. "I have a new job." Hilco's expression immediately turned serious. "What's this?" "Shadow moss." Lewis tapped the package. "If you can manage to cultivate it semi-artificially, I'll build you an alchemical tower." "Deal." Hilco grinned, his eyes already fixed on the moss specimens. Then Lewis took out a thick little box from inside his cloak, opened it, revealing a thumb-sized, deep purple crystal core. The crystal's outer shell was smooth as glass, while the inside faintly emitted swirling mental fluctuations, as if countless whispers were endlessly intertwined within. He gently placed the crystal core in front of Hilko, his tone calm yet sharp. "This is a magic crystal extracted from the body of a soul-eating lizard. How do you use it?" He held up 2 fingers, looking into Hilko's eyes as he spoke. "First, a shock bomb. After exploding, it creates a strong field of fear in a localized area, disrupting the enemy's command system and psychological defenses. Second, an interrogation device. Utilizing its hallucinogenic properties, it induces suspects to immerse themselves in their most terrifying illusions. Their mental defenses collapse, eliminating the need for torture." After speaking, Lewis said calmly, "These are just the basic uses I've envisioned. The subsequent derivative designs are yours." The bomb-obsessed Hilko seemed somewhat excited, licking his lips and looking down at the magic crystal again. "Understood, Lord. Give me a month, and I'll let the entire Northern Territory know what a Red Tide-style fear attack is. Researching this thing is certainly important." Lewis's tone changed, "but even more crucial is its cultivation." Hilko was taken aback. "You mean, I need a sustainable supply of resources?" Lewis walked to the window, hands behind his back. "One-off spoils are not Red Tide's goal. We need a system. Shadow moss and soul-eating lizards are a natural catalyst for mental energy and a controllable weapon for mental interference, respectively. They were originally just a nuisance. Now, they must become Red Tide's assets. They must be tameable, harvestable, trainable, and standardized for use." He turned to Hilko. "I want you to assemble a team, including alchemists, apothecaries, breeders, and beast tamers who know a bit about mental training, and move them to that cavern in the northern part of Wheatwave territory. That's a natural greenhouse, a closed ecosystem, with a stable mental environment, and it can even generate its own magical fluctuations. It's currently the most ideal symbiotic magical plant magical beast research field in the north," Lewis said expressionlessly. "When you're renovating the laboratory, you can also turn it into a breeding farm." "Fine," Hilko sighed. "Although I don't like moving, since you've specifically asked for it. I'll treat it as a vacation." Chapter 259 Knight's Reform. Leaving Hilko's laboratory filled with bottles and jars, Lewis donned his cloak and followed the stone path through the city gates to the night training grounds outside Crimson Tide territory. What was once a simple drill ground had long since expanded into several interconnected training camps. The morning frost hadn't yet melted, and the air carried the scent of grass, wood, and steel, while the muffled sounds of clashing battle auras echoed in the distance. Lewis paused in a small pavilion on the high ground, his gaze sweeping across the entire training ground. "Ha!" A battle cry pierced the air as dozens of apprentice knights lined up for drills, red battle aura flickering intensely through the gaps in their armor, like burning flames. They were engaged in their daily training, including sprinting in formation, shield wall drills, and battle aura trials. Crimson Tide territory now boasted 1,283 knights, including 173 elite knights. This number, even in the Northern Territory, would be enough to make other lords envious and sleepless. Moreover, the average age of the Crimson Tide Knights is a generation younger than that of regular noble knight orders, and they are highly motivated and skilled in martial arts. Most importantly, they are obedient, united, and loyal. But for Lewis, this is far from enough. Given the current expansion of his territory and the pressure on border defenses, the number of soldiers truly capable of covering all areas needs to be several times greater. After all, this land will not give him a moment to breathe, which is why he needs to continue recruiting. After the insect plague and snowstorm, the number of lone knights stranded in the north is enormous. For this reason, the Crimson Tide territory has been recruiting intensively, on the one hand, actively absorbing wandering knights displaced by the insect plague, many of whom have lost their former masters and need a new object of loyalty. Lewis's good reputation and knight training system naturally become the most attractive option. On the other hand, he has also established a special apprentice training system, selecting the most qualified local children to become apprentice knights. With systematic battle aura training and resource allocation, he actively cultivates new grassroots backbone. Even some knights from other territories in the north, who had no families, began to secretly defect after learning of the Red Tide Knights' generous treatment and well-established training system. Of course, their loyalty, perhaps still needs time to prove itself. Lewis was not unaware of this, and even had daily intelligence reports. But he never explicitly exposed it, nor did he order forced repatriation. He simply said, "Special times call for special treatment," Now was the window of opportunity for post-disaster reconstruction. The situation in the north was chaotic, and the hearts of people in various places were not yet settled. Rather than empty talk about loyalty, the Red Tide needed knights who could carry out orders. And he himself had enough skill and a daily intelligence system to ensure that these people would not dare to betray, and even in the future, would be willing to truly stay. The Lord of the Red Tide territory is generous with resources and offers high benefits. Such comments were now quietly spreading in the north, and new knights were constantly coming to join them. When Lewis walked down the steps of the training ground, a familiar figure was already waiting there. Lambert. He smiled slightly and raised his hand in greeting. The man had a stern face and eyes as sharp as an eagle's, yet upon seeing Lewis, he revealed a restrained and respectful smile. This was Lambert, the guardian knight Lewis had known since childhood. In Lewis's youth, he was his personal bodyguard, and now he was the commander-in-chief of the Crimson Tide Knights, a powerful figure leading the entire army. Although he mostly remained by Lewis's side, serving as his closest bodyguard and lieutenant, everyone in the Crimson Tide Legion knew that Lambert represented the prestige and ironclad rules of the first knight of the Crimson Tide. In fact, the first few dozen knights to follow Lewis to the Northern Territory had all been entrusted with important responsibilities, stationed in various key locations, training camps, or intelligence agencies, each bearing their own duties. Their strength was no longer what it once was. With Lewis's relentless investment of resources, breakthrough potions, enhanced training systems, and upgraded equipment, almost everyone had achieved a leap of 2 or more levels in their cultivation. This was not only a leap forward for these knights, but also the fulfillment of a vow. I will share the glory brought by the sun with you. This was the promise Lewis made to the knights who followed him when he first arrived in the north. And now he had fulfilled it. Not just honor, but also land, family status, training resources, opportunities for advancement, and even a broader stage. They were once a group of pitiful exiles to the north, but now each of them had become an indispensable backbone of the Red Tide system. Lewis and Lambert arrived at a pavilion near the west side of the training ground. Lewis sat in a chair in the pavilion, an unfinished manual spread out in his hand. Lambert remained standing upright. He did not sit down, but left a half-cold cup of barley tea on the stone table. In the distance, the knights were charging in formation on the training ground, the sound carrying far away. Lewis glanced at the crowd and suddenly spoke softly. 1,283 people. That sounds like a lot. But Lambert, we all understand that this number is already starting to strain our current territory. Lambert didn't answer immediately, but pondered for a moment as usual before replying in a low voice, especially since the main force is concentrated in Red Tide City. Other territories are short of manpower, and if this continues, the gaps in various places will become larger and larger. He paused and added, the knight system, with orders personally approved by the Lord, is only suitable for small teams. We are no longer the old Red Tide with dozens of people. Lewis looked at the manual in his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips, as if he had finally waited for these words. The manual clattered onto the stone table, and his slender fingers pressed down on a corner. Therefore, the Red Tide Knights must be reformed. We will establish a complete legion system. The main legion will remain stationed in Red Tide, maintaining the existing chapter structure. He drew a circle on the paper, marking it as the Red Tide Main Legion. Then he marked 3 points on 3 sides of the page. In addition, 3 branch legions will be established in the east, north, and west, respectively stationed in Wheatwave and other new important territories. Each regiment consists of 300 to 500 people, with flexible allocation based on the size of the region. Finally, there are special groups. He drew several intersecting arrow icons at the bottom of the page. They can be called special names like the Flame Breath Group or the Crimson Frost Group, with units of 30 to 50 elite knights specializing in surprise attacks, scouts, and tactical experiments. 3 or more groups can be formed to supplement elite combat forces. Lambert listened silently, his gaze fixed on the paper, not rushing to offer his opinion. Only after Lewis finished speaking did Lambert slowly speak. The idea of special groups, the division of responsibilities is clear. Very good. However, I suggest that these combat groups not be affiliated with local regiments. Lewis smiled, as if waiting for him to say this, and with a flick of his finger, he drew a line on the paper. Then they will be under my personal management. Lewis did not stop writing, his fingertip drawing another mark on the parchment, and continued in a calm tone. Next, establish the Crimson Tide War Merit ranking. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the ranks of knights still drilling outside the pavilion, his expression as steady as a mountain. They need to know that every battle, every drop of blood and sweat, must be rewarded. He tapped his knuckles on the stone table, calmly listing the items. Battle merit is linked to the number of enemies wounded, coordination rate, and mission completion rate. It's not about who shouts the loudest, it's about who actually draws the sword. To be promoted, you need to meet the battle merit requirements and pass the assessment. The truly tough ones won't be overlooked. Those with high battle merit and seniority can participate in a joint military and political review every quarter, where they can propose suggestions and supervise. As he spoke, his tone suddenly lowered, yet became even more forceful, no longer just about obeying orders and charging forward, but about being able to propose plans and set goals. Even knights should have their own judgment. Those who ultimately achieve strategic merit can be granted a garrison, becoming independent garrison commanders, enjoying quasi-noble treatment. Silence reigned in the pavilion. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Lambert raised an eyebrow, looking at the draft with a complex expression. This system will make many people envious. But it will also drive people to fight desperately. Exactly. Lewis looked at him and smiled faintly. If a system cannot motivate people to strive for excellence, then it's better not to have one at all. The recorder, who had been writing furiously in sync with Lewis's speech, finally paused, his fingers trembling slightly, and his pen left a small mark on the parchment. He glanced up at Lewis, the young lord still calm and unhurried. It was as if the incentive policies he had just proposed, enough to ignite the passion of any knightly order, were nothing more than a weather forecast. However, I'm not finished yet. Lewis's tone suddenly softened, and he tapped his fingertips lightly on another line of the manuscript. Battle merit, besides promotion, can also be exchanged for resources. He held up 3 fingers, his tone calm yet tinged with ambition. First, an advancement potion, used for breaking through key bottlenecks and repairing key meridians. Second, exclusive weaponry. I will have the blacksmith team specially craft iconic weapons and armor, customizing glory for true heroes. Third, land deeds, not temporary encampments, but private land deeds for settlements. Once earned, they can be retained. He glanced at the sky, his eyes blazing with fury. I don't want a mere contractual relationship with knights. I want them to truly have a sense of belonging, hope, and a legacy. Even Lambert finally couldn't help but speak, muttering under his breath, Red Tide will eventually become a knightly holy land. Lewis seemed not to hear, and added the next point. Besides battle merit incentives, living conditions can't be neglected. He flipped to the next page, his tone returning to its usual calm. Write this part down. He looked at the recorder, who immediately stood at attention, picked up his pen again, and copied down the words Lewis had written on the sketch. Right of residence. Official knights and above may apply to reside in the Red Tide barracks. Each barracks has a private meditation room, bathroom, hot water, everything is provided. It's not a military camp, it's home. Food guarantee, 3 basic rations per day plus high-calorie monster meat. During wartime, additional aura-based meals are provided to enhance and restore combat power. Medical system, free treatment for injuries, post-battle physiotherapy, and key regulation after breakthroughs, all comprehensive and cost-free. Family policy, families of those with outstanding combat records may relocate to the Red Tide Special Zone, enjoying priority access to compulsory education, primary school places, and territory shops. Retirement placement, those who are not killed or wounded in battle may apply for transfer to positions such as instructor, agricultural defense chief, or canal guardian, ensuring no one is abandoned or forgotten. A soft rustling sound drifted in from outside the pavilion, passing over the clash of swords on the training ground beside the corridor. Lambert took a deep breath and chuckled softly. These things have always existed in the Red Tide, but they've always been unspoken rules. Now it's going to be explicitly written into the Knight's Code. The recorder swallowed hard. That's right. Lewis's expression was firm. Before, I gave it to them. Now it's an official policy. From now on, this list of benefits will be the Red Tide Army's recruitment order. Active knights will feel more at ease seeing it, and knights from outer territories will be tempted. Lewis put away the manuscript and smiled slightly. Lambert, the Red Tide territory no longer relies on slogans or sentiments. The Red Tide territory will nurture people with systems, lock their hearts with honor, and feed loyalty with benefits. Lambert watched Lewis eloquently explain his plan, a complex emotion welling up within him. He remembered the boy who had secretly imitated the movements at the sword-fighting arena, getting up on his own after falling, gritting his teeth and remaining silent. Now, this boy could meticulously draft military structures, decentralization, incentives, and rewards, speaking of the 1,000 knights with effortless fluency, surpassing even the generals of the capital. He said he would share the glory with his followers, and now those knights who had followed him from the very beginning had all been promoted, given land, and had mentors. Even he himself had become the commander-in-chief of the Crimson Tide Legion. Lambert lowered his eyes, saying nothing. In fact, he could have stayed in the south, with his family, continuing as a praised high-ranking knight, instead of enduring snow and eating salted meat in this wretched place. But he was unwilling to accept it. He wanted to gamble on his future, on a future with almost no chance of success, whether this young master could defy fate, whether he could truly lead an army of his own. And he did. A surge of intense emotion welled up within him, which Lambert suppressed, only clenching his fist almost imperceptibly. The wind rustled the edges of the draft paper in the pavilion. He glanced down at the articles and suddenly felt that the figure of this viscount from the north was more reliable than any honor. Leaving the training grounds, Lewis returned to the administrative office at Red Tide Castle. The familiar thick wooden door opened gently, releasing a rich scent of pine and paper. The fireplace inside was still burning, leaving a lingering warmth. He removed his cloak and hung it aside, then beckoned a servant to summon Bradley. A moment later, the old butler entered steadily, carrying a spring planting plan he had just compiled from the archives. "Sit down, Bradley," Lewis said, rubbing his temples and placing a stack of newly revised drawings on the table. "We should discuss the Red Tide Territory's redevelopment plan." Bradley nodded, his gaze steadily falling on the sketches. "These are some of my initial ideas. You can take a look." But Lewis tapped his knuckles lightly on the table, his tone shifting slightly. "Now is not the time for major actions. Spring planting is underway, the most crucial recovery period for the entire Northern Territory. We cannot let personal interests jeopardize the overall picture." Bradley didn't object, just nodded quietly, waiting for him to continue. "So we'll start with some basic preparations," Lewis said, circling a few places on the blueprints with a red pen. "First, dismantle those makeshift shelters erected during the winter disaster to make room. Then, as planned, begin building the basic city walls around Red Tide City, defining the boundaries first." Bradley opened the city wall construction sketches, initially glancing at them subconsciously, then his movements suddenly froze. He silently turned to the second and third pages, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper, not out of dissatisfaction, but out of shock. The dimensions and design, it wasn't just fortifications, but aimed straight for the specifications of a prosperous city-state. "Is this supposed to be a city?" he murmured. He subconsciously glanced at Lewis. In the past, he might have thought this was just the young lord's wild idea, but the Red Tide's accumulation over the years, the precision of its resource allocation, and Lewis's ability to quietly push aside barriers, he suddenly realized this was not an unattainable fantasy. If it were built according to these blueprints, then Red Tide City would undoubtedly become the most prosperous and stable city in the north. Bradley put down the blueprints, his tone as steady as ever, yet tinged with solemnity. "If this plan proceeds, resource allocation will not be a problem," he added. "You are not building a territory, you are creating a future belonging to the north." Lewis simply smiled, his tone as relaxed as if discussing a spring outing. "It's just a concept," he said, his tone calm. As if unwilling to take things too seriously. "The city hasn't even started construction yet, only a few pages have been drawn. It's too early to talk about the future." He shrugged slightly, leaning back in his chair with a nonchalant air, yet exuding a quiet confidence. Bradley stared at the blueprints, then glanced at Lewis's expression. It was an indescribable calmness, neither flamboyant nor impassioned, nor deliberately encouraging, yet impossible to ignore. He suddenly realized that even if it was just a concept on paper, this young man had already taken the whole picture under control, calmly and methodically turning his ideal into reality. A strange tremor ran through Bradley's heart. This kid, had he really come this far? He lowered his eyes, concealing his emotions, and replied in a deep voice, "I'll arrange it right away." As soon as he finished speaking, the old butler stood up, his expression returning to normal. But as he walked to the door, those few steps carried an unexpected air of solemnity. Lewis watched him leave, his fingers lightly tapping the table, plans and processes rapidly swirling and piecing together in his mind. He knew very well that the real Red Tide City was only just beginning. After finishing several urgent tasks, such as the baseline of the city wall and the dismantling of the refugee camp, Lewis finally let out a soft sigh, closed the file, and rubbed his slightly sore wrists. That's all for now. Dusk was falling outside the castle, and the faint sounds of vendors closing up shop drifted from the market. Red Tide territory remained as orderly as ever, but his next step was to venture further north. The mine deep within the snow-capped peaks was the next strategic cornerstone in his blueprint, drawn up months ago. Now that spring planting was gradually getting underway, it was time to set off. Back in his bedroom, Emily was already waiting for him by the fireplace. She wore a pale gold dress with a thin cloak, sitting upright, but her eyes betrayed a reluctance. "Leaving tomorrow?" she asked softly. "Yes." Lewis went over, knelt down to straighten her dress, and took her hand. "I have to go there myself. The terrain is complex, the mine is unstable, reports from people alone won't suffice." Emily didn't speak, but simply tightened her grip on his hand. However, Lewis smiled, his expression softening. "Once spring planting is stable, you can come over. Then we can continue in a different environment." Emily blushed, couldn't help but gently punch him, and finally rested her forehead on his shoulder. Lewis lowered his head and kissed her forehead. "Sleep well tonight, I'm leaving tomorrow." And so, in the gentle warmth of the night, the two spent a quiet time before their parting. By the morning of the following day, the knights had assembled, and Lewis donned his red cloak, mounted his horse, and rode north. Chapter 260 Titus Frost. Deep within the cold moon hall, pale blue icy flames flickered like breath. Titus sat nestled in the silver bone-inlaid chair, his entire being as still as a rock in the snow. A heavy wolf hair cloak draped down the steps, and he clutched a flask of snow-brewed wine. A warrior strode through the snow, kneeling on one knee, cold sweat still clinging to his forehead, his voice sharp as a blade piercing ice. "The Shattered Axe tribe has hung the head of our envoy on their north wall." He paused, a hint of fear in his eyes. "On the skull, there's the bloodstain of the Red Rock clan, supposedly their consensus." A cluster of blue flames suddenly leaped from the altar, spiraling upwards, as if trembling with rage. Titus remained silent for a moment, as if not having heard, his fingertips slowly caressing the flask of snow-brewed wine in his arms. The firelight illuminated his silhouette, cold and sculpted. What did they say?" The warrior bowed his head and said with difficulty, "They said you are a traitor's son who murdered his clan, a petty thief who seized the throne amidst the chaos. They said that even if you usurped the Frostmane clan's position, you are not qualified to wield the power of the 8 banners." The generals in the hall were stunned. But Titus did not respond for a long time, then slowly exhaled a puff of white mist. He slowly rose, put down his wine jug, and walked to the Frost Oath Monument. It was the sacred oath monument left by the Cold Moon ancient clan, its mottled inscriptions long since eroded by wind and snow. His eyes quietly swept over the inscriptions that once represented faith and righteousness, and he gripped the hilt of his sword, gently drawing it. Clang! The Cold Moon ancient blade was drawn, its blade ringing like howling snow, startling the entire hall. The blue flames were forced to slump by the sword's aura, and the generals were terrified. He spoke in a low voice, yet his words seemed to echo throughout the entire north. "I intended to give them a dignified future. But they only know brute force, not dignity." He turned, his gaze sweeping over the assembled generals like an icy spear, his tone chilling yet clear. "In that case, I will teach them with my sword what order truly means." In an instant, the Frost Lord, as calm as a snow-capped rock, emanated an indescribable pressure. He slowly plunged the tip of his sword into the icy flames. "Issue my order. All 8 clans and all military commands, assemble at White Frost Ridge within 2 days." On White Frost Ridge, the cold wind was like a knife, and the snowy night had not yet ended. Titus stood atop the high altar, draped in a wolf feather cloak, its gray cloak fluttering like banners in the gale. Behind him stood the Frost Moon warriors like a forest, braziers surrounding them, blue flames rising, transforming into a sea of fire where snow and flame mingled. This was the night of the Frost Fire Oath, a moment when the old alliance was broken and a new order was about to rise. He slowly walked to the center of the oath altar, raised his sword to the sky, and spoke in a loud, barbarian voice that pierced the wind and snow and touched people's hearts like rolling thunder. "The Shattered Axe tribe has disobeyed the oath of alliance. The Red Rock tribe has disrespected the snow oath. I, Titus Frostfire, am not concerned with family feuds or tribal shame, but only with the children of this snowfield. so that they will no longer wonder or kneel. The sword he raised ignited a blue light in the firelight, as sharp as thunder and lightning. The barbarians of the past were dogs beneath the Empire's feet, slaves to their own infighting. But what we want now is land, a homeland, a snowfield kingdom, a land where fire can be lit, where children can be born. He paused, gazing at the unseen south at the edge of the night, his voice low yet burning with an all-consuming hatred. The Empire has trampled our dignity, stolen our ancestral graves and snow bones. Stop begging for a bowl of porridge. Stop expecting half a granary. The snowfields do not nurture cowards, nor should they allow someone like Harold to continue leading the way. His prostrate posture is fit only to be a whip for the Empire's men. Before he finished speaking, a thunderous roar erupted from beneath the altar. The frost fire will never die. Long live Titus! Warriors brandished spears, axes, and bone shields, shouting wildly, their bare chests exposed. Those kneeling pressed their foreheads to the snow, steam rising from them. But outside the circle of fire, those who had not knelt stood frozen like iron pillars in the cold wind. Several elderly generals, who had followed Harold Frostbane in battle for decades, no longer displayed the fanaticism illuminated by the blue flames, but rather suppressed anger and profound sorrow in their eyes. "He's gone mad," Orton, his white beard trembling, whispered through gritted teeth, his voice thick with malice. That seed of the alliance was won by Harold himself, and before his bones are even cold, he's trampled the old oaths underfoot. His voice was laced with hatred. He poisoned the patriarch, beheaded Harold's 3 sons, burned Frostbane Hall, and now he thinks he can wash his hands clean with a few words. General Hagen beside him clenched his fists, blood seeping from under his nails. What he did wasn't just betrayal, it was a patricidal usurpation. Then another silent elder suddenly spoke in a low voice. "It's too late to stop him." Everyone was stunned. The elder gazed at Titus's towering figure amidst the flames, his eyes filled with complex emotions. "Shattered axe and red rock tore apart the alliance, and the Empire is eyeing us covetously from the outside. If Snowfield lingers any longer, there won't even be bones left. Besides, the Frostbane clan is already wiped out. Titus has done a perfect job. Even if we wanted to revoke now, we'd have no justification." He gritted his teeth and said, "We hate him, but isn't it too late?" Amidst the wind and snow, the young warriors who had hesitated were already pierced through the chest by Titus's fiery, blade-like vow. He wasn't demanding their deaths, but telling them, from this day forward, Snowfield would no longer be lowly. The blue flames burned even brighter. Titus watched all this quietly, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. He knew perfectly well that not everyone would submit to him, but he didn't need everyone's love, only their fear. He murmured softly, as if speaking to himself, "This land, I will make it no longer live on its knees." The wind, carrying snowflakes, brushed against his cheek, as if stirring up a memory. He remembered that winter, when Harold knelt before the Imperial envoy's tent. That old warrior, who had led him through the valleys, taught him to wield the axe, to hunt wolves, and to ward off the snow. Was the most untamed old lion of the barbarians. That day, he knelt, only to exchange for a few cartloads of grain and a few barrels of salt. The Imperial envoy, clad in a silver-embroidered robe, sat on a high seat, laughing like he was feeding a dog. He pointed to the brazier beside Harold and said, "You are not sincere enough. If you can put your hand in, I will believe you are truly submissive." Titus saw with his own eyes that Harold, after a moment of silence, actually put his hand in, without using any fighting spirit, simply to please the lackey. He didn't utter a roar, but his eyes remained fixed on the distant mountains. Later, that hand rotted and never grew back. But even more rotten was the laughter of the Imperial people, which echoed outside the tent all night. At that moment, Titus felt no hatred or anger, only a profound indifference. "He's the man who can tear a mountain lion's spine apart with his bare hands," Titus murmured, "yet he'd kowtow 3 times for a few sacks of grain." He sprinkled the powder into the pot of medicine and quietly left. The wind and snow swept through the camp, but the animal hide tents, illuminated by the campfire, were brightly lit, filled with songs and the aroma of wine, as if the frost follicles had finally found a brief respite. This was a banquet personally hosted by the old chief, Harold Frostbane, to celebrate the tribe's successful survival through the winter. The banquet began smoothly, until the 3rd round of filled medicinal wine. As Harold raised his cup, Titus stood at the end of the group, his expression as calm as a glacier. His gaze pierced through the crowd, landing on that rough, weathered hand, the hand that had once gripped a battle axe but ultimately bowed to the Empire. Harold didn't move as he drank, only slowly exhaling. Before dozens of eyes could even register what had happened, the aged yet still dignified tribal chief collapsed to the ground with a thud, his wine vessel shattering on the rocky floor with a sharp, mournful sound. Some screamed, some rushed forward to check, some called out the priest's name. Titus didn't move, not even approach. He merely turned his head slightly in the firelight to glance at his aunt, the matriarch of the Frost tribe. She was staring in horror at her husband's corpse, her face deathly pale. Titus remembered that expression for a moment, then turned and quietly left. Tonight was only the beginning. 3 days later, the matriarch died of poisoning in her tent. While her body was still warm, Titus's confidants had already taken control of her personal guards. A week later, his younger brother accidentally fell from his horse and died, and his sister mistakenly drowned in the snowdrift stream. No one saw Titus lay a hand on her, there was no evidence, no witnesses. But everyone understood that from the moment Harold fell, the Frostblood bloodline of the Frost tribe had died. For 27 days, he meticulously and cautiously eliminated all dissent under the guise of purging the imperial lackeys from the tribe and investigating traitors. The elders dared not speak, the warriors fell silent, and the youths began to shout his name. A month later, he stood on the old council seat, clad in a blood-stained wolf pelt, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd like a frost-covered blade. From this day forward, Frostfire is no longer my battle name, but the surname of this tribe. His voice was not loud, yet it carried the weight of the wind. Our Frostfire tribe will never again bow our heads to beg for food, never again lick the boots of our enemies. How did Harold die? Someone whispered. He replied with only 2 words, the Empire. Thus, the blame for this coup shifted from his palm to the iron boots of the Empire. Hatred reignited among the barbarians, and the Frostfire tribe's totem flag fluttered like flames across the snowfield. Titus stood atop the northern slope, his cloak billowing in the wind, behind him the newly fortified walls of the Frostfire army and the rough iron weapons forged day and night. He gazed further southwest, into the territory of the Red Rock and Shattered Axe tribes. Once allies, they now fought fiercely over their borders. Thus, the Frostfire banners once more fluttered across the tundra, like the howl of a wolf, awakening the dormant fighting spirit. Titus Frostfire, clad in armor, led the charge, his silver-gray armor forged from ice, his snow-wolf cloak billowing in the wind, like a god of war. His commands, like iron forged in cold steel, restored order to the remnants of the tribes, mended broken banners, and forged a new Frostfire legion. His goal was not only the Shattered Axe, not only the Red Rock, but the entire North. To unify the barbarians, to rebuild their glory. To ensure that these people trapped in the snow would no longer bow to the sustenance, no longer kneel before the Empire. He wanted the entire North to swallow this humiliation and betrayal with him, only to retaliate against the Empire with frost and fury. But he wasn't driven by bloodlust. Titus was never reckless. He severed the old alliance not out of anger, but because he saw a longer path. And he wasn't gambling everything. The night before he poisoned Harold Frostmane, an ancient being answered his call. Since that night, Titus had never again admitted defeat. And even the oldest prophet of the Old Ones dared not meet his eyes. He harbored a secret, a trump card that would overturn the world. Chapter 261 Star Forging. The mountain wind, sharp as a blade, sliced through the endless mining ridges along the northern edge of Snowpeak County. The thick snow had not yet melted, but the mountainsides already revealed layers of mottled rock, like lurking steel behemoths. Lewis stood atop a mountain hollow, a thick cloak draped over him, overlooking the bustling scene below. The sounds of axes and chisels echoed through the mountainside, rhythmic and powerful. Craftsmen wielded picks and hammers in the mine tunnels, rows of semi-underground wooden huts neatly embedded in the earth, smoke rising from the ventilation shafts. Several Snowhorn oxen slowly emerged from their stables, pulling sleds laden with stones towards the dispatch area. A small irrigation canal, clear and bright, channeled water from the cracks in the rocks, bypassing a purification system before flowing into drinking water tanks. The entire mining camp was beginning to take shape as a territory. This was his new territory, which he named Starforge Territory. Unlike the Wheatfield Territory where Lewis started from scratch, this strategically important region, located on the northern edge of Snowpeak County with a 30-mile-long ridgeline mining line, has been dotted with abandoned mineral veins since ancient times. Now, under his leadership, they are being reawakened. Flint marrow oil, key veinstone, demon marrow ore, scorched iron, Each vein, like a destiny-chosen treasure, crisscrosses beneath his feet, waiting to be awakened. He immediately saw that these ores would form the skeleton and lifeblood of the future red-tide military industry. Lewis, draped in a gray-white trench coat, stood on the snowfield, exhaling softly. This was not the end, but the beginning of fire. He seemed to already see a future city forged in fire, a crucial cornerstone for his domination of the North. "My lord," a middle-aged knight in thick fur and armor rode up at full speed, bowing slightly. "Starforge Commander, Kyle reporting to you. Thank you for your hard work." Lewis patted his armor, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings. "This place is developing faster than I expected." Kyle smiled proudly, his slightly rough voice hoarse. "Many infrastructure projects have been completed. The dormitory area is finished and can accommodate nearly 10,000 residents. The initial support for the 3 main mine tunnels has been completed, the truss structure has been reinforced, and the tracks have been reserved. There is also a dispatch center, which can be used for daily work arrangements and inventory registration." He paused, then pointed to 4 watchtowers on the mountain road further away. "Of course, the defensive outposts have also been built. Although they are temporary wooden structures, they are sufficient." Lewis surveyed the camp, his gaze sweeping over the neatly arranged dormitory area, the temporary command post, and the initially reinforced mine tunnel entrance at the foot of the mountain. A slow, subtle smile played on his lips. "Kyle, well done. I didn't choose the wrong person." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried immense weight. Kyle immediately straightened his back, his eyes brimming with undisguised pride and gratitude. Then, with a solemn expression, he knelt on one knee. "The first batch of ore can be mined at any time. Your Excellency only needs to give the order." Lewis shook his head slightly, withdrawing his gaze from the snow-capped mountains. He looked down at the undulating mine slopes, his tone steady. "There's no rush. We must proceed step by step. This mine isn't one to be opened lightly." Kyle paused, then his eager expression vanished, and he waited quietly for his master's explanation. "This place." Lewis slowly walked towards an exposed rock layer, his palm touching the cold ore on the surface. "It seems bustling. The mine tunnels are well formed, the craftsmen are organized, and the manpower is sufficient. But in reality, beneath every stone lies a skeleton." His tone wasn't loud, but it carried a steady, heavy weight, like a knife pressing down on the snow. "Long before we arrived, too many nobles had tried to develop the mines here. They brought miners, technicians, mages, knights, and even a whole trainload of gold coins and fantasies, but what happened in the end?" He flicked a shard of ice from his fingertip. "The people were gone, and the mines were never opened." Kyle's brow twitched slightly, revealing a hint of worry. "The terrain is too complex. The ore veins are scattered like fish bones, and the rock strata are severely fractured. One wrong step and the whole thing could collapse." Lewis gazed at the cracks in the mountainside, the abandoned mine tunnels that had been dug out resembling deep, dark rifts. "And among all those tunnels, which one is real, and which one is a dead end? Nobody knows." Kyle's expression darkened. "I know this place is difficult, but from what you've said, it sounds more like a cursed land." "It is a curse?" Lewis looked at him, his tone surprisingly gentle. "But a curse itself is also an opportunity to dominate a region. The question is whether you can bear the price." Kyle frowned upon hearing this. He had expected this mission to be difficult, but he hadn't expected it to be this difficult in Lewis's words. Lewis turned around and laughed. "But just because they can't do it doesn't mean we can't. Don't worry, how could I not be prepared before coming here? I've been preparing for this for a long time. I will forge this Starforge territory into the sharpest blade of the Crimson Tide." Kyle looked up sharply upon hearing this, a blazing light flashing in his eyes. "Pass down the order." Lewis surveyed the nascent camp around him. "Have the accompanying knights and craftsmen rest for a day, resupply, repair, and inspect all the mine shaft supports." His tone was resolute. "Tomorrow, mining will officially begin." The next day arrived quickly. Before dawn, the mountains were already tinged with a pale blue snow glow, and the wind still carried the chill of the night, but voices were already rising in front of the mine shaft. Lewis stood on a high point below the command platform, looking down at the 7th mining ring. He did not rush to mobilize all the laborers, but instead set the mining point on a relatively flat section of rock on the western side of the mining ring that had not yet collapsed. This area was originally a branch of an old mine tunnel. Due to its relatively stable rock strata and small temperature variations, It was deemed a low-risk area by mining master Valentine. "Here it is," he nodded to Kyle beside him. "Let's dig one first, a new tunnel, starting from scratch." Kyle accepted the order and then sounded the horn for the pilot test. Those who stepped into the mountain were all veteran miners and skilled technicians brought from the Red Tide territory. They were experienced, taciturn, and steady in their movements. The goals set by Lewis were clear and easy: to verify the distribution depth of the ore layers, confirm whether the magic marrow ore and key vein stone were buried 20 feet below the side as predicted in the atlas, to test the stability of the rock strata, analyze the backlash after blasting, and avoid large-scale collapse, and to monitor geothermal reactions, observe the flow direction of the hot rock zone and its interaction with the permafrost boundary, to prevent high-temperature steam from destroying the main shaft in the future. However, before the mining officially began, the sound of hammers and pickaxes striking each other did not immediately ring out at the entrance of the tunnel. Instead, a group of old craftsmen busied themselves around a pile of strange tools. The heavy crates were opened, and parts were taken out, cleaned, and assembled one by one. Some people squatted on the ground adjusting bolts, while others carefully hammered copper nails along the rock wall. The entire mine tunnel looked less like preparation for mining and more like a temporary installation of a ritual. Kyle glanced at it and said, "This is a new explosive device." "No, something more important." Lewis stood to the side, watching the crowd calmly. "I ordered them to install the Earthvein sonic device." "Sonic device?" Kyle frowned slightly. To put it bluntly, Lewis turned his head and said softly, "It's a device that draws mine maps by listening to the sounds of the ground being struck." This device was the result of Lewis's idea months ago, slowly researched, improved, and tested by the experienced mining master Valentine and a group of craftsmen from the Red Tide territory. Its structure was crude, even a bit barbaric, but it was indeed effective. The entire device consisted of 3 parts. The most conspicuous was a large machine called the vibrator head, which looked like a giant steam hammer. It used pulleys and steam to drive a heavy hammer, repeatedly striking the rock wall or ground, each strike producing a deep, thunderous sound that sent shivers down one's spine. These shock waves would travel underground, bouncing back when they encountered cavities, mineral veins, or other structures. The second part was the echo-receiving nails. The knights hammered a dozen or so metal nails into the rock wall, each nail connected to a thin copper wire, all leading to the main equipment. These nails acted like ears, hearing the return of the shockwaves and transmitting the sound back to the main unit. These echoes would eventually be displayed on something called a diaphragm analysis disc. It was a taut drum made of animal hide, with copper plates inlaid around its edges. When the echoes returned, the drumhead would vibrate slightly. Higher vibrations indicated possible underground cavities, mineral layers, or other anomalies. Several old craftsmen carefully examined the drumhead, some even taking notes. Master Valentine patted the drumhead and explained with a smile, "To put it simply, it's about listening to the sound when you hit the ground. Wherever the sound is off, there might be something good hidden there." He pointed to a slightly bulging spot. "A thumping sound like this indicates solid rock. A hollow sound here is likely an abandoned mine tunnel. And this one, hitting several times in a row, tisk, who knows, maybe it's an interlayer, maybe it's a hidden ore deposit." He shook his head with a sigh and laughed. "I've been in the mining business for 30 years, and I never thought I could find minerals by listening. This is all thanks to Lord Lewis's idea." He paused, his gaze turning to the young lord who was whispering with Kyle not far away, his eyes filled with admiration, and his voice involuntarily lowered a few decibels. "To be honest, we in this line of work rely on old experience, but Lord Lewis isn't someone like us with calloused hands, yet he sees more clearly than we do, thinks further ahead than we do, which is why he was able to come up with such a great invention." Kyle, standing to the side, watched the taut animal hide drumhead tremble slightly with the vibrations, and a strange feeling arose within him. The ancient mine beneath their feet, silent for centuries, seemed to truly come alive. They were communicating with the mountain in a different language, not with flames, steel chisels, or blood and sweat, but with sound waves and echoes. The equipment, crude in appearance and lacking even a hint of magic, transformed the pilot mining operation from blindly digging into a well-documented exploration operation. It was like lighting a torch, making the path ahead no longer entirely unknown and a gamble. And this was something only Lewis, from Earth, could conceive of, not magic, but the culmination of technology. He looked at the circle of craftsmen busily working around the equipment, then at Lewis himself studying blueprints a short distance away, and a sense of reassurance welled up within him. Next, they would truly begin to use hammers and mine. Chapter 262 Mining. After the geodetic mapping instrument completed its rough mapping, Lewis finally finalized a location of the test mining point. On the west side of the 7th mining ring, in a depression with stable rock strata and clear acoustic echoes, compared to the haphazardly scattered or abandoned mine tunnels covering the mountainside, this was a pristine area yet to be ravaged. Test mining commenced immediately, the process meticulously divided into several stages, with everyone methodically following the work deployment summary from the Red Tide Territories Administration. For the first few days of construction, the entire 7th mining ring was immersed in a tense yet orderly atmosphere. The first sounds weren't from picks and hoes, but from the heavy hammer of the geodetic mapping instrument. Thump, thump, low-frequency vibrations spread in circles within the mountain, as technicians knelt on the rock strata, lightly touching the animal hide vibrating disc to record each vibration. The geological survey team, carrying blueprints and copper wire, under Valentine's direction, remapped the entire mining area. The old mining maps were no longer accurate, and Lewis explicitly demanded that the mining line be determined first to ensure basic safety. Soon, a brand new mineral vein map appeared on their screen. Red lines indicated active mines, black lines marked collapsed ruins, and blue lines represented areas where water flow, swamp layers, or cavities might exist. After drawing this map, I realized that those nobles in the past were just digging blindly, Valentine exclaimed, looking at the map. This isn't a mineral vein, it's a trap. Kyle looked at Lewis standing beside him and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "My lord, this map, I know why they failed," Lewis said calmly, "so I must ensure our success." Next came the clearing of obstacles. The entrance to the old mine tunnel was covered with snow as thick as bone, and the collapsed rocks mixed with frozen soil made it impossible to enter directly. The craftsman team and a group of trained refugees worked in groups, using rollers, crowbars, and heated lamps to reopen the main tunnel that had collapsed more than a decade ago. Several young miners tried to pry the frozen rocks, but to no avail, and were soon replaced by experienced craftsmen who carefully handled the fault joints. Valentine directed operations from his vantage point, sometimes shouting, sometimes nodding, his seasoned experience guiding his commands. As the mine tunnels were cleared, infrastructure planning proceeded simultaneously. Temporary scaffolding workshops, miners' rest areas, and supply warehouses were erected on the ground, and bellows connecting the ventilation shafts to the shaft openings were gradually installed. Water supply pipelines were rebuilt according to the terrain, diverting water to collection wells established in the low-lying areas of the mine, where manual pumps were installed by craftsmen for periodic water extraction. Aeration first, drainage second, then safety, Valentine repeatedly emphasized. The structural reconstruction of the shafts was even more complex. The existing main shaft was chosen as the primary vertical transport channel, reinforced internally with wooden piles and metal support rings, and a small derrick was built at the top, equipped with a hand-cranked pulley hoisting device. While not as convenient as large machinery, it was stable and safe enough for initial operations. Lighting was not neglected either. Fixed miners' lamps, including oil lamps and phosphorescent lamps, were systematically laid out along both sides of the mine tunnels, providing brightness and durability. Each miner was equipped with a whistle, signal baton, and handbell in case of sudden collapse or gas leak. The mine is life, the wind is lungs, the water is disaster, and the lamp is eyes, Lewis said at the first internal briefing. If you can't protect these four things, don't go down the mine. Next, Lewis emphasized the installation of a rail wheel sliding system. This wasn't traditional wooden rails or animal-drawn transport, but a new type of embedded rail module crafted by the Red Tide blacksmiths. Each section of metal guide rail could be pre-assembled, and once assembled, only a dozen or so people were needed to push the car forward. Shock-absorbing copper pads were embedded between the rails, making ore transport virtually noiseless and stable. "This is for the future, not for temporary stockpiling," Lewis had said. Kyle was puzzled. "The future, 10 or 20 years from now, we can transport it without manpower," Lewis said, turning to look at him. Regarding safety, Lewis proposed a rare craftsman night collaborative system. Each mining team was equipped with a night waiting outside the mine entrance, not entering the mine, but controlling the bell and rope mechanism. Once any unusual activity is detected, such as collapses, tremors, monsters, or gas anomalies, The bell is rung to immediately activate the well evacuation mechanism, triggering the night team's response and blockade. Kyle remained silent for a long time after hearing this, finally exclaiming, "My lord, you've thought of everything for everyone." Valentine was even more direct. "This isn't some lord, he's treating us like his own sons. This entire preliminary design, from geological surveys to the sliding rail system, from the supporting iron trusses to the escape routes, was all personally drawn up by Lewis and implemented by Valentine's team." The two of them practically stared at the drawings all night. Unlike the aloofness of other nobles, they truly used their brains and worked alongside the workers. This earned the deep respect of Valentine, Kyle, and the other Starforge territory management. Thanks to this, the skeleton of the mine was already built before the mine tunnels were even excavated. It wasn't just a temporary labor site, but an industrial artery leading from the wellhead to the future of the Red Tide. After all the preliminary construction work was completed, the next step was to attempt mining. Valentine, leading several core technicians, personally delivered 2 different types of explosive devices to the front of the mine tunnel. "This is a shock-rending magic bomb," he explained to Kyle, patting the metal casing. "It's mainly used to shatter rock formations. The principle is similar to old-fashioned explosives, but ours uses magic marrow oil combined with a compressed shockwave core. The shockwave after detonation is extremely precise, only reaching a maximum of 3 zang, approximately 10 meters, without collapsing the echo well." Kyle nodded, his gaze still lingering on another strangely shaped cylindrical device. "And this one's even more tricky, a rock-piercing explosive," Valentine chuckled. "Sealed in ceramic. Filled with fire-scale paste and finely refined molten iron powder. Once activated, the temperature can melt iron sheets into water." He gestured with his fingers to indicate how hot it was, then added, "It's used to deal with those hard rock cores that you can't blast through no matter what, or for rock sections that need to be uncollapsed, like near ore veins or at tunnel junctions." He paused, then praised generously, "This thing is entirely an invention of you and Lord Hilco. I think you're not here to mine, you're here to teach the world what a new era is. Stop flattering me, get it set up." Lewis replied calmly, but couldn't hide the confidence in his eyes. Before the actual blast, the craftsman's team had already completed the development tunnels for the target ore layer, that is, the horizontally open working tunnels. The already installed rail wheel sliding system in the tunnel stood quietly, supported by brackets on both sides. Drainage ditches extended to the rear wellhead, and oil lamps lit up the walls, illuminating a mixture of dampness and rust. Technicians used red powder to mark clear blasting zones on the rock surface, distinguishing between ore-bearing and low-grade ore layers. Valentine explained the detonation point numbers and ignition sequence to the craftsman. The blasting officially began. Shattering explosives were placed in the disintegration zone, where there were many natural fissures and signs of rock loosening. After the devices were implanted into the rock mass, they were gently tightened with a hand drill, and then wires were led out to a safe point. Rock-penetrating explosives were used near hard rock layers and the main vein, with stabilizing piles and plaster cushions ensuring smooth cuts and preventing collapse. Multiple points, small quantities, batch blasting, advance no more than 5 meters. This was the strict rule set by Lewis. The craftsmen nodded to each other and quickly retreated to the rear. Lewis stood at the front of the mine tunnel, waving his hand to give the order. The ignition wire was slowly pulled back, followed by a series of low, muffled thuds. Boom. Boom. The shattering magic explosive bombs detonated first, creating a web of cracks. The rock strata trembled violently, but there was no collapse. A few seconds later, the rock-piercing explosive bombs activated, their red light serpentine, crawling along the rock surface, scorching through the hard rock, burning smooth, mirror-like cuts. The entire mountainside seemed to have been cleaved open by sharp blades and raging flames simultaneously. After the explosion, before the dust had settled, Valentine rushed forward to check the results. His gaze swept across the 4 walls. The supports were intact, the rock strata were flat, and some rock surfaces even revealed traces of shimmering minerals. "The entire mine tunnel is open," he shouted excitedly. "No collapse, no tilting, the vein has surfaced." Kyle stared in disbelief. He stared at the glittering rock strata, as if seeing a gemstone opening its size from the earth. "This is our mining process?" "This is too," he murmured, unsure how to describe it. "This is just the beginning," Lewis said calmly. "Once the next generation of explosives is completed, there will be no need for workers to drill wells. They will only need to recycle the ore. Valentine grinned from ear to ear, turning directly to the craftsmen and technicians and shouting, "Did you all see that clearly? This is the real demolition of civilization. Learn it and engrave it into your bones." Applause and cheers erupted like a landslide. Amidst this deafening cheer, the first batch of crushed ore was carefully loaded into a sliding car. The pulleys turned slowly, and the car, carrying the freshly blasted ore, slid slowly along the silent chute, like a silver dragon leading to the future, passing through the darkness of the mine and heading towards the initial screening area on the surface. There, the technicians deftly sorted the ore, quickly removing waste rock. And those pieces of key vein stone, gleaming with a faint, pale blue fluorescence, were like the most dazzling stars in the night sky, carefully piled into the submining area. "Look! It's a key vein stone. A true treasure." A young ore-sifting technician's voice trembled with excitement as he held the ore in his hands, almost jumping for joy. Kyle rushed over, staring at the gleaming core, his Adam's apple bobbing, his voice trembling. "We're rich. We're really rich." A brief silence fell over the entire mining area, followed by a burst of frenzied cheers. Applause, shouts, and laughter mingled together, almost lifting the sky. They seemed to see a future of gold and silver, a glimmer of light for the Crimson Tide territory. This wasn't ordinary ore, it was a strategic treasure, fuel coveted by countless magical craftsmen. As the raw ore was neatly loaded onto carts pulled by Snellhorn oxen and slowly slid down from the mine entrance towards the transfer shed at the foot of the mountain, the miners and technicians nearly jumped for joy, spontaneously applauding and cheering. "This is a true miracle," someone shouted. "We've truly found hope in this abandoned mine." Before the trial mining, many, including some technicians and veteran miners, had secretly questioned Lewis's decision. They dared not speak openly, but whispered among themselves, "Why choose this mine? This place was mined before, but nothing good came out, so it was abandoned. This layer is too deep and too cold, the frozen rocks are harder than iron. Even if there were veins, they would have been frozen away long ago. Lord Lewis, does he really know what he's doing?" Some even speculated that this was merely a show by those in power, choosing a seemingly difficult mine to establish their authority. If they couldn't find any, it would be these lower-level workers who would suffer in the end. But now, that deep blue key vein stone stood before everyone. It emitted a soft yet dazzling light, like a silent slap, shattering all past doubts and contempt. Those technicians who had previously shaken their heads in disbelief now blushed and dared not speak, standing silently in place, clutching their notepads tightly, unsure whether it was guilt or shock. It's actually true. In this abandoned mine frozen for over a decade, we can actually dig out key vein stones. Their conviction wasn't due to orders, but to the ore itself. It was like a beating heart, vibrant, fiery, and undeniable. At this moment, all doubts vanished. They finally understood that the seemingly calm and aloof young lord, as depicted in blueprints and regulations, had long ago foreseen a future they couldn't. Lewis stood on a distant rocky hill, his gaze calm and resolute. He didn't succumb to the cheers of the crowd, nor did he show the slightest surprise. This was entirely within his expectations. After all, he held the daily intelligence system and knew the mine's resources were far greater than this. He had already made numerous preparations. Therefore, what he held in his hands was no longer just a mining pick, but a complete, standardized, and replicable industrial system. Lewis watched quietly as the key vein stone was held aloft by the technician, the miners dancing with excitement, some even kneeling in the snow to kiss the ground. The pulse of Starforge territory finally pounded, vigorous and sustained. With the successful completion of the first trial mining, the mine tunnel model and blasting process developed under Lewis's supervision were officially confirmed as feasible. Not only was the ore vein confirmed, but all parameters, including rock strata stability, blasting model, transportation system, and the impact of ground impact, also met the predicted targets. Kyle excitedly patted the mine map like a child, shouting, "We can work on this for 30 years without changing the pit head. This location is practically made for you, sir." Valentine even stated directly, "If word gets out, those old dogs in the capital will come to us asking how to blast ore." But Lewis did not become complacent, quickly extending the entire system to multiple subwells in the 7th mining ring. Of course, after the successful trial mining, the mine tunnels of Starforge territory were no longer a bunch of temporary crowded tunnels, but officially entered an organized, disciplined, and promising industrial mining phase. The first step was the mining operations system established by Lewis. He didn't simply copy the slave system common throughout the world, but instead established a more robust 3-shift, 8-hour rotation system. The 24 hours of the day were divided into 3 segments, 8 hours of work per shift, plus 2 hours for handover and record keeping, ensuring the mine tunnels were always operational while minimizing manpower overload and accident risks. The morning shift was from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., the middle shift from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., and the night shift from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. the following day. Each shift had a fixed staff and could not be temporarily changed. Miners had to sign in daily. Those who didn't complete their shifts had their wages and food deducted. Each shift was led by a team of operation technicians, including 1 shift technician, 1 safety supervisor, and 2 support inspectors. When this shift system slowed down the progress, Kyle frowned slightly when he first learned of the regulations. Valentine didn't answer immediately, but instead looked at the miners' shifts that were assembling. So what if it's slower? His tone was unusually calm. Do you know how mining is done in other places? In other mining territories, it's non-stop, day and night. The whips are lashed until the bones are exposed, and they still have to keep going down the mine. He paused, then pointed to the young miners loading tools. They're young and strong. They can only last 5 years at most. After 5 years, they'll either die from the heat of the mine, be buried in a collapse, or go blind or crippled, and be thrown into the snow forest as bait. Kyle was stunned and didn't speak. Valentine scoffed, but his tone was full of respect. But look here, there's hot water, there's handover, there are records. 3 shifts, 8 hours each, not because we have more people, but because, he looked towards the blasted open mine entrance in the distance. It's because Lord Lewis said, miners aren't consumables, they're human beings. He suddenly laughed at this point. Don't think the rules are just for show. We're not raiding for mines, we're working for 10 or 20 years. If you're still thinking about finishing mining one day so you can go back to town and drink, well, you're wrong. He patted Kyle on the shoulder. We're building a mining area, not digging a graveyard. At first, few of the miners believed things would be any better. Most were refugees who had fled famine in the Red Tide territory during the winter. When they heard they were being sent to Starforge territory to mine ore, their first reaction was, we're doomed. It's slave work in the mines, no one will care if we die. Their previous lives were like living in hell. They were always hungry, their clothes were tattered, and the biting cold wind seeped into their bones. Their living conditions were even worse, dilapidated shacks made of a few broken planks, leaking roofs, with wind whistling through the cracks in the walls, making them shiver with cold at night. Even so, few were willing to come to the mines, because many had been to the mines before and knew that it was true slavery. There were almost no safety measures. The work was so strenuous it felt like their bones were about to fall apart, and if they died, no one would collect their bodies. Even their cries were swallowed by the wind and snow. Our lives were like grass, trampled on at will, a former miner from another territory in the Northern Territory said through gritted teeth. However, when they arrived in Starforge territory, they slowly saw a difference. Here, safety was regularly supervised underground, and blasting was meticulously calculated, not done haphazardly. The food was much better than before. They could even eat fragrant meat soup. The surface dormitories were also warm, the beds neat and clean, allowing for a good night's sleep even in the dead of winter. Valentine and the technicians often said that the adults personally ordered that the miners' safety and dignity be guaranteed. This Lord Lewis is unlike other nobles who only know how to exploit and oppress, an older miner said, patting his chest. He truly treats us like human beings. I never expected this, the young man said in surprise. I thought this was an iron cage, but it's 1,000 times better than our old shacks. Finally, one day, a miner stood at the entrance of the ventilation shaft, gazing at the snow-covered plains swept by the cold wind in the distance, and murmured to himself, I shouldn't have doubted Lord Lewis. At least this place has given us hope for a new life. They had realized that this was not a slave camp, but a paradise in their suffering. Chapter 263 Mine Safety. The rules in the mining area weren't just beneficial, they also came with severe punishments. Once, a support team submitted drawings that omitted data for several pile positions. That day, Valentine stood solemnly before the mining area's drawing board, carrying the missing support drawing, waiting for a full hour. The miners didn't know what was happening, but no one dared to utter a sound. Only after the group of workers had all left the mine did Valentine speak in a deep voice, look carefully at this section. There are several data points missing. Did anyone notice? Did anyone check? His words were met with immediate silence. His face was ashen as he slammed the drawing onto the wall at the mine entrance, his words sharp and merciless. Incorrect technical drawings aren't just misspelled words, they're like writing grave names. HL seemed to descend upon the entire mining area, and a long silence ensued. Later, Kyle learned privately that the problematic support drawing had been picked out by Lewis himself from over 30 pages of densely packed records. He flipped through it again and again, without uttering a single wasted word. He simply frowned, then wrote 2 words, instruction. This made everyone understand that Lewis's management of the mining area was extremely strict. No negligence could escape his notice. Therefore, no one dared to be careless, and everyone cherished this hard-won job and order. The mining area operated smoothly under this scientific and reasonable welfare guarantee and strict reward and punishment system. Of course, this did not mean that everything went smoothly. In the central fault section, in the 9th shaft, the 3rd shift was advancing their work. It was a seemingly calm and structurally intact rock stratum. After the team technicians confirmed that there were no obvious cracks on the rock surface, they inserted a shock-breaking magic explosive bomb according to the blueprints, attached the wire, and quickly withdrew to a safe bend. Ignition, the fuse flashed, the bomb was activated, and after a muffled thud, debris flew everywhere. However, the next second, deep within the rock stratum that should have collapsed, a pitch-black hole suddenly appeared. It seemed as if some kind of void, a cavity, was hidden within. Something's wrong. Just as the foreman was about to raise his hand to warn, a metallic, icy light suddenly appeared on the ground crack. A spider-like creature silently slid out of the mine crevice. Its entire body was crystalline, its carapace reflecting light like polished crystal. Its 6 limbs were long, sharp, and barbed, making a dry, grating metallic scraping sound as it crawled. "It's a monster," someone exclaimed in shock, but before the words were even finished, several more mercury-like figures swooped out of the cave, quickly occupying various parts of the passage. 8 mirror spiders. Their crystalline carapaces refracted and disrupted the lamplight under the firelight, plunging the entire tunnel into a blurred light field in the blink of an eye. The torches seemed to be covered with layers of ripples, the light became chaotic, and the craftsmen instantly lost their sense of direction. "Don't run around. Retreat towards the supports," the foreman roared. But it was too late. One of the young craftsmen had just turned around when a mirror-gallant spider's limb pierced his chest, blood gushing onto the mine wall, splashing a bright red trail. Another tried to ignite a spare bomb for defense, but in the chaos of the light field, the fuse went awry. He had barely raised his igniter when a spider's limb pierced his skull from behind. Screams and crashing sounds echoed through the tunnel. In less than a minute, the entire group of craftsmen were torn apart and dragged away one by one amidst the light mist and chaos. In the end, only a fallen miner's lamp flickered faintly at the blood-stained entrance to the tunnel. Hours later, the inspector, his face ashen, stood before the tunnel. The monster was long gone. Only the mottled bloodstains, twisted tools, and tattered miners' coats proved that the 3rd shift had once been there. This was the first incident in the history of the Star Forging mine where a monster attack resulted in the complete annihilation of a shift. When the news reached the administrative office, night had not yet completely fallen. Lewis listened to the report expressionlessly, then gave a brief order: seal off the main passage of the 9th well alley. Assemble a squad of knights. They must descend the well within 3 minutes. Less than 5 minutes after the order was issued, the rescue team was quickly prepared. 12 crimson-tide knights appeared at the main wellhead, clad in red plate armor and wielding long spears. Form 2 4-man combat units. 4 on the outer perimeter will provide reconnaissance and cover. Align searchlights. Prepare to descend. Valentine stood by the well, watching the knights swiftly prepare and enter, before letting out a slight sigh of relief. If they had been in the well earlier, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. Down in the well, as soon as the lighting penetrated the fault passage, a sudden, cold light illuminated the area ahead. The torchlight reflected off the walls, revealing the entire alleyway sealed off by dense, gleaming silver threads, interwoven like steel wires, layered and overlapping between the rock walls, supports, and cavities, gleaming with a faint, cold light, like a spider's web. It's a spider web. The vice captain squinted, his voice extremely low. Sever, advance. The captain's command was swift and decisive. Prepare. Deploy the umbrella formation. The knight in the front row gripped his battle axe, a crimson ore erupting from his shoulder and instantly coiling around his weapon. The flames ignited the axe blade, painting it with a blazing heat. Break. The first axe strike sent scorching flames swirling into a vortex of heat, scorching the spider silk inch by inch, burning it to shreds and forcing the surrounding light to reveal several bright cuts. Just as the spider silk snapped, several gliding, cold shadows suddenly appeared deep within the passage at the far end. They swept across the rock wall like mercury, moving with incredible speed. Mirror spiders had appeared. They were slender, with sharp, hooked legs, crawling silently. Their crystalline carapaces reflected the surrounding firelight, instantly scattering several blurry phantoms, making it impossible to discern their true location. Light domain disturbance, be careful, a scout knight had just shouted when a spider phantom blade suddenly appeared beside him, and he almost instinctively raised his shield. They discovered it was merely an illusion. The real mirror gallant spider emerged from the ground, attempting to pierce its chest. Bang! A shield-wielding knight took a step forward, his massive shield slamming into the spider, smashing its crystalline shell against a mine wall. The spider shattered with a dry, cracking sound. Second formation, push in. The knights swiftly changed formation, tightening their triangular ranks to create a crossfire zone in the narrow mine tunnel. Another knight strode forward, swinging his halberd. Crimson battle aura coiled around the tip like blood, and a sweeping attack, accompanied by arcs of fire, severed the bodies of two mirror gallant spiders clinging to the wall. Bang! Bang! Each clash was accompanied by the shrill screech of metal scraping against metal and the muffled thud of snapping limbs. While the mirror gallant spiders were agile and swift, they struggled against organized, armed combat units. They tried to scatter and escape, but stumbled into the knight's pre-designed blind spots at corners, falling one by one. In less than 5 minutes, the battle was over. Silence returned to the alleyway, save for the faint flickering flames of battle aura burning low against the rock walls. A dozen spider corpses lay scattered on the ground, their crystalline shells cracked in several places. Icy blue fluid seeped from the wounds, slowly flowing down the rock surface before crystallizing into tiny points, solidifying like frost on the ground. Confirmed. All medium-sized subadults, no venom glands. Presumably hatched in a nearby cavity. There should be some that escaped, the scout concluded. These things, a single full-fledged aura knight could handle them, a young knight said, sheathing his lance, his voice laced with contempt. The vice-captain didn't turn around, only coldly remarking, but craftsmen aren't knights. Any spider could take their lives. Indeed, this small-scale battle posed no challenge for the knights. But for the defenseless, disorganized miners, it was an unavoidable massacre. On the third day after the incident, the morning chill still lingered, but new notices were already plastered on the walls of the various mining areas of Starforge territory. The words were few, yet each one firm and resolute. From this day forward, a vibration detection column will be installed every 30 meters in all working shafts of Starforge territory to detect signs of abnormal biological activity. No one is permitted to enter the mine alone. Violators will be immediately suspended from work and removed from their mining group. Before work begins each day, a knight must lead a patrol to ensure there are no lurking dangers before mining can commence. Of course, most miners were illiterate, so a preacher was appointed to deliver the announcement. What does this mean? A young miner stood bewildered before the notice. I've never even heard of that column. It's normal you don't understand. A middle-aged foreman beside him shook his head. I don't understand either, but there are so many rules. Lewis's indifference was expected. To ensure they truly understood that these rules weren't just for show, Lewis personally ordered the establishment of mining propaganda days. Several literate technicians and officials would take turns explaining the new regulations in the workers' sheds, dormitories, and canteens outside the mine after work hours. These presentations not only explained how to do it, but also why. He used blunt, rough analogies to explain how vibrations indicate the activity of monsters, how the air changes after the tunnel is sealed, and even what sound wave anomalies are. Your mining is like banging on the floor under a dog's kennel, Valentine said, standing on the platform in the 7th mining ring, pointing to the wellhead. If some beast is lurking down there, and you bang it on the head, it'll jump out and bite you. Some people laughed, but the laughter quickly subsided as Valentine's expression became too serious. Laughter aside, your lives are your own, Valentine said, looking at the crowd. If you don't believe these methods can save your lives, then forget the names of those brothers who died. At that moment, the atmosphere became so heavy it was almost suffocating. These workers, mostly from humble backgrounds, barely literate, and lacking any safety awareness, understood reality. When they repeatedly heard, "Someone is specifically responsible for checking for hidden dangers," going into the mine alone will result in the entire group being suspended, and once the vibration column alarms, everyone must evacuate. They finally understood, this wasn't meant to cause them trouble, the Lord wanted them to live longer. They began to cooperate, even if they complained, they dared not act recklessly anymore. Every day before work, the miners stood together and listened to the technician read aloud the day's report and risk areas. This had become a daily necessity. Even a knight would walk at the front, confirming everything was correct before letting anyone into the mine. Unconsciously, the miners' mindset was changing. They learned the rules, understood the system, and realized this place was for survival, not a mine to wait for death. Most began to try to cooperate, even if they complained, they dared not act recklessly anymore. For the first time, the habit of lined inspections appeared in the underground tunnels. Every day before work, the miners stood together and listened to the technician read aloud the day's report and risk areas. But not everyone initially agreed with these new rules. Some grumbled, "All this rules and inspections, it's better to just go down the mine early and get a truckload of stones." Of course, some, to save time and effort, bypassed the restricted area and went down the mine alone to mine ahead of schedule. The first time someone broke the rules, they were publicly called out and transferred from the main working shaft to the outermost abandoned mining area, where they cleaned up the mud and water in the waste tunnels while watching their companions come up to collect their wages and eat hot meals. Want to gamble with your life? Then stay away from others, don't drag them down with you. This was Valentine's speech at the mine entrance, his voice not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. After several rounds of punishment, no one dared to act recklessly anymore. Even the miners who had once resisted the rules bowed their heads. They began to accept the rules, understand the system, and realize that these weren't meant to bind them, but to save their lives. Meanwhile, a group of knights personally visited the families of the fallen craftsmen, delivering a sum of money, 3 official documents, and a letter of condolence. One miner's wife broke down in tears, kneeling on the ground and refusing to accept the money. The knight commander helped her up and handed her a transfer order. The Mining District Management Committee has approved your assignment to the main mine to do material inventory work, with a monthly salary. What was most touching were the children. Several children of miners who had perished were taken to the chapel caretaker's house attached to the mining district. They were brought to that warm, large house, changed into clean clothes, and served steaming bowls of meat soup. They were cared for by someone, and the territory provided them with monthly necessities, requiring no labor from them. They are now citizens of Starforge, Lewis stated clearly at the time. The miners gave their lives for the territory, and their families will be supported by the territory until old age. Some of these children didn't yet understand what sacrifice meant, they only knew they had lost a father, brother, or mother. "My brother was killed by a spider," a 10-year-old boy wrote in his diary, wiping his eyes. "But Lord Lewis said he was clearing a path for us. I want to stay. I want to learn a trade. When I grow up, I want to work in the mines, kill all those harmful monsters, and turn the mines into true treasure trove." The youngest child clutched his bowl tightly to his chest and whispered to the maid who cared for them, "Do I have to mine to get food?" The maid's eyes immediately reddened, and she knelt down to hug him. "No. You have a name, you are protected." This system wasn't limited to just 1 or 2 families. Most of the immediate family members of the suffering craftsmen were properly placed in the Starforge territory's surface affairs. Some became record keepers, some assisted in managing the canteen, and some were trained as junior technicians. "We are not slaves," a taciturn old miner finally murmured that day, his eyes red. "We are workers whose names are remembered." This sentence spread quickly. That night, in the workers' sheds, under the smoke from the chimneys, and in the ground-level dormitories linked by magic crystal lamps, almost everyone was talking in hushed tones about the sacrifice. They talked about the knights in their armor, entering each miner's house, leaving behind compensation, resettlement letters, and handwritten notes. Some said they never imagined that one day, because of someone else's death, they would begin to have a new understanding of their own existence. Have you ever seen a place where, after a miner dies, someone arranges jobs for the family? A young miner, who had previously been the most cynical, said, rubbing his hands, red from the cold. "I've worked in mining areas in other territories before. There, if you die, you die. They fill in your name with a number, drag the body out, burn it, and replace it with a new one. But it's different here, someone whispered beside them. Here, people remember who you are. These workers had never expected their lives to be valuable. They just never imagined that one day their lives would actually be valued. People began to truly understand the meaning of order. It wasn't just rules and efficiency, but also protection and a promise. They began to trust Lewis, this young lord who never spoke superfluous words but quietly sent people to provide assistance and fill in any gaps in their plans. It was precisely because of this trust that they were willing to stay, willing to make sacrifices, and willing to risk their lives to protect this mine route that belonged to them. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264: The Rise of Star Forging. The vast majority of migrant workers in Starforge are no longer struggling to survive. They have food, clothing, hot water for washing, and clear and definite work assignments. Because Lewis prioritized survival, he gradually established an operating system centered on team responsibility and performance-based rewards. Miners are no longer slaves driven to toil, but producers with status, rules, and security. Meanwhile, key vein stones are being transported steadily from the mine shaft via the sled. Workers on the first sorting line are already skilled at sorting and processing the ore. The faintly glowing azure ore is sorted and piled on numbered racks, some of which has been sent to the experimental furnace workshop for refining. The remaining raw ore is also slowly accumulating, like a fuse waiting to be lit. The entire transportation system is operating almost perfectly. The Snahorn cattle track, sled access road, and winter slope path leading to the various mining areas and the main processing station have all been fully paved in the past few months. Special stone paving, tamed Snowhorn cattle transport teams, road signs, and nighttime lighting were all implemented simultaneously to ensure smooth operation even when heavy snow blocked the mountains. This not only allowed for the rapid transfer of underground materials but also provided a transportation channel for the subsequent arrival of large-scale equipment, building materials, alchemy bases, and high-temperature furnaces. Of course, what was mined was only raw stone, far from being truly used. Key vein stones are different from ordinary ores. They inherently carry extremely high magical energy and active structures. Using them without processing would not only be wasteful but could also trigger unstable reactions. When Star Forging first set foot on this tundra, there wasn't even a decent furnace. There were no factories, no assembly lines, and even very few houses. Everything had to be built from scratch. So, based on the daily intelligence system, Lewis most rationally drew up the first phase of industrial planning. It was based on the industrial zoning model he was familiar with from his previous life. Ventilation flow, zoning safety, material circulation, and even the layout of the workers' canteen and bathing area were all calculated clearly. The site was chosen on a gentle slope platform on the southeast side of the mine, close to a water source and the main road. It was only 5 li, approximately 2.5 kilometers, from the main mine entrance, facilitating ore transportation and easy security. Within 2 months of commencement, a smelting and refining industrial zone of considerable scale rose from the ground. 5 main plant buildings, arranged in a row, formed the core and heart of the entire industrial zone. First was the ore screening line, the first link in the industrial zone, where the raw ore delivered daily from the mine first arrived. The plant was equipped with a complete automatic vibrating screen track, with the ore being transported directly in via Snowhorn track. Next was the raw ore screening station, where the ore from the mine carts was directly poured onto the coarse screening platform. A combination of vibrating screens and manual sorting separated stone chips, soil, and valuable ore behind the drying shed. Simple ventilation ducts were erected, utilizing cold winter winds and manual ventilation to dry damp ore blocks, preventing moisture from interfering with subsequent ignition efficiency or storage. The second, third, and fourth main plants were the main furnace areas, containing 3 large furnaces. Essentially, these are roughly constructed pyrolysis furnaces, similar in structure to coke ovens on Earth. These furnaces don't refine pure crystals, instead, they use a process of burning, crushing, and sieving to remove impurities from the key vein stones, leaving high-energy slag and medium-purity combustible blocks. After grading, these are sent to energy storage stations, cast iron furnaces, or the soon-to-be operational steam-driven system. The furnace bodies employ a double-layered stone structure, with the interlayer filled with rock sand and iron slag to ensure high-temperature insulation and prevent heat leakage. Each furnace has a waste heat exhaust duct, directing exhaust gases to vents for discharge or use in heating water rooms. The fifth main plant is similar to an energy packaging plant, responsible for classifying and storing high-energy blocks, sealing them in iron boxes, and packaging them with moisture-proof cloth. Although key vein stones are not highly toxic, their weak energy field, when exposed for extended periods, can interfere with a person's sense of direction and even cause dizziness. Therefore, a clear grading and packaging system exists here. 7 auxiliary workshops are distributed around the main factory area. Although not essential factory buildings, they serve functions such as tool repair, cooling water pools, worker catering, temporary dormitories, medical rooms, and ore storage warehouses. Currently, the energy zone has mobilized over 4,000 craftsmen and technicians, operating on a 3-shift system, processing nearly 50 tons of key vein stones daily and producing over 10 tons of standard fuel blocks. While it sounds well organized, this system is actually not high-end. At first glance, it's all sheet metal covered with wooden frames, ox carts pulled by thick ropes, and wood-fired stoves. After all, Star Forging Territory's industrial system was not built in favorable circumstances from the beginning. Unlike the old mining areas of the Emerald Federation or the southern part of the Empire, which have developed for decades or even centuries, with many factories having undergone several generations of improvements and possessing professional stone refining furnaces that can continuously refine for several days at a time, Lewis didn't spend too much money to buy those high-end equipment. The prices of usable equipment on the market were too expensive, and the transportation costs were outrageously high. Moreover, most of what he could buy were old, decommissioned equipment, some with incomplete parts. So he had to scavenge cheap parts, disassembling and repairing them piece by piece, combining his knowledge of structural design from his previous life with consultations with local craftsmen and alchemists to assemble what he could. Without fancy magic systems or advanced magic arrays, he built a simple assembly line through human cooperation, efficient workflow, and detailed division of labor. The equipment wasn't particularly advanced, but the processes ran smoothly. Everyone knew their role and which part couldn't be neglected. A daily output of over 10 tons was achieved through sheer hard work. Even more remarkable was that this system didn't rely on imports or external assistance. All components, structures, and processes could be replicated and expanded locally in Star Forging Territory. Of course, the factory wasn't just a place filled with magical energy equipment and iron furnace pipes. For Lewis, those operating the hammer furnaces, pushing the minecarts, and adjusting the valves were the true heart that made this energy plant run. Without people, there is no production capacity. Not to mention assembly lines. So Lewis immediately ordered that all new workers must undergo basic training, or they wouldn't even be allowed near the mine shafts. The training camp was set up in an old wooden shed on the north side of the factory. There were no blackboards, and no advanced knowledge. They taught the most basic things: how to wear safety goggles, what overheating of the molten metal meant, how to operate the minicart brakes, and which color of key vein stone should not be touched. "Look at this," the instructor said, holding up a bluish-green rough stone. "Key vein stone is bright white when hot, not red. Red means it's about to explode. If you put it back in the furnace, the whole line will stop. Then, not only you, but everyone around you will be in trouble." The group of newly arrived slave workers swallowed hard and nodded hastily. "Don't underestimate this problem. One explosion and you're dead," the instructor patted his chest. This system was personally established by Lord Lewis. During breaks, the workers gathered around the stove, eating dry rations. Someone lit a tobacco stick and whispered, "Isn't it strange? Someone actually cares about the lives of us slaves." Yes, someone next to him nodded. "We've been here for 3 days, and we've been provided with equipment, clothes, and food. Yesterday, someone even came to check on our scalded feet." A small hut built of thick stone slabs in the distance was brightly lit. That was the infirmary, stocked with cold compresses, anti-inflammatory ointments, and several pharmacists on duty in shifts. There was also hot soup available regularly, enough for workers with frostbite. This wasn't a great favor, but to them, it was like a blessing from heaven. There were no whips, no curses, no one forcing them to work non-stop. They were well-fed, warmly dressed, and paid for their work. Their families could also live peacefully in town. For these people who had wandered too long in the chaos of war, this was a life they had never dared to dream of. So they kept this kindness in their hearts. Not everyone expressed gratitude verbally, but through their work. They got up earlier, moved materials faster, and meticulously sorted the stones and maintained the furnace temperature. Some began to proactively maintain the equipment, some taught themselves how to read the pressure gauge, and others polished their tools until they gleamed after each break, neatly returning them to the shelves. In this way, working in 3 shifts without stopping, the factory operated with the precision of an old clock. With their rough hands, shovel by shovel, hammer by hammer, cart by cart, they managed to push their daily ore processing volume to nearly 50 tons, consistently producing over 10 tons of standard key vein stone briquettes. Their reward became the foundation for the rise of star forging. Therefore, even though it was still in its initial stages, Lewis had already drawn up sketches for the second and third phases of the factory. And this mining area didn't only contain key vein stone. Geological exploration also discovered several rare resources such as flint marrow oil, magic marrow ore, and smoldering iron. But Lewis knew very well that at this time, the worst thing to do was to try to do too much at once. The mining and processing techniques for each mineral are different, often involving an entire independent industrial chain. He didn't want to throw Star Forging Territory's resource system into chaos before it had even established a firm foothold. Therefore, he decisively chose to focus on key vein stone. Key vein stone was currently the most urgently needed energy mineral, suitable for use as high-temperature fuel, and could also provide energy for basic magic energy equipment, making it the most suitable catalyst to support the startup of the entire territory's industry. Do one thing well first, this was the phrase he had said most often recently. Therefore, in the first phase of the plan, all resources were concentrated on the mining, transportation, screening, smelting, and pressing of key vein stone. No branching out, no trying to do multiple things at once. Even if other mineral veins were tempting, they were all temporarily shelved. Only after the miners were familiar with the work processes, the furnace temperature control gradually became standardized, the factory production lines stabilized, and even began to have a certain capacity for self-maintenance and expansion, did he plan to gradually introduce more jobs. Soon, a batch of support slaves dispatched by the Empire will arrive. Most of them are prisoners of war, debtors, and displaced persons. Although nominally slaves, they will not be exploited to death in Starforge territory as they are elsewhere. Instead, they will be trained as workers to fill the ever-expanding labor shortage in the mining areas. Only then will he consider gradually opening up the other mines and building corresponding refining and storage lines according to different types of materials, truly entering a phase of multi-line parallel industrial expansion. Of course, Lewis is not only focused on mines and factories. In his overall blueprint, which he personally planned, mining is just the pillar, while life is the foundation. Within a few kilometers of the main mining area, mining residential areas, medical stations, canteens, schools, and nurseries have been built one after another. This not only provides workers with work, but also provides them with shelter, food, medical care, and the means to raise their children. Even entertainment venues that are often overlooked, such as taverns, bathhouses, theaters, and markets, have been established one by one. The miners and laborers did hard labor, and once they earned money, they needed somewhere to spend it and somewhere to relieve stress, otherwise problems would inevitably arise. Therefore, he encouraged outsiders with business skills and craftsmanship to settle there, renting small plots of land or houses to run their own businesses, thus gradually building a self-sustaining small economic system. As infrastructure improved and the influx of outsiders steadily increased, the output of key vein stone continued to rise, and an industrial territory centered on mining was rising from the northern tundra. It was one of the few truly stable production bases of high-energy resources in the northern part of the empire. In Lewis's more far-reaching vision, it would be the first step in the future magical energy technology system. The starting point of his entire strategic industrial map. The construction of the key vein stone energy zone has been underway for more than 3 months. From the initial barren slopes of rocks to the present scene of towering chimneys, operating mine shafts, and roaring furnaces, this once forgotten tundra mining area of Star Forging territory has finally gotten on track. Daily production is now consistently maintained at 12 tons of standard fuel blocks. Such achievements are something even some established mining territories might not be able to accomplish. Starforge is now arguably the premier mining region in the north. Not all of the daily produced key vein stone fuel blocks are stockpiled. A portion is purchased by the Calvin Merchant Guild and transported via the southern trade route to several major energy-consuming territories in the southern part of the empire, used as fuel in exchange for urgently needed supplies and manpower. The other portion is distributed to Starforge's own energy needs, gradually allocated to smelting furnaces, winter heating systems for residential buildings, and the soon-to-be-built machine shops. This alleviates storage pressure and establishes a preliminary external trade cycle, providing necessary capital inflow and energy support for the steady growth of Starforge's industrial ecosystem. This means that the 4 basic systems planned in the first phase, residential areas, main roads, smelting workshops, and basic educational institutions, have all been deployed and are operational. The entire mining area has evolved from a temporary stockpile into a nascent energy town with a clear structure and defined functions. It is now nearly mid-August, and Lewis is finally preparing to leave temporarily. He will return to Red Tide territory to rest and personally oversee preparations for the upcoming autumn harvest. But the mining operations will not cease. The next phase of construction has already begun. The first batch of slaves supported by the Empire will be transferred to this territory. Plans include expanding 3 new factories and bringing in more alchemists and lower-level managers to gradually establish a more standardized production line. Starforge Territory's industry will fully enter its second phase of development. Chapter 265 War of Fury. Why? How could this happen? Batu sat frozen amidst the ruins, his eyes bloodshot, his lips cracked, yet unable to utter a sound. The battle was over. The Red Rock Shattered Axe Alliance, the most elite heavy-armored tribal army of the northern barbarians, was now nothing but scorched earth and broken bones. The blood and mud covering the hillsides were still wet. Battle banners were torn and tattered in the flames, and armor and severed limbs lay intertwined and buried on the blackened grassy slopes. The air was thick with the stench of burned fur and flesh, the corpses of wolf riders piled up haphazardly, battle axes lodged in the back of warriors' heads, and flies buzzed and swarmed around the mountains of corpses. Last night, they had 5 times the enemy's strength, held the advantage of terrain, built their camp high, and were fully equipped, their cavalry arrayed like an iron torrent on the slopes. The Shattered Axe tribe had even hung their ancestral battle banner in the heart of their camp, swearing an oath to fight to the death. Moreover, for a whole month before that, the Frostfire Legion had been driven back in defeat. The Shattered Axemen cheer daily. The final battle is imminent. Even the tribal elders predicted that Frostfire would hold out for at most 1 more day, and then it would be the moment the northern tribes would divide the spoils in victory. Everyone thought it was a crushing victory. However, before dawn, the inner lines collapsed. Without warning, without the sound of fighting, the main force was sliced open as if by an invisible blade, broken in one direction. The initial anomalies were just minor errors. First, communications suddenly ceased, the trumpeter's bronze horn emitting a sharp, lingering sound before abruptly stopping. Then, the outermost guards abandoned their lines, some even turning and rushing towards their own tents like wolves charging into a sheepfold, their eyes bloodshot. He saw some familiar warriors suddenly turn their spears and stab their own brothers, their movements ruthless and without hesitation. His brother's throat was slit beside him, he fell to the ground, thick black blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes filled with confusion, bewilderment, and despair. He even tried to shout why, with his last breath. But no one answered him. More warriors surged from their tents, their eyes terrifyingly empty, as if their very consciousness had been stripped away. They no longer distinguished friend from foe, some even plunged their battle axes into the necks of their horses, just to elicit a scream. Tents exploded in the flames, the burning smell of blood and wine mingling, creating a suffocating, bloody aroma. Shouts, roars, crashes, and the sound of bones breaking intertwined into a symphony of hell. Batu roared in order to assemble, but no one responded. He charged through 3 walls of fire before finally reaching the center of the army, only to find a ground littered with severed limbs and defectors. This was not a defeat, but a collapse of the spirit. The entire legion seemed to have, at the same moment, had its loyalty and reason stolen from their souls by something. It wasn't magic. Yet it was more terrifying than magic. Because what they had lost was their will as human beings. At the most chaotic and vulnerable moment of the Shattered Axe camp, the warriors of the Frostfire tribe finally appeared from the distant white mist. They didn't sound horns, didn't shout. And there wasn't even the thunderous sound of cavalry hoofs. They advanced silently from the morning mist like a thick iron wall. only the lifeless eyes beneath their brows were terrifying. As the first rays of sunlight shone down, it became clear that their armor was still stained with wet blood, and their long swords gleamed coldly. They charged. No roars, no slogans, yet their charge was more chilling than any scream. The rhythm of their footsteps was like a funeral procession, not for themselves, but for the chaotic, lost, and will-shattered enemy before them. Some of the axe-wielding warriors finally regained their senses and tried to resist, but their formation had already crumbled. They frantically raised their shields, but could not stop the dense, avalanche-like charge. Halberds pierced chests, blunt weapons shattered helmets, and row after row of men were knocked down and trampled. The camp gates, as if made of paper, were smashed down. "Retreat! Retreat!" a lieutenant shouted hoarsely, but his voice was drowned out by the sounds of blades slicing through the air and flesh tearing apart. The Frostfire Legion was like a cold plague, slowly eroding the entire camp from the edge of the battlefield. Every step they took was treading on pools of blood, every strike carrying an undeniable determination. They weren't fighting, they were sweeping away. Like a group of merciless executors. How could this be? Just like that, Batu knelt amidst the piles of corpses, the world before him burning and collapsing. His armor was blackened by the fire, his palms covered in blood and the stray hairs of his comrades. His thoughts were still churning, the chaotic battle scenes and the ever-collapsed orders in his mind intertwined. Just then, a gust of wind swept across the scorched earth. Amidst the swirling ashes, a figure moved against the wind. Batu looked up abruptly, and there stood Titus Frostfire before him. For a moment, Batu almost thought he was hallucinating. There were no followers, only him, but he seemed to be the embodiment of the entire battlefield's fury. His cloak billowed slightly, the wind carrying the smell of gunpowder and the stench of burnt bones. Shuanglai wore heavy armor, devoid of any family crest or color, as if it were a suit of armor crafted specifically for death. His face, besides his eyes which were calm to the point of death, bore vine-like gray-black lines that stretched from the corners of his eyes to the sides of his neck, like withered branches etched into his skin. But the way he looked at Batu felt like a weight on his chest, making him instinctively want to avoid his gaze, lower his head, and submit. Batu gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, his eyes bloodshot, his anger gradually masking an inexplicable fear. "What kind of sorcery did you use?" he roared, his voice hoarse like burnt cloth. "Poison? A curse? Or some evil spirit crawled into our brains, tearing us apart one by one?" He staggered forward, as if to pounce, but stopped abruptly at the last moment, as if he had struck an invisible line of death. "Your men, your few men. How could this be? 5 times the strength, triple-walled camps, the ancestral spirit banner flying high. How could we possibly lose? Your men aren't warriors, they're scum who betrayed their chieftain. How could they possibly tear us apart?" His eyes trembled, his hand pointing at Titus shook slightly, like a final struggle before madness. "You are not human," he whispered, as if cursing, as if talking to himself. "You are not human, you are some kind of calamity." Finally, he staggered back a step, as if possessed. "This shouldn't have happened, this couldn't have happened, this isn't the power this world should have." The wind blew across the scorched earth, fluttering the tattered edges of the broken axe banner. But Titus only sneered. The laugh was as cold as a thorn piercing from the depths of ice, neither happy nor angry, just disdain. "You still don't understand." His voice was low and hoarse. Batu wanted to retort, but his throat felt blocked, his tongue heavy as lead, the words swirling at the back of his tongue, unable to be uttered. Then, suddenly, it was as if a long-sealed book had been violently turned over in his mind, filled with memories he didn't want to recall. He saw Imperial cavalry, muskets raised, trampling through his childhood village, his mother's blood stained the snow, his father forced to kneel and swallow orders. He saw the first night he gritted his teeth and endured humiliation. He heard the silence, intrigue, and compromises disguised as oaths within the Red Rock tribe. These humiliations and hatreds, which he should have buried deep within, were now torn open like a tidal wave, flooding his mind frame by frame, as if forcibly revealed by some force. His eyes twitched violently, but he couldn't utter a single word. Titus simply watched him, silently. No hand was raised, no magical fluctuations, no threatening gesture. But standing there, he seemed to be the axis of the entire world. The Frostfire warriors around him didn't move a single soldier, yet each one was as steady as a statue, their breathing synchronized, their aura calm. Batu, without realizing it, began to unconsciously follow their breathing rhythm, his body expanding and contracting as if pulled by an invisible string. He saw Titus's figure flickering in his pupils, like a ghost swallowed by flames, eventually blurring into a bizarre scene. It was a land entwined with gray vines, cold flames burning on the vines, hills collapsing, streams frozen, and countless dark figures kneeling in the distance, as if silently begging for mercy. The gray-blue morning mist had not yet dissipated, and the chimneys above the smelter were already smoking, the aura of key vein stones floating slightly in the air. Lewis stood by the ironwood railing on the high ground, watching the bustling scene in the underground area. Teams of laborers in gray cloth uniforms were filing in, and knights patrolled the wellhead, so the order was not chaotic. "Have they already gone down the well?" he asked casually. Kyle stepped forward, his face as serious as ever. "We just finished this morning, and the branch mines around the main mine have all started operations. According to the stipulations, that batch of laborers supported by the Empire has also been fully incorporated into the mine line work teams." Lewis nodded. "How many in total?" 5,073, Kyle answered precisely. "Nearly 70% of them have criminal records, mostly redemption soldiers, family members of convicted officials, or exiled slaves. They've been divided into batches to mine, as you instructed. 10 people are grouped together, with experienced workers mentoring newcomers. No major problems, have there been any?" Kyle shook his head. "Very few incidents. A few minor conflicts were also pressed. On the contrary, they're working even harder than expected. Some are even working through the night, hoping to change their status tomorrow." Lewis smiled. "Looks like these criminals can still be saved." "What about a batch without criminal records?" "As you instructed, I've incorporated them into the factory line." Kyle nodded. "They're responsible for selecting, cleaning, furnace side ore blending, cooling, and molding. Although their movements are not fast yet, they learn the rules very seriously. Probably because of your policy of those with outstanding performance can gradually be released from slavery." Lewis' voice was calm. "As long as they are willing to do it, I don't care if they are slaves. The red tide collar has already tried it. As long as the system can hold on, these people are willing to endure hardship and work hard for freedom. They are much better than those free people who are just dawdling." Kyle paused and asked softly, "Are you really planning to let them all go?" "It's not about letting them go, it's about letting them earn it on their own." Lewis said calmly, "I'll give them away, and it's up to them whether to take it or not." After that, he patted Kyle on the shoulder. "I will go back to the red tide area first. Next is the autumn harvest season, and I will be indispensable there." Kyle suddenly raised his head. "Lord Lewis, it's just the beginning here. You're not here, we are already on the right track." Lewis raised his hand to interrupt him. "You follow my plan. After the second batch of equipment arrives, 2 lines will be expanded and the new batch of people will be organized into preliminary skilled workers. Remember to report once a week, and tell me all your questions using SwiftBird, and I will definitely reply." Kyle paused for a moment, then bowed and whispered, "Your subordinate will certainly not disappoint you." Lewis said nothing more. He glanced one last time towards the mining area. In the distance, the firelight flickered at the mine shafts, like a burning heart beneath the earth. Hundreds of figures moved like ants, yet with orderly steps. The heavy rails groaned as mine carts drove one after another towards the alchemy plant, piles of key vein stone briquettes stacked like small mountains. Sweat, heat, and the sound of gears formed the true pulse of Starforge at that moment. He then turned around, his cloak fluttering in the wind. At the end of the ramp, Sif, dressed simply, was waiting for him with her horse, a smile playing on her lips, but she didn't urge him on. The caravan behind her was already lined up. Several reinforced black iron boxes had been loaded into the middle carriage, personally sealed by Kyle. Inside were several graded and selected key vein stone samples, as well as newly registered and numbered refining formulas and equipment parameter records. Each item was more than just stone or paper. It represented the most crucial achievements list of the Starforging territory over the past 2 months. Nearly 50 knights accompanied them, all clad in light armor and ready to depart. Lewis said little, merely glancing at the sky before raising his hand in signal. A horn sounded, and the caravan turned onto a mountain road. In the dust kicked up at the rear, the Starforging mine's well towers and elevated structures appeared slowly in the twilight. The carriage gently swayed along the wide, smooth official road. Soft curtains covered the windows, blocking out the sunlight, yet the rising sun could still be felt outside. When Lewis awoke on the soft cushions in the carriage, The ceiling above him was carved with the golden vine patterns, and the carriage was filled with a faint fragrance of sandalwood and saffron. This was no longer the simple carriage he had once known. With the rapid development of the Red Tide territory, Louis no longer adhered to the early strategy of feigning poverty to cultivate a populist image. In this world, noble status was sometimes not a burden, but rather a necessary suit of armor. This vehicle was built to the standards of an earl's carriage in the southern part of the empire, featuring widened axles for shock absorption, fully leather-wrapped silver seats, a small roof ventilation array, and a separate cool water tea cabinet. It was both luxurious and practical, capable of traversing muddy roads and snowfields, yet also able to stand out without appearing shabby when parked outside a noble's meeting hall. Beside him, Sif nestled. She was sleeping soundly, half her face buried in his arm, her breathing long and even. Louis moved his shoulders slightly, without waking her, and flicked his finger gently in the air. Daily Intelligence Update complete. Chapter 266 Frosty Scout. Daily Intelligence Update complete. 1. Asta Augustus, out of boredom, toured the Northern Territory, with Red Tide Territory being one of his key targets. 2. Hamilton, a young apprentice craftsman in Red Tide Territory, possesses a rare combined talent in mechanics and alchemy, and may become a master craftsman in the future. 3. Titus of the Frostfire tribe led 3,000 elite troops, with the help of the Scorching Vine Court, to launch an offensive against the Shattered Axe and Red Rock tribes. Despite being outnumbered, he achieved a decisive victory and forcibly incorporated the two tribes' barbarian armies into his ranks. 4. The vanguard and scout forces dispatched by the Frostfire tribe have quietly crossed the border and are secretly stationed in a canyon area not far from Red Tide territory. Upon seeing the first item, he didn't even raise his eyelids, his lips twitching almost imperceptibly. There was little surprise, nor any tension. Let him come if he wants, Louis said calmly, leaning back on the cushions. He'll see it sooner or later anyway. With the Red Tide territory's current size, it can't hide anything anymore. Towns, roads, factories, thermal energy centers, let him see everything he can. He paused, his tone calm yet tinged with sarcasm. Of course, the truly valuable things won't be displayed at the main entrance. The original formula for Frosselef potion, the structure of the magic explosion bomb, the plan for the honey aura potion. He never intended to show these to anyone, let alone the sixth prince of the Iron Blood Empire. He tapped his knee with his knuckles. But letting him see the Red Tide's order and efficiency isn't a bad thing. His gaze then fell on the second piece of information, a young apprentice craftsman within the Red Tide territory. This time, his eyes narrowed noticeably. Oh, he raised an eyebrow, a long-lost interest surfacing in his eyes. He reached into his side pocket and pulled out a thick booklet, his talent list, which he always carried with him specifically for gathering this kind of intelligence. The booklet contained the names of various individuals selected from the daily intelligence reports, from agricultural official Mick to craftsman Valentine, and administrative officer Night Green. Most of them had now become indispensable backbone forces on various fronts of the Red Tide territory. They've managed to get several industries up and running so quickly, all thanks to this intelligence, he thought to himself, flipping through a few pages before stopping at the most recent entry and writing, number 147, Hamilton, craftsman apprentice, potential in both mechanical and alchemy. He closed the booklet and gently tapped the cover, another gem. Louis's gaze lingered on the third intelligence report for an unusually long time. He had been leaning back in his seat, holding the intelligence booklet in one hand, his expression relaxed and languid. But upon seeing this report, his eyes narrowed instantly, and he sat up straight. Just a few days ago, the intelligence report stated that Titus had suffered a series of defeats, and the Frostfire tribe was on the verge of collapse. He had thought the Frostfire tribe was about to withdraw from the power struggle in the north, but overnight they staged a complete reversal, even swallowing up two barbarian armies. This turn of events was too ruthless, too fast, too strange. He frowned slightly, tapping his fingers on the words Burning Morning Vine Court. Burning Morning Vine Court? What is that? He had never heard of this term before, nor had any records mention such an existence. A completely unfamiliar trump card that could rewrite the course of the war had suddenly appeared. It only reminded him of those mother nests that sprang from the ground, a nightmare he didn't want to relive. Another kind of ancient magic. His eyes turned cold, his vigilance instantly reaching its peak. In any case, it was time to redeploy the Red Tide territory's military system. This so-called Frostfire Alliance probably wouldn't last long before it integrated a new military order in the north. Once they unified, the Red Tide, as the most stable force in the north, would undoubtedly become one of the battlefields. He had to prepare in advance. Then he calmly glanced at the 4th intelligence report. Scouts have crossed the border and are stationed on the edge of my territory. Lewis narrowed his eyes, pondered for a few moments, then gently tapped the carriage window frame. On the way back, detour to the vicinity of that canyon and invite that group over. His gaze shifted to Sif, who was still fast asleep beside him. Her white hair was scattered messily on the blanket, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her face was serene. Wasn't the predecessor of the Frostfire tribe the Cold Moon tribe? If those vanguards were truly remnants of the Cold Moon lineage, Sif might still recognize them. In that case, it would be good to let her talk to them first. After reading the intelligence, Lewis closed the intelligence booklet, his movements swift and decisive. Even on the journey, he never neglected his daily cultivation. He closed his eyes slightly, sat cross-legged in the center of the carriage, slowly circulating his internal fighting spirit breathing technique while guiding the flow of meditation magic in his mental realm. The two intertwined, and with each breath, his blood and spiritual energy resonated, immersing him in a state of iron-like stillness during cultivation. He had persisted in this kind of cultivation for many years. It had long been integrated into his life, as natural as eating and sleeping. After finishing his cultivation, he opened his eyes, his expression even more restrained and sharp. You've finally finished your cultivation," a familiar girl's voice rang out in the car. Sif had gotten up some time earlier, changed her clothes, and was now wearing a clean and light travel dress. Her white hair was tied into a loose braid, making her look radiant yet languid. She came over carrying a small silver tray with an exquisite breakfast, toasted bread rolls, hot pies with cheese filling, and jam and smoked meat, a specialty of Red Tide territory. I specially had them prepare this in advance. It would have gotten cold if you hadn't gotten up. Sif turned her head away, a slight smile playing on her lips. You start cultivating as soon as you wake up again. It's rare to have someone accompany me for breakfast. Lewis reached out and took the tray, looking at her with a smile in his eyes. Isn't it because someone's here that they prepared it for me early? HMPH, sweet talk, she pouted, sat down next to him, picked up a piece of jam bread, and took a bite, chewing it very carefully. The two ate in silence, the atmosphere warm and relaxed for a moment. By the way, Lewis suddenly spoke up halfway through the meal, the barbarian tribes are at war again. Sif paused, her hand holding the fork still, her expression slightly serious. She responded softly, her eyes lowered. Lewis watched her, his expression unchanged, yet he carefully observed every subtle reaction. 2 years ago, she had revealed her identity to him, the last princess of the Cold Moon tribe. She still hated those who had killed her father and exterminated her tribe, but to this day, she didn't know who had done it, or which blade had severed her father's head. Blood had flowed like rivers then, and the truth had long been buried in the tribal war. This hatred had no target, no way to retaliate. It could only be sealed in her heart, like an unsheathed sword, drinking in silence day after day. I know someone among them harmed my father, she said softly, her gaze fixed on the misty mountains outside the carriage window. But I still don't know who it was. She paused, her voice lowering even further. And no one remembers the name Han Yu anymore. Over the years, she had assisted Lewis step by step in managing the Red Tide, rising from a junior secretary to a de facto ruler. She had personally handled everything, political affairs, mining, defense deployment, and the hatred had been layered over by these mundane tasks. But she hadn't forgotten. She had simply tried her best not to think about it. If I could, she lowered her head, a little shy, but still frankly said, right now, I just want to be with you, to give you a son, and to stay by your side. The carriage fell silent for a moment. Lewis raised an eyebrow, a hint of a sigh and pity flashing in his eyes. This isn't like you 2 years ago, always gritting your teeth. You want me to be like that again? Are you a pervert? She retorted softly, giving him a slight glare. No. Lewis reached out and stroked her hair, smiling slightly. But since they've reappeared, we'll have to face them sooner or later. Sif didn't speak, only nodded gently. This scout squad consisted of only a dozen or so men, each clad in heavy furs and with sharp eyes. Their appearance differed slightly from typical barbarians. They were more silent and reserved. Their animal hide robes weren't adorned with exaggerated bone ornaments, but rather had muted colors, making them easier to conceal themselves in the snowy forest. Leading the way was a woman. She was tall, carrying a double-edged spear, her shoulder armor wrapped with a band of faded silver wolf skin, and a feathered bone hairpin tucked into her hair. It was a traditional ornament of the old Cold Moon tribe, symbolizing an undying fire beneath the frost. Her face was angular, her eyes like blades beneath ice. Though she didn't speak, she made the burly men behind her instinctively suppress their frivolity. Her name was Visa, the temporary leader of this squad. They were originally a remnant of the Frost Moon tribe, forced to submit after Frostfire's crushing defeat of Frost Moon. Now, they were merely marginal remnants within Frostfire, barely even registered in the official ranks. Visa and her squad belonged to the loyalist faction of Frost Moon, sent by Titus to the north as spies. Nominally, they were vanguards, but in reality, they were nothing more than marginalized pawns. They knew that true trust had been buried in the snow with the blood of Frost Moon's destruction. But if they could achieve merit here, perhaps they could regain some initiative. For themselves, and for their shattered old banner. So they headed south. The first impression upon crossing the border was desolation. Withered grasslands, dilapidated camps, villages half-rebuilt after being burned, and skeletons scattered along the way, not yet cleared away. The disaster brought by the Mother Nest had almost plunged the entire northern border of the Empire into hell. After all, the Mother Nest was initially established within the Empire by the Despair Witches as a planting base, and the first wave of attacks had all been directed at Frost Spear City. Ironically, the barbarian tribes beyond the northern border, being too far from the center of the Mother Hive, were only slightly disturbed by the ripples. Thus, the current situation became extremely ironic. The wilderness remained intact, while the Empire's northern border was severely damaged. They began to whisper among themselves, if Frostfire could truly unify the tribes and then advance south, this currently devastated northern border might very well be swallowed whole. A scout licked his dry lips. When that day comes, we won't have to beg the Empire for winter food anymore. Visa remained silent, but his gaze grew increasingly resolute. For the tribe, this was a turning point. For them, the marginalized, it might be the only path to advancement. They traveled, observing. The desolate landscape was almost numbing. Occasionally, they would see a few still functioning noble territories, but whether it was soldiers, farmland, facilities, or roads, everything seemed to be clinging to life with its last breath, listless and dying. But at the very edge of this wasteland, they finally encountered an unexpected scene. When the mountain path suddenly opened up, revealing a whole cluster of cities before them, even the well-traveled Visa involuntarily tightened the reins. Crimson Tide territory. The city walls were neatly repaired, watchtowers stood tall, and carriages moved about in an orderly fashion. High towers reflected a faint silver light in the sunlight, and distant workshops emitted orderly plumes of white smoke. Pedestrians on both sides of the road hurried along, yet showed no sign of panic. Even the patrolling cavalry wore uniform armor, their discipline unusual for the north. Is this acceptable? In the north, there are places like this, a young scout murmured in disbelief. Frost Spear City isn't this good either, another added quietly. Visa didn't speak, only staring at the city's markers, sentry posts, and road layout, his face gradually darkening. This wasn't an ordinary defensive line, it was a meticulously designed, continuously expanded, and long-maintained war machine. And clearly, it was still operating, even growing stronger. They exchanged glances. No one spoke. In the ravaged north, this stable, intact, and even outrageously prosperous territory stood out starkly. It wasn't a refuge for survivors, but rather the nascent sign of a new order. Set up camp around here, she finally said, her voice low but unwavering. Don't disturb them yet, let's observe more closely. This was the most prosperous northern territory she had ever seen, and also the most dangerous. They found a secluded campsite in a canyon outside Red Tide territory. It was a natural rocky ravine, long and narrow, surrounded by rugged cliffs, providing shelter from the wind and easy access for nighttime sentries. Visa and her men worked through the night to set up camouflage, keeping the smoke low, and rotating sentries to avoid alerting any patrols. She was extremely cautious, even a stray falcon flying by would draw her attention to its trajectory. She had a nagging feeling that something was very wrong here. Over the next few days, they took turns infiltrating the outer mountains, approaching the city's defenses, and even attempting to record the daily changing of the guard and the changes in formation. This couldn't have been built in just a few years, Viscera murmured, staring at the outline on the drawing board. A few years ago, this was wasteland, an old scout beside her whispered. I remember we camped here overnight during our infiltration of the southern front. There was nothing there then, just swampy weeds and skeletons, but now, the young scout lowered his binoculars, his voice hoarse, there are walls, streets, workshops. This place looks like it fell straight from the sky. What alarmed them most wasn't the prosperity, but the discipline. The Red Tide's garrison showed no sign of slackness or negligence. Sentinels never left their posts, patrols changed shifts at set times, and each squad coordinated with hawks and luminous flags. Everything was as precise as a model of Imperial Regular Army central drills. Even more bizarrely, they saw no obvious signs of post-war reconstruction, no ruins, no fire marks, no trace of displaced refugees, and almost no signs of wounds caused by the mother nest. Didn't the mother nest come here back then? Someone whispered in suspense. Viscera remained silent, pondering the question. How did they manage to do all this in just a few years? And then, at dusk on the fifth day, the situation suddenly changed. Chapter 267 Traitor. On the fifth day at dusk, before the snowfall, a chilling, unsettling atmosphere permeated the canyon, as if even the air itself had fallen silent. Deep within the camp, wisps of smoke were just rising, and the whispered reports of scouts echoed among the rocks. Visa crouched behind a rock before a map, frowning as she studied the updated border defense map. The sentry positions change slightly every day. I can't figure out the pattern, but it's definitely a planned adjustment, a scout said, chewing on dried meat, his voice low. This is the best defended northern territory I've ever seen, another veteran said, frowning. Visa's gaze grew increasingly grave. She could sense that the border defenses here were not merely fortifications. The rhythm and layout didn't resemble the style of a regular imperial lord, it was more like a frontier fortress system meticulously crafted by a highly professional military corps during wartime. This meant the owner of this territory was no ordinary person. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a soft whooshing sound beside her ear. Bang! A cloud of icy blue smoke exploded at the canyon entrance, rapidly spreading a potion carrying a strange fragrance. Visa had no time to react, her body suddenly went limp. Immediately afterward, dozens of Crimson Tide Knights sprang out from both sides of the mountain path. They launched their attacks silently, their coordination almost chilling. Their tactics were clear, their teamwork precise. One threw grenades, one controlled the area, one captured, like precise gears. In just a few breaths, more than 10 scouts were hit and fell to the ground, rolling into the forest, unconscious. Visa gritted her teeth, swinging her spear in retaliation, trying to protect her last few companions, her figure as swift as a snow fox. But just as she swung her spear, she heard a soft sound behind her, a subtle, cool scent wafting towards her as another magic bomb exploded beside her. She felt her knees buckle, her strength draining away as if all her power had been drained. Gurgle, the rocks, the shadows of the forest, the flames of war, and the shouts before her blurred rapidly amidst the violent shaking, as if the entire world had been torn apart. Her last thought before collapsing was, "We've been watched for a long time." The last scene before she lost consciousness was the Knights' orderly charge into the camp, their movements as silent and synchronized as a mirror image, swiftly suppressing and disarming all the surviving scouts. The cold clanging of metal buckles, heavy breathing, and practiced footsteps intertwined. Then, she sank into the cold, dark void. Consciousness returned in a cold, damp atmosphere. Visa opened her eyes, and the first thing she felt wasn't light, but a chill down her spine, the rough, hard stone wall against her back, damp with the underground moisture. A flick of her wrist immediately produced the sound of chains being pulled. She was bound and secured to the dungeon wall, her ankles also shackled, limiting her movement to only a few steps. She struggled to look up and realized she was in a well-constructed underground cell built of gray-black stone. The iron door was heavy, the cracks narrow, letting in only a sliver of light. This was the dungeon of the Crimson Tide territory. It wasn't a makeshift, rudimentary prison, but a standardized, long-term detention facility. She could even smell the lingering stench of rust and blood on the walls. Footsteps approached. Steady, rhythmic, neither too fast nor too slow, the gait of soldiers honed through years of training. The iron gate opened. 4 guards in red-tied standard armor filed in, followed by a man in a black official robe. The interrogator, expressionless, walked up to Visa and, without a word, asked in a cold and direct tone, "Name, tribe, mission objective." No one responded, and for the next few hours, Red Tide conducted the interrogation in an extremely imperial manner. They separated each person. Each interrogation room consisted of a presiding interrogator, a recorder, and 2 guards. The questions were almost identical. Every clue revealed was quickly recorded, filed, and cross-referenced. Even deliberate lies were quickly exposed through the overlap of information. Visa was left until last. She sat in her cell with its black stone walls for most of the day before finally being taken to a relatively brighter interrogation room. She wasn't tortured or humiliated, she was simply led into a small interrogation room made of black stone, placed on a fixed iron chair, her hands chained to the armrests. A middle-aged man sat before her, dressed neatly in black, his face expressionless. "Visa," he said, cutting to the chase, "your accomplice has admitted to barbarian ancestry and participated in the unauthorized border crossing, constituting a suspected military spy." Visa remained silent, her gaze indifferent. The man stared at her, continuing, "The feathered hairpin you wear is only worn by former members of the Cold Moon tribe?" These words cut like a knife into her heart. Visa remained silent, clenching her teeth tightly. The interrogator stared at her silently for a long time, then closed the record file expressionlessly. He stood up and walked to the table. "You won't talk, is that it? Then listen carefully. We'll pluck your fingernails, one by one. We'll drill holes in your leg bones, pour in ice water, so you can clearly hear the sound of your bone marrow cracking from the cold. We'll burn your skin, piece by piece. Not to force you to talk, just to see when you start to cry." He leaned closer, his voice extremely soft, but each word sharp as a needle. "Then we'll drag you into the snow, strip you naked, throw you in a snowdrift without letting you die, freeze you for a few hours, then pull you back and continue questioning." He then stared intently into Visa's eyes, but there was no fear in them. Instead, they glared back fiercely. The interrogator straightened up and slowly put his gloves back on. "I guarantee you'll talk, it's just not the right time yet." The iron gate slammed shut, the lock clicking and rattling with a heavy, tomb-like thud. Visa huddled in a corner of the dungeon, her shackles removed, replaced by something even heavier, waiting. Then, for some reason, these people never appeared again. There was no torture, no more questioning. Countless days passed. Silence, darkness, and cold filled the air, broken only by the dripping water from the high walls and the occasional shots from afar, as if the world outside the cell had been sealed off as well. She kept repeating one sentence, "I am the clan's sword." The sword does not betray, but she also understood that this pride had become a joke in a sense. Someone in her ranks must have already spoken. It wasn't that they were weak, it was that they were still young. They didn't know what dignity was. And Titus wouldn't come to their rescue. Not that he hadn't come yet, but that he simply wouldn't. She wasn't stupid. Titus didn't need loyal subjects, but tools, and she was already useless. "I guess I'm still too pedantic," she thought to herself with a self-deprecating smile, slowly sitting down against a cold stone wall. The Frost Moon tribe is long gone. For whom do I guard this innocence? But that last shred of pride still gnawed at her heart, like the last embers not yet buried by the snow. Therefore, she would rather rot on this underground than let those high and mighty imperial people hear a single word about her people from her. Even now that she was loyal to Frostfire, even that Titus had abandoned her, she still tightly gripped the blood-stained fragment of the Frost Moon armband hidden in the seam of her clothes. Sif stood at the end of the stone steps, her steps slightly halting. The dungeon was cold and damp, black mold growing in the cracks of the walls, the chill creeping inch by inch into her bones from the bluestone floor. Her heart was beating a little fast, but she did not back down. Not long after returning to Crimson Tide territory, Lewis told her, "We captured a group of barbarian scouts. They were operating in the canyons of Crimson Tide territory. They are from the Frost Moon clan." Sif remained silent until Lewis softly added, "Would you like to see her?" She hesitated for a moment, then nodded. She wanted to know the truth. She needed to know who had betrayed her father, and who had killed her brother and mother in the fire. At the end of the corridor was a heavy iron door, from which came faint breathing. A guard opened the door for her. Sif was somewhat surprised. She recognized a person. She even remembered her name was Visa, the female warrior who had protected her with her spear when she was young. Now, however, She was disheveled, thin, and huddled in a corner, covered in dirt and exhaustion. The other person also looked up. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze for a moment. It's you. Visa's throat was hoarse, his eyes filled with shock and complex emotions. Sif stood by the door, motionless for a long time. She had imagined countless times the scene of reuniting with the remnants of the old tribe. Would it be a roar? An accusation? Silence? Or complete estrangement? But at this moment, she simply looked quietly at the warrior before her, who had once shed blood for the cold moon. Visa struggled to his feet, still bearing the stiffness of a barbarian soldier. Why are you here? You betrayed us. Visa's throat tightened, his voice hoarse. That question ignited Sif's long-suppressed emotions like a spark. Images flashed through her mind, the blood on her father's chest, her mother's cries, her brothers lying on the ground. She stood ramrod straight, her fists clenched until they were almost white, her voice filled with anger. Did I betray them? Did I kill my father? Kill my mother? My brothers and sisters are buried one by one in the snow. Did I betray them? The air froze instantly. By the way, she smiled coldly, her eyes like knives. The Frost Moon tribe no longer exists. Tell me, what are you now loyal to? Do you still live up to the oath you once swore? As soon as she finished speaking, Visa seemed struck dumb, choking violently. She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Her whole body tensed, her eyes blank. Something stuck in her throat. In the end, she could only lower her head, like a puppet with its skeleton torn apart. Silence froze like frost in the dungeon air. After a long while, Sif asked in a low voice, "Do you know who poisoned my father at the banquet?" Visa bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, "Everyone says it was Lord Titus. But there's no direct evidence. It's just that after that, things happened one after another, and in the end, Frost Moon became Frostfire. Titus." Sif froze. The gentle yet always somewhat distant face flashed through her mind. Her cousin, Titus, who had carried her on horseback and taught her archery when she was young. She had suspected him before. But when the truth was laid bare before her, she was still stunned. Not because of shock, but because it made too much sense. "Are you sure?" Visa shook his head. No evidence. But it was he who led the army to purge the royal tent, and it was he who, months later, renamed Frost Moon to Frostfire. A sharp pain pierced Sif's heart, but she didn't show it. She simply stood straighter, her voice lowered. "Tell me everything you know about Frostfire." Visa seemed to have suddenly lost her grip. She had been fearless during the interrogation at Red Tide Interrogators Road, but now, facing Sif, she was like a kite with a broken string. She poured out everything she knew, from the Frostfire border supplies to Titus's outposts in the north, from the hidden conflicts between the barbarian tribes to how the war with the Shattered Axe tribe was conducted. She spoke faster and faster, more and more incoherently, as if long-suppressed emotions had completely collapsed, spilling everything she knew. Gone was the resistance she had shown to the interrogator in the dungeon, gone was the barbarian warrior's backbone. Sif listened without uttering a single superfluous word. She simply whispered, closed the door. The iron gate slammed shut, the heavy clicks of the latches echoing down the corridor. Visa remained seated in the corner, hugging her knees tightly, her face buried in her arms, as if her entire being had collapsed. The vows, the battle flags, the glory, all seemed like a silent joke. The night was deep, the lights within the Crimson Tide Tower dim. Sif walked up to the government building, the echo of her boots echoing coldly through the corridor. She didn't knock, but simply pushed the door open. Lewis was hunched over his desk, organizing some blueprints. Hearing the door open, he glanced up at her, raising an eyebrow, seemingly noticing something amiss in her expression. "What did they say?" he asked, his tone calm. Sif didn't answer, but silently walked forward. She stood before his desk for a few seconds, her expression as hard as a statue, but the next moment, the emotions buried for so long finally crumbled. She spoke softly. "It was Titus. It was him. They all say he killed my father." Her voice was as thin as a pinprick, yet choked with suppressed sobs. "He was my brother, the person I trusted most since childhood. He even taught me archery, and he was by my side when father died. How could he?" She slumped into her chair, burying her face in her hands. "I stayed here, I stood up again, I even thought I had stopped hating. But I can't lie to myself, I haven't let go at all. They say I betrayed Hanayu, but Hanayu is long gone." She almost lost control, tears silently streaming down her face, dripping onto the delicate metal clasp in front of her, blurring her long-suppressed stubbornness. Louis didn't say a word more, gently pulling her onto his lap, drawing her closer, his palm softly stroking her back. At that moment, she didn't resist. She leaned against him, as if she finally didn't have to face all this alone anymore. The heavy weight of betrayal, the hatred of her clan's annihilation, the tearing of blood between her bones and the guilt, all surged like a tide, engulfing her inch by inch in the quiet office. "You've done very well," Louis said softly. Sif didn't respond, only burying her face deeper into his shoulder, like a child finally allowed to be vulnerable. After a long silence, Louis said softly, "Go back and get some sleep. We'll handle the rest later." Sif nodded gently, her eyes red-rimmed as she stood up, glanced at Louis, and turned to leave the office. The door closed, and everything was quiet, as if nothing had happened. A short while later, an official carrying a black leather file folder entered and placed a sealed document on the long table in front of Louis. A record of Miss Sif's conversation with the scout leader, Visa. He bowed slightly. Louis nodded, and after the others left, he unsealed the envelope and opened the thick notebook. The handwriting was neat, the sentences precise, the recorder had almost meticulously copied the emotionally charged yet information-packed conversation word for word. His gaze quickly swept over each line, the lines between his brows deepening as he followed several key words. The conversation between Visa and Sif was almost piercingly direct, without any concealment, and almost entirely without misleading. Combined with his daily intelligence system's recent summary of clues about the Frostfire tribe, this confession could almost be considered highly credible. Titus, he murmured the name, his fingertips lightly tapping the edge of the page. As a former member of the Frost Moon's bloodline, he had quickly risen to power after the Frost Moon's destruction, absorbing the old forces and reorganizing the system under the Frostfire banner, acting cleanly and decisively. Coupled with the mysterious power of the Scorching Vine Court, he was indeed a formidable opponent. Louis slowly closed the intelligence report, let out a soft breath, and stood up to walk to the window, gazing at the snowy antenna field shrouded in night beyond the city walls. For some reason, he had a clear premonition, the direct confrontation with Titus was not far off. And he would settle this blood debt, one by one, for Sif and for himself. Chapter 268 Changes in the Red Tide Territory. Sunlight streamed through gaps in the clouds, bringing a rare, clear and bright day to Crimson Tide territory. The streets were free of snow, and the air even carried a touch of crisp warmth. Louis Calvin made his appearance discreetly. He wore a black cloak, followed by several well-equipped but understated knights. The overall atmosphere was unassuming, prioritizing safety over public attention. After all, in Crimson Tide territory, he was like the sun. A high-profile outing might cause a minor commotion or even a stampede, which would be disastrous. Today, he was heading to the Artisans District to discuss the manufacture of new weapons with a chief craftsman. Stepping out of the main gate of the government building, the stone-paved street stretched straight ahead. A cold wind blew, causing the pine trees on either side to sway gently. The clean and tidy street reflected Crimson Tide's current order and new atmosphere. Despite his deliberate attempt to be discreet, some sharp-eyed citizens recognized him. After all, the sun's rays were difficult to conceal. But Louis quickly raised his hand, gesturing slightly to signal everyone to be quiet and not make a fuss. The crowd immediately quieted down, excitedly watching, but without shouting. They simply bowed quietly to express their gratitude. Beside Louis stood Bradley, the nearly 60-year-old butler of the Calvin family, now a pillar of the Red Tide's administration. This was no exaggeration. Today, he personally accompanied Louis, reporting on the latest progress of the urbanization plan as they walked. The two strolled along the street, and with each step, the lines once on blueprints were now taking shape in the bricks, cement, and zoning plans, their outlines sharp and their transformation dramatic. Bradley chuckled, pointing his cane towards the street ahead, and said, "The Red Tide's urbanization plan is becoming a reality step by step, just as you planned it. Although we can't yet perfectly recreate your ideal blueprint, we are steadily approaching it." Louis nodded, his eyes calm yet revealing satisfaction. In the 3 months he had been away, the changes in the Red Tide were indeed enormous. For example, his daily administrative affairs were no longer confined to the earthen castle. The new administrative center was officially opened, with all departments of Red Tide working together in a centralized location, significantly improving administrative efficiency and making the entire city-state run more smoothly. Well done, Bradley. As expected of the old butler of the Calvin family, your administrative efficiency has never disappointed me, Lewis praised. Bradley smiled slightly, clearly pleased with the praise. And the roads they were walking on were now vastly different from before. Once upon a time, the streets and alleys of Red Tide territory were just dirt roads. Although kept clean, they became muddy after rain, and snow became a nightmare for both people and horses. Residents, carriages, and transport vehicles were all mixed together, and no one knew which road to take. As for drainage, that was almost a pipe dream. In winter, snow piled up like mountains, and water froze into ice, making the entire city feel like it was sealed in a cold cage. Now it's different. Under Lewis's planning, Red Tide territory completely replaced its urban framework. A 3-section main road system was laid out, a central avenue, branch streets, and residential alleys with clear divisions of functions. The main road is constructed of thick stone bricks, with some sections pre-embedded with heating channels to be filled with warm water in winter to melt snow and prevent slipping. Snow removal and drainage ditches are installed along the street, flowing into specially designed snowmelt pools to prevent flooding. The alleys have been rebuilt with cobblestone paths, supplemented by a ditch-guided structure, making them both aesthetically pleasing and practical. The entire city has a uniform road width and spacing, with rows of pine and cypress trees lining the roads, not only providing shelter from wind and snow, but also adding a lot of greenery and a sense of order. Bradley reported in a low voice, his tone carrying an undisguised sense of accomplishment. 1/3 of the main street is completed. According to your drawings, the heating pipes have been connected to the government building and some residences. He paused, his gaze looking at the section of the street still under construction ahead. It is expected that the intersection of the main road and the auxiliary road will also be completed in another 2 months. Lewis nodded, his gaze sweeping over the neatly laid new bricks and the clear ditches. Next step, he said calmly, prioritize expanding to schools and medical clinics. Bradley nodded as he took notes. Understood, sir. I will have the planning department prepare the budget and manpower in advance. Along the way, the muddy roads of the past were gone, and the city's framework was becoming increasingly clear. After walking for a while, Bradley suddenly glanced at a familiar building in the distance and said in a seemingly casual tone, actually, sir, regarding your earthen castle, I think it's time to consider rebuilding it. Lewis paused slightly and turned to look at him. Why? Bradley coughed and said very tactfully, it's somewhat out of place with the overall style of the current Red Tide main city area. Lewis was silent for a moment, then looked up at the old castle. Fully functional and structurally sound, it was the first site he had personally planned. I think it's actually quite good. Of course, its practicality is undeniable, Bradley added respectfully, but in terms of appearance, it is indeed somewhat, well, plain. To be honest, many people think it doesn't look like a lord's residence at all, but rather like a granary. A granary. Lewis's lips twitched. Bradley bowed very seriously. Moreover, you are now the most dazzling sun in the north. Your residence should naturally match this status. Even just standing there should inspire or... Lewis sighed. Well, not only Bradley, but even his personal knight and the head chef had mentioned this. Since public opinion was pointing in one direction, he, the lord who valued the people, could only then wait until the plans for other areas are completed, and then demolish and rebuild. Lewis finally spoke, his tone carrying a hint of helpless concession. Hearing this, Bradley visibly relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Thank you for your wisdom, my lord. He bowed respectfully, but a hint of smugness flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, he knew how to persuade this rational yet stubborn young lord. Bradley knew that Lewis wasn't truly attached to that earthen building. It was merely a practical fortress he had planned for efficiency and security when he first built Red Tide. It was a tool, not a symbol. He had always adhered to the philosophy of if it works, never wasting resources for vanity. But things were different now. Red Tide was no longer a remote and barbaric outpost, but one of the fastest rising cities in the north, with a booming population, stable order, and a thriving economy. And Lewis was no longer the boy sitting in a construction site tent drawing blueprints, but one of the most powerful and respected nobles in the empire's north. He needed a castle befitting his status. Towering, majestic, inspiring awe in those who came and fear in those who were enemies. The castle is the face of the Lord, Bradley thought to himself. We cannot let this Lord's face Be as plain and unadorned as a granary tower, the Red Tide territory of today not only had the ability to build a new castle, but also the right to establish a symbol of a new era for this new city. Looking at the ambitious Bradley, Lewis thought to himself, I didn't expect this old guy to be a wonder enthusiast too. The group then arrived at the core residential area of Red Tide territory, the earliest place in the entire territory to be rebuilt. Here lived the original people of Red Tide, or more precisely, the nameless group once called slaves, refugees, and natives. They had helped Lewis build the city's initial form with their backs during Red Tide's most chaotic period of development. Now they were the core citizens of the city, and Lewis's first step in renovating their residential area was to do so. It was what they deserved. The neighborhood was now completely transformed, replaced by rows of uniformly styled, rounded buildings. Lewis named them Red Tide-style domed houses. Bradley stood before a newly completed dome, tilting his head slightly, and proudly introduced, this area is 80% rebuilt. It all uses your envisioned semi-buried structure, with geothermal heating for winter, an automatic skid-back roof to prevent collapse, and double-insulated walls, truly an ideal dwelling for cold regions. Lewis nodded, his gaze sweeping over every door and window. Those who had once huddled in the snow to survive could now open their doors and breathe the warm air, a heavy feeling subtly easing within him. The population density has been halved, but the space per household has nearly tripled, Bradley continued. Indoor temperature control, water purification, and a street numbering system have been implemented. Sanitation issues have also been resolved. Since last winter, there hasn't been a single case of infectious disease in this area. The streets were wide and straight, cobblestone paths crisscrossing, ditches extending gracefully, shaded by pine and cypress trees, exuding a warm and inviting atmosphere. The exterior walls of each house were uniformly painted in dark gray, indigo red, and dark gold, conveying a sense of warmth and solemnity. Bradley chuckled softly, his tone brimming with undisguised pride. A complete transformation. Lewis smiled faintly, his voice carrying a gentle approval. Well done, Bradley. This was the biggest difference between Lewis and traditional nobles. Other lords thought about how to exploit, tax, and conscript soldiers. He, however, thought about providing heating, snow removal, and developing his territory. He incorporated his knowledge from his previous life, urban functional zoning, road classification, heating systems, architectural aesthetics, into his blueprints, which now finally materialized into every brick and tile, integrated into this territory. And Bradley, always by his side, transformed those fantastical ideas into tangible brick walls and streets. Next, we will extend this standard to the entire Red Tide city, Bradley said softly. All newly built areas will use domed roofs and a unified three-color design, ensuring a consistent urban landscape. Along the way, they passed an unfinished plaza construction site. A light snowflake stirred in the wind. The gray-white stone bricks were more than half laid, the foundation of the central area was being compacted, and the framework of several tall pillars was already taking shape. Although not yet completed, one could already imagine the magnificent scene of crowds gathering here in the future. Bradley stopped and pointed ahead, saying, "This is Crimson Tide Plaza, adjacent to the government building. According to your design, it will be used for issuing decrees, public assemblies, and military parades. The ground paving is expected to be completed next month, and it will be open to the public before winter." Lewis nodded. The other two plazas, Bradley continued, one is planned in the west of the city, near the newly built school and theater, as a recreational plaza. The other is in the south of the city, connecting the market, warehouses, and the commercial street, and will become the Red Tide's Market Plaza, recreation, assembly, and trade. 3 plazas, 3 functions, he summarized with a nod. Along the way, Lewis nodded frequently, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the new buildings along the street, the road signs at the intersections, and the busy craftsmen and surveyors in the plazas. The lines on those blueprints were becoming reality, and the blueprint for the future was being realized brick by brick. Finally, the two arrived at their destination, the Red Tide Territory Industrial Zone. Located on the southern slope plateau, the terrain was gentle, close to the main source of the Red Tide River, and connected to multiple raw material transport routes. It was the result of Lewis's personal survey and site selection. It's sheltered from the wind in winter and well ventilated in summer, Bradley said, smiling as he led the way. It's close to the storage area and transport routes, so raw materials can enter immediately, and processed goods can be directly transported out of the city. Looking around, Workshops stood in orderly rows, their chimneys emitting plumes of white smoke, yet there was no chaos or noise. The buildings, varying in height, were precisely divided according to their craftsmanship, metallurgy, woodworking, alchemy and magical experimentation, weaving and leatherwork, neatly arranged and clearly layered. "This is the final version of the third reconstruction," Bradley said softly, his tone carrying a hint of respect. "Yes, this is no longer a temporary production site for a certain territory, but the future heart of industry, a multifunctional base integrating production, training, and technological research and development. Fire breaks are strictly demarcated, and sufficient safety distances are maintained between workshops. The main roads are wide and straight, facilitating the passage of large transport wagons and official inspections. There are also centrally managed public tool warehouses and material distribution stations, ensuring unified and efficient resource distribution and eliminating waste. Craftsmen's restrooms, canteens, shift systems, these are details that traditional nobles never considered, but they are the parts that Lewis values most. The apprenticeship training camp in the industrial zone has also begun operation, and a new batch of young people are receiving instruction from experienced craftsmen. In the future, they will become the first generation of craftsmen who will support the industrial backbone of this land. In other territories, workshops are the noisiest and most chaotic places, but here, it is a symbol of discipline, production, and technology going hand in hand," Bradley said, looking into the distance. Lewis stood on the high ground, watching the entire industrial zone operate smoothly under the winter sun, and a smile appeared on his face. He had no doubt that this industrial zone might still be seen by some old-fashioned nobles as just a gathering place for crude craftsmen, but in his eyes, this was the starting point of the future. Lewis had just stepped down the stone steps, his steps not yet fully steady, when a rough, booming voice came from ahead. "Yo! Our lord has arrived." The man had a full beard, wore a heavy leather apron, and had a piece of oilcloth draped over his shoulder. He was naturally Mike, now the head of all the craftsmen in the Red Tide Industrial Zone. "Mike," Lewis nodded with a smile. Mike strode over, his movements bold, but as he approached, he subconsciously toned down his rudeness, wiping his burn-scarred hands on the hem of his clothes before giving a solemn bow. "Sir, the craftsman management team has arrived and is waiting in the conference room." His tone was bold, but the seriousness and anticipation within it were clear to anyone. Today they were going to discuss a new weapon system development plan concerning the future of the entire Red Tide. Chapter 269 New Weapons. The new conference room in the Red Tide Territory Industrial Zone, located at the heart of the craftsmen's quarters, is a core venue specifically designed for major technical discussions. Its structure is a stone and wood hybrid, with heavy beams firmly supporting an arched roof. A 5-meter-long solid wood conference table in the center resembles a battlefield command post, its surface covered with the latest weapon sketches and metal samples. Surrounding it sit the core craftsmen of the Red Tide Territory, dressed in uniform leather robes, their chests emblazoned with the sun gear emblem personally designed by Lewis, a symbol of this industrial legion's glory. They respect their lord not only for his power, but also for the designs he has proposed. The structural logic and functional concepts they had never dared to imagine are enough to make an old craftsman re-examine the ancient art of craftsmanship from beginning to end. Flamethrowers, magic bomb launchers, special armor, these whimsical ideas drawn on paper are now being trial-produced and iterated in the workshops. Mike stands at the front, his face serious, a stark contrast to his usual boisterous laughter by the fireplace. Beside him stood a slightly nervous boy, his face still smudged with furnace slag, but his eyes were incredibly bright. Lewis recognized him immediately. It was Hamilton, the key figure the intelligence system had been reporting on several times in the past 2 months. Possessing a rare combined talent in mechanics and alchemy, if properly nurtured, he had the potential to become the #1 craftsman of the North. Lewis had intended to remind Mike to keep an eye on this boy later, but unexpectedly, Mike had not only noticed him, but had already promoted him to his side. "You old man really have an eye for talent," Lewis thought to himself with a smile. Just as everyone was waiting for the ceremony to begin, an alchemist in a white robe, blackened at the edges, yawned as he walked in. Sorry, the furnace exploded a little, but I'm still alive." He wiped the sleep from his eyes with his sleeve, sat down in a corner, but no one dared to underestimate him. That was Hilko, one of the founders of the alchemy workshop, a dangerous fellow whose mind was filled with explosives and wild ideas. Bradley, as usual, stood to Lewis's left rear, a notebook in one hand and a silver-rimmed monocle in the other. As the deputy moderator of the meeting, he was there to supplement data or agenda, ensuring the meeting was efficient and error-free. As everyone took their seats, the atmosphere tensed. Mike stood up, clasped his hands together, and announced in a loud voice, "As per Lord Lewis's orders, we have prioritized the completion of the basic improvements in trial production of traditional weapons. Today, the first batch of results is officially presented." With his command, several craftsmen carried a huge, linen-covered box into the meeting room. The heavy clanging of metal on the floor seemed to make the air tremble slightly. First to be unveiled was the cold iron greatsword. The craftsman carefully lifted the linen, revealing the gleaming greatsword to everyone. The sword was over 1.5 meters long, with a broad yet not cumbersome blade. The cold iron material was polished smooth and even, and the hilt and guard were ergonomically reconstructed with precise weight distribution. The tip even featured a slightly curved downward bevel designed to improve armor-piercing efficiency. Mike added, "This sword uses the third batch of sub-cold iron ingots, tripling the forging time to increase overall strength while maintaining toughness. We also repeatedly quench the blade to ensure it won't chip on the battlefield." Next was the cold iron spear. Forged from the same material, the spearhead has finely serrated barbs embedded in it. Once it pierces, it won't be pulled out, but pulling it out will tear flesh. Bradley was slightly shocked. Is this forcing the opponent to amputate their own arm to survive on the battlefield? Indeed. Not for cruelty, but for efficiency and deterrence. Following this were the round shield and the tower shield. Two tower shields stood on the conference room floor, with cold iron ribs embedded within, covered with a fire-retardant coating and leather, the pattern simple yet extremely imposing. We installed special slots inside the tower shields that can be used with fire oil or ice powder to create temporary elemental resistance. This is experimental. If it works well, it can be mass-produced. What pleased Lewis even more was the consistency of quality control. He carefully reviewed the sample sheets and various records, then personally picked up the greatsword and tested its elasticity and recoil. He nodded, "Very good. This batch of cold iron is forged very evenly." He turned to Mike, "Can you guarantee that all weapons produced will maintain this quality?" Mike slapped his chest heavily, rust flying everywhere. "Lord Lewis, rest assured, failing to maintain quality control would be a disservice to the treatment you've given us craftsmen." His tone wasn't flattering, but sincere with a hint of pride. This wasn't empty talk. In Red Tide territory, the craftsman's benefits were already the most generous in the entire North: daily hot meals, shift work, high-level work injury compensation, apprentice promotion mechanisms, priority housing and education, even educational subsidies for the craftsmen's children. Lewis glanced at them, "Then let's start mass production. We have no shortage of raw materials, so go all out." The craftsmen responded in unison, their morale soaring, several young apprentices even clapping in celebration. In other territories, such weapon production capacity would be a luxury, but in Red Tide, it was a reality. And even producing more wouldn't be a problem. Unsold? Impossible. Lewis had already calculated it all. The Northern Territory was now entering a new phase of settlement for pioneering nobles, and their territories were desperately short of military equipment. Even if they didn't come to buy, the Calvin Merchant Guild could sell these weapons all the way to the Southern Territory. Not to mention, according to the Daily Intelligence report, there was a metal and Starforge territory, burning iron, possessing extremely strong aura conduction capabilities. If it could be mixed with cold iron for trial production, perhaps a batch of combat equipment specifically for the knightly class could be forged, forming the prototype of the Crimson Tide Elite Knight system. But that was for later. The most important thing now was to continue this meeting. Lewis snapped out of his reverie and glanced at the energetic craftsmen around the conference table. "I've seen your hard work all this time. You've done a great job." Just a simple sentence. Yet it felt like a warm current slowly flowing into the hearts of everyone present. The Lord himself praised him. The craftsmen's eyes were slightly red, their throats tingling with emotion. Their long-term, silent sacrifices, buried beneath the iron furnace and firelight, seemed to be seen and acknowledged by the great Lord at this moment. "For the Lord, for this land, this is what we should do," Mike said softly, his eyes shining. Many of the older craftsmen nodded vigorously. "The Lord is too kind to us roughnecks, to hammer iron for the Red Tide. I'd be happy my whole life. Lord Lewis is the source of our confidence." The atmosphere on both sides of the conference table was electric. Even Bradley couldn't help but nod slightly. At this moment, Lewis smiled slightly, suddenly pulling a scroll of drawings from his side and laying it flat in the center of the table. Everyone fell silent, their gazes all falling on it. The drawings didn't depict intricate city designs, but rather several sets of mechanical structural sketches, the lines clean and the annotations clear, clearly from Lewis's own hand. Lewis stood at the head of the table, his fingertips firmly pressing on a corner of the blueprint, while his other hand gently pulled back the semi-transparent structural layer covering it. The first item is a folding wooden and iron barricade, paired with a burnt-out oil fire system. The paper gleamed, the structure drawn on the blueprint complex yet meticulously detailed. The three interlocking folding structures resembled the open spine of an animal, each spike precisely angled. An intricate system of pipes was embedded within, leading to the oil tank and the terminal nozzles, ultimately connecting to the central trigger-activated ignition core. It requires only 2 people to operate, unfolds in 3 seconds, ignites in 10 seconds, instantly establishing a fire defense line. Used in canyons, valleys, and narrow passages. Combined with the terrain, it directly cuts off the barbarian's charging momentum, Lewis explained carefully. Before he could finish speaking, Mike slammed his hand on the table, his usual gruff smile on his face. With something like this, even the fastest barbarian riders will have their bellies scorched. A metalworker in the back row, wearing goggles, frowned and whispered, "But the oil pipe is so thin, wouldn't it all explode if a shot of oil went in?" "It's possible. Actually, we've already tested a similar structure on flamethrowers," someone countered. "That's right," Mike stroked his rough stubble and nodded with a smile. "We can build this thing." Lewis glanced at Mike. "You're very confident," Mike grinned and pointed to the craftsman. "If you had asked me a month ago, I would have said it was hard to say. But since you had us make the new flamethrower structure, redo the pipe compression and ignition core, now? It's a piece of cake." He paused, his tone becoming serious. "I'll slap my hammer on my shoulder and guarantee that we can not only build it, but mass produce it." Seeing Mike's confident assurance, Lewis smiled and nodded. "Very good, then this first task is yours." He didn't stop, pulling out a second scroll of blueprints. This time, he used both hands to unfurl the huge scroll horizontally. "The second one is this." With a whoosh, the blueprints covered half the conference table. The ink on the thick parchment was fine, and a huge vehicle with a peculiar outline and heavy lines leaped off the paper. It looked like a carriage, yet also like some kind of mechanical behemoth, eliciting a murmur from the craftsman. Is it a vehicle? Or a tower? Why does it look like a hedgehog with rivets? Is that the front of the vehicle or a cannon? This size, it would take at least 10 war horses to pull it." Mike poked at the blueprint with his finger. "You don't want this thing to go to the battlefield, do you?" "Not just want it, it's a must." Lewis smiled slightly, but his tone revealed an undisguised sharpness. "This is the Iron Beast, our Red Tide Territory's land armored tactical platform." As he spoke, he unveiled the detailed cross-section on the right side of the blueprint. Reinforced with a magic steel frame, heavily armored, capable of fully enclosed propulsion, equipped with firing ports and armored hinges, allowing squads to conduct long-range strikes and defensive operations. Not only can it escort supplies, but it can also advance the front lines, suppress enemy forces, and blockade canyons. The conference room fell silent. All the craftsmen stared wide-eyed at the shield wall device and upper and lower rails embedded in the side of the vehicle. This thing isn't a carriage, it's a fortress. What are all those holes for? It can be sealed and propelled. What kind of monster would pull it? Someone frowned. Our territory's current monster reserves don't seem to have this kind of heavy-duty wagon. If we try to pull it by force, it'll probably break apart first. Lewis turned to the man, his tone not harsh but confident. "You don't need to worry about that. I'll handle the monster problem." Everyone was stunned. It seemed Lord Lewis was already prepared. Before they could recover from the news, Lewis had already drawn a circle on the side of the steel beast. "Some of you mentioned earlier that you didn't understand what these holes in the vehicle were for," he said, pulling out a small blueprint and quickly unfolding it on the table. "This is the breaking formation hook spear, a special device used with a steel beast." The blueprint showed a long-handled weapon with a 3-clawed hook at the front, serrated hooks on the sides, and a sword-like thrust on the reverse. This is no ordinary weapon. It can hook a horse's legs, dismantle shield walls, and is specifically designed to disrupt enemy formations and destroy cavalry charges. Mounted on the telescopic arm on the side of the steel beast, it can actively harvest enemy heavy armor during its advance. Combined with the shield line advanced mode I've set, it can forcibly tear apart the barbarian infantry and cavalry formation. Lewis then picked up a small scroll of paper from beside him, gently unfolded it, and laid it on the corner of the table. This is the last one. His tone was calm, yet it drew everyone's attention back. On the drawing was an arrow that resembled a short arrow, a magic explosion arrow. The arrow shaft appeared slightly thicker, with a clear exploded structural diagram drawn at the tail. The head was embedded with a magic energy core the size of a thumb, and the outer ring was engraved with micro-explosive patterns, detonating within milliseconds upon impact. A magic explosive arrow, Lewis said casually. It contains a small magic explosive crystal, is fired from a heavy crossbow, and explodes instantly upon impact. He tapped a corner of the blueprint with his fingertip. Though small, the explosion is enough to penetrate half an inch of steel plate. It's perfect for striking dense formations or shooting distant enemies. As soon as he finished speaking, the craftsman involuntarily gasped. An explosive arrow, someone muttered. There's even such a thing. No wonder the top of the Iron Beast was specially designed with long-range ports. This is a built-in weapon, the crowd whispered among themselves. Clearly this was a weapon form they had never imagined before. This thing, can it even be made? Mike frowned, habitually glancing at the alchemy workshop manager on the other side of the conference table, who was yawning and had carbon ash stains on his face. Hilko, what did you say? The man looked up, his eyes glazed over as he glanced at the blueprint, then slowly scratched his head. Oh, this? It's just a little gadget, nothing difficult, he stretched, a slight grin spreading across his face, revealing a nonchalant yet unusually confident demeanor. There are already magic explosive bombs readily available. Lord Lewis told me about them beforehand, so I made them in advance. You just need to tell me how big you want it to explode, and I can control the detonation precision. You can have a small explosion, a directional explosion, or a penetrating delayed explosion. But speaking of which, he squinted at the blueprints. Are you really going to equip this thing into the Iron Beast? Lewis nodded. It's part of its long-range weapon system. Firepower strikes aren't just for field battles. Urban warfare and canyon blockades also require rapid disruption and precision strikes. Mike couldn't help but grin. Are you going to cram an entire tactical squad into the vehicle, even arranging the tactical accessories in advance? Lewis nodded slightly, a satisfied smile appearing in his eyes. That's all for now. As long as you can make it, I can get it into battle. Chapter 270 Steam Engine and Night Special Forces. After the meeting on the new weapons concluded, Lewis didn't immediately leave the workshop area. Guided by Mike, he quietly bypassed the crowd outside, passed through a rusty corridor, and entered a secret workshop hidden behind the Red Tide Forge. In the center of the workshop stood a strangely shaped device, a cylindrical iron canister, about 2 meters tall, occupying the core space of the room. Its outer shell was cast from a cold iron and alchemical copper alloy, coated entirely with black heat-resistant paint. It didn't look refined, even the seams were coated with thick alchemical putty to prevent leaks, rough yet exuding a primitive industrial power. This is the steam-powered mechanism you mentioned before, Mike said, patting the canister with a hint of pride. We call it Ironkin No. 1. Lewis looked at it, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. It was a casual conversation months ago. He had casually mentioned the steam engine from his Earth memories, but he didn't know its specific structure. It was just a casual remark. He never expected Mike to actually turn it from a concept into reality. Even though this thing before them was just a strange canister, it already symbolized a completely different path of development for this world. Lewis smiled and nodded. Let's start trying. Mike immediately called over several craftsmen. The two first opened the bottom furnace door and used an iron shovel to remove the remaining ash. Then, they carefully stuffed the fuel bricks refined from key vein stones into the bottom of the furnace, laid down dry firewood and ventilation straw, and finally sprinkled a pinch of red phosphorus powder. Whoosh! Flames with blue edges instantly rose up, and the furnace temperature rapidly increased. Another craftsman brought over a bucket of clean water and poured it into the water storage tank on the side of the iron canister. At the same time, the young apprentice stepped on the blower, and hot air rushed into the furnace. With a boom, the flames surged like a dragon. While checking the equipment status with a handwritten list, Mike shouted out instructions. Main valve locked, lubricating oil normal, flywheel latches are fine, piston guide rails have no cracks. He also personally walked around Ironkin No. 1 to confirm that there were no abnormal vibrations. With his command, a burst of high-pressure white steam hissed out. The craftsmen worked together to turn the flywheel, and the piston began to slowly reciprocate, driving the flywheel with a rhythm that gradually quickened, like a steel heart awakening. The main control valve slowly opened to the second mark, and with a muffled bang, the piston thrust forward, steam rushed in, and the entire machine began to operate rhythmically. Click, click, hiss, amidst a metallic clanging, the bell drove the connecting hammer arm to rise and fall slowly, the air filled with the smell of a coal ash and metallic steam. When sunlight pierced through the gaps in the workshop, the plume of white steam seemed to drape the entire room in a light veil. People gazed at the roaring machine, their faces showing surprise and curiosity. It didn't flash with magical light, nor did it have rune arrays or echoing spells, only the clanging of metal and the roar of steam. But it was precisely this steady, this pure power that gave them a strange and wondrous sense of awe. However, this magic ended there. In this world teeming with magic and miracles, a machine powered solely by heat isn't exactly astounding. After all, compared to flying magical beasts and spellcasting towers, this thing is at best a moving iron bucket. For a moment, the craftsmen exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to evaluate it. Finally, an older blacksmith mustered his courage and asked, "My lord, what exactly is this thing for?" Lewis glanced around, raised his hand, and lightly tapped the heavy metal shell of the iron can. His voice was deep and resonant, as if setting the tone for his upcoming declaration. "What you see is more than just this machine," he said calmly. "Today, it's just turning a flywheel. But tomorrow, it will power hammers, drive axles, and pull entire wagon trains. And it won't get tired, it won't be afraid of wind and snow, it won't need to be fed, and it won't need magic." As he spoke, he pointed to a pile of old wooden wheels in the corner of the workshop. "One day, you will see iron beasts rolling on the roads, no longer horse-drawn convoys, but iron beasts that will run on them. Future armored vehicles and transport convoys will all be powered by built-in steam engines." As soon as he finished speaking, Bradley's eyes lit up and he continued, "If we can mass-produce it, even if it's only used in the workshop, the production capacity will increase several times over." A blacksmith hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice, "Then, can we attach it to the forging hammer? Will we no longer have to hammer it by hand?" Lewis smiled slightly and nodded. "This is the first step I plan to try, to make the steam engine the power core of the workshop." As soon as he said this, the craftsmen immediately erupted in excitement. If this could power a loom, the weavers wouldn't have to pedal all day, blacksmiths wouldn't have to exert themselves so much. If we could equip wooden carts with this, wouldn't we be able to make chariots that can run on their own? A crowd gathered around the iron can, excitedly watching the flywheel spin, as if they were looking at a time-traveling artifact. Even in a world with magic, they were deeply attracted by this magic-free power. Even the usually aloof Hilko showed a rare look of surprise, whispering, "Strange, this is entirely driven by heat, without any flow of magic. This kind of mechanical method is truly rare." He bent down, carefully observing the details of the flywheel's rotation, as if examining an unfathomable otherworldly artifact. In this extraordinary world, various magical devices did indeed exist. They were driven by magical cores, combined with alchemy and rune arrays, possessing great power and wide applications. However, their fatal flaws were their high cost, scarcity, and difficulty in maintenance. These magical devices are often manufactured by high-ranking mages, their core materials are extremely scarce, and maintenance requires specialized mages. Each one is a custom-made item, difficult to replicate on a large scale. Even a simple magical machine can stop due to insufficient mana supply. The steam engine, however, is different. It doesn't require magic, it only needs to burn ordinary fuels like charcoal and coal to release enormous heat and power the machine. Its structure is made of iron, copper, and wood, and any blacksmith workshop can build and mass-produce it according to blueprints. As long as water and fuel are plentiful, it can operate day and night, undeterred by winter's cold, tireless. More importantly, it belongs to mortals. Any literate craftsman can operate and repair it with simple training, without relying on mages or being oppressed by nobles. Furthermore, one steam engine can replace dozens of laborers. It can pull forging hammers, drive wheels, power water pumps, and power looms. In the future, it could even construct an entire industrial metropolis that operates without magic. Looking at the increasingly enthusiastic gazes in the workshop, Lewis already had his answer. The steam engine wasn't more magical than magic, but it was more replicable and more suitable for this territory. This would be the true starting point for Red Tide Territory's technological independence, though it wasn't yet mature enough. He turned his gaze to Mike, a satisfied smile on his face. "You've done a great job. Continue to perfect it." "Yes," Mike immediately replied, then chuckled. "This isn't my achievement." He shoved a boy of about 10 years old forward from behind him. "It's him, Hamilton. This kid is smarter than all of us. He was the first to sketch out many of the actuarial structures." Lewis looked down and saw it was the genius mentioned by the intelligence system. Hamilton blushed and whispered, "I just made a small contribution." Lewis smiled and nodded. "No, to have such talent at such a young age is already quite remarkable." He then turned to Hilko and said, "I think this child has considerable talent. If you don't mind, would you like to take him on as a half-apprentice?" Hilko blinked, a little taken aback. "Me? Alchemy? Ah, of course. But whether he can learn it depends on whether his brain is sharp enough." Lewis turned to Hamilton and leaned down to ask, "Are you willing to learn?" Hamilton glanced at Mike. Mike slapped him on the back of the head. "What are you standing there for? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Quickly thanked the Lord and Lord Hilko. "Thank you, Lord Lewis." "Thank you, Lord Hilko." Hamilton bowed deeply, his voice trembling slightly. After leaving the craftsman's district, Lewis went straight to the Red Tide Territory's administrative building. He had more important matters to attend to. At the appointed time, he entered the War Affairs Hall. The Red Tide Knights' insignia and battle merit list hung on the walls. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn. Lambert and the commanders of the various divisions had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Lewis and Bradley arrive together, everyone immediately stood up and saluted, their eyes filled with respect and tension. 3 months have passed. "I want to hear about your new achievements." Lewis stood still, his tone calm. Lambert stepped forward, standing ramrod straight, his tone steady, reporting to the Lord. "The 3 branch divisions of the Crimson Tide Knights have completed their reorganization, each currently maintaining a strength of between 400 and 450 men. The Crimson Tide Headquarters Battle Group has stabilized at over 500 men, and a coordinated combat mechanism has been established. All knights are undergoing daily tactical drills and rotation assessments, resulting in a significant improvement in combat coordination and adaptability." He paused, then continued, "Furthermore, the merit ranking system has been implemented throughout the entire order. Every mission and every victory is recorded and evaluated, with clear rewards and punishments. Morale within the camp is at an all-time high, and the number of those volunteering for battle has noticeably increased." As he finished speaking, Lewis nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Lambert continued his report at a measured pace. "According to your strategic deployment, the Crimson Tide Knights have begun establishing multiple special combat units to carry out key missions such as reconnaissance, raids, and fire suppression." He first revealed the first scroll of blueprints, Frostfield Wolf Riders, now incorporated into the Frost Howl group. Their mounts are giant snowfield wolves tamed in the territory, faster than war horses, capable of traversing snow-covered forests and mountain paths. Equipped with light lances and folding wooden and iron barricades, they possess highly mobile blocking and counterattack capabilities. Their missions primarily involve rapid raids on enemy camps and decapitation strikes against command posts. Those giant snowfield wolves were cubs personally captured by Lewis. Now they had grown into fang war beasts, and through taming and breeding, they had even spawned new wolf packs. However, Lewis did not tame the largest and fiercest wolf, Cold Front, as his personal mount. Not because he couldn't handle it, but because it was simply too uncomfortable. The wolf's back lacked the support and stability of a horse's back, and the jolting while running almost ruined his rear end. He simply appointed Langfang as the wolf leader of the entire Wolf Rider Legion, leading his offspring in charges and battles, which proved more effective. After all, speed, ferocity, and obedience were exactly what the battlefield needed. Lambert unfolded the second set of blueprints, Flame Breath Group. Flamethrower Knights, using improved backpack alchemical flamethrowers, fueled by flint oil and fire scale paste, capable of creating continuous walls of fire at short range. Originally designed to counter the Mother Nest, it has now been adapted for human combat tactics, specifically for breaking enemy shield formations, clearing obstacles, and burning barbarian siege equipment. And the Crimson Frost Group. Magic Bomb Knights, equipped with shoulder-mounted short-range launchers, firing magic bombs with both penetrating and explosive effects, specifically designed to counter large enemy formations and monster hordes. Initial deployment is complete, mass production is on track, and it fills the biggest gap in the Crimson Tide Army's firepower support. He looked up at Lewis. These 3 groups are the currently established special combat formations, and 2 more groups are still under training. Lewis nodded frequently, his eyes clearly showing great satisfaction. These special forces units, the core of the tactical reforms he personally conceived and promoted, are now beginning to show results. Lambert then reported on the key achievements of this reform. The special forces and main combat units have completed multiple rounds of live-fire exercises. In simulated barbarian charge formations, they can complete the mission of defeating the enemy in half the average time, significantly improving the efficiency of coordinated operations. The merit list and reward system have stimulated a strong sense of internal competition. Currently, 13 knights have qualified for garrison duty and are willing to remain at the border fortresses, self-sufficient. Regarding new equipment, there is a sufficient supply of cold iron weapons. Flamethrowers have been adapted for use by knight units, and the production of magic explosives is currently stable at 30 per week. Entering practical use, Lewis listened, his tone resolute. Very good. The Knights of Crimson Tide territory are becoming the sharpest blade in the north. The knights, upon hearing this, were immediately struck by a jolt, their expressions filled with excitement and pride. Some unconsciously straightened their backs, some clenched their fists, and their boots clicked lightly on the ground. This was not a simple compliment, but a recognition, an affirmation from the great Lord himself. Their efforts, training, wounds, and sweat had not been in vain. The young knight murmured softly, the sharpest blade in the north. Some had burning eyes, as if they could already foresee the day they would charge into battle, achieving great feats. Lewis leaned forward slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room. Next step, his tone was deep and steady yet full of power. Work with the craftsman's department to advance the practical deployment of the ironclad beast combat vehicles, as well as the plan to organize the crossbow and magic explosive arrow knights. He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Lambert and several officers. Furthermore, select a small cavalry squad to go to Wheatfield territory to capture the Steel Bull. That is the ideal power core for our ironclad beasts. A slight commotion arose in the hall. Everyone present had heard of that ferocious beast, but no one flinched. Finally, prepare a realistic border-clearing exercise. Next quarter, I want to see your new tactics, special forces units, and armed reforms all implemented on a real battlefield. Can you do it? The knight commanders roared in unison. Yes. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 The Confused Visa. From the day she met Sif, Visa's heart was in turmoil. She had thought she was prepared to die, prepared to end everything in silence. But at that moment, seeing the girl she had sworn to protect appear in enemy territory, standing among the enemy's ranks, her resolve crumbled. For the next few days, she stayed deep in the dungeon, silent and refusing to eat, simply sitting against the wall, her gaze vacant, believing she would soon be executed. Until that day, the door opened. She looked up and saw an interrogator enter, saying calmly, "You now have 2 choices. One is to be executed by us, the other is to become Lady Sif's guard." Visa didn't answer immediately. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment, finally nodding slightly. She wasn't living for herself, but to fulfill an old vow. The Cold Moon clan was destroyed. Sif was the only remaining bloodline. Visa wanted to protect her until the very end, as a small repayment to the old patriarch. This choice, naturally, was an order given by Lewis himself. He had considered everything thoroughly. Sif's mental state had been unstable recently, and she needed someone familiar by her side. Of course, most importantly, the daily intelligence system had a report stating that Visa was 100% loyal to Sif. The other prisoners, after being drained of their intelligence, were all dealt with directly. That night, the wind outside made the tent curtains rustle slightly, and the candlelight flickered. Visa stood outside the room for a long time, until her guard nodded in acknowledgement before she went in. Her footsteps were light, yet she could still feel the slight trembling of the figure inside the tent. Sif sat at the table, her back to her. Several maps were spread out on the table, and a pot of cold tea sat beside her. Visa didn't speak. She stood for a while, then slowly knelt down, one knee on the ground, and bowed her head. I am no longer worthy to call myself a warrior of the frost moon. But if you still recognize me, I am willing to protect you with my life. After saying this, she didn't look up again, nor did she wait for a response. She knew what she had done. She had served under Titus, lived after the fall of the frost moon, and had done nothing. She had failed to save Sif, avenged the tribe, and even campaigned for the murderer. Now, kneeling, she wasn't begging for forgiveness, but fulfilling her final duty. The room was suffocatingly quiet, broken only by the flickering firelight. Sif slowly rose and walked to her. She looked down at the woman who had once protected her with a spear in her youth, shielded her from the wind and covered her with a blanket at night. Back then, Visa had been an unyielding shield, her most reliable guardian. But now, that image had shattered in the flames of blood and fire. Do you know, Sif's voice was almost inaudible, when I saw you that day, I almost went mad. I thought, you had also abandoned Cold Moon, like them. Visa slowly lowered her head, her knees almost touching the ground, her voice barely audible. I didn't. I just took the wrong path. Sif closed her eyes and exhaled a long breath. She had so many questions, so many things she wanted to say. But in the end, she simply nodded, as if finally letting out a sigh of relief, or perhaps making a very difficult decision. Follow me. Visa looked up, a hint of disbelief and struggle in her eyes. She understood this wasn't forgiveness, nor was it rekindling old feelings. It was merely an order, a tacit consent. You can still stand beside me, but you can never go back to the past. But Visa stood up. From this moment on, she was no longer a warrior of the frost moon. She was Sif's shadow, the blade atoning for the tribe's sins, the guardian of the last trace of frost moon's memory left in this new world. She whispered, yes. Sif didn't speak, simply returning to her table and sitting down as if nothing had happened. Visa had seen the city's outline from afar, but then it was indistinct. She only sensed its bustling activity, but from such a distance, it didn't feel real. This time, however, was the first time she had truly stepped into it during the day. She followed Sif's caravan, entering the main street of Crimson Tide from the city gate. Sunlight shone on the neatly paved stone pavement, rows of domed houses lined the roadside, the streets were wide, and pedestrians moved in an orderly fashion. The shouts of vendors, the clanging of blacksmiths, and the laughter of children mingled into a cacophony unfamiliar to her. She saw an old man with a broken leg sitting on a street corner, drinking hot porridge, a child offering him a meat pie. This was a scene impossible in her memory. In the north, in the world of barbarians, wounded soldiers were left to fend for themselves in the snow, and the elderly survived by robbing. But here, there were no beggars freezing to death, no starving people scrambling for food. At least, she didn't see any. At lunchtime, someone handed her a bowl of steaming stewed monster meat porridge, along with raw bread. She wanted to refuse, but the aroma made her body act before her reason. She took a sip, the warmth flowing into her stomach, and she felt as if she had suddenly come back to life. At that moment, she froze. Not because the food was delicious, but because she felt lost. For a long time, she had lived on dried meat and cheap wine, filling her stomach through looting and killing, while ordinary residents here could eat stew and bread on the street. A sense of bewilderment rose in her heart. She didn't know that life in the north could be like this. She walked down the street and saw that the roadside drainage ditches were neatly designed, no longer overflowing with sewage like in the tribes. Street lights were already on at night, and signs indicating opening hours and free access were posted outside the public bathhouses. She hesitated and entered a bathhouse. As the hot water washed over her, sweat, mud, and scabs were gradually washed away. Standing in the steam, she suddenly felt that her skin no longer belonged to her. This comfort, this feeling of cleanliness, was so unfamiliar. She touched her arms, and the thought that she could never go back suddenly popped into her head. Our nobles can only wash their faces with ice water in winter. But the poor people here can take hot baths. She suddenly understood that the imperial civilization she had once looked down on was not just about showing off, but a way of life. Later, Visa gradually understood that Sif hadn't been forced to stay in the Crimson Tide territory, but had stood rightfully at the center of power, becoming one of Lord Lewis's 2 wives. This news plunged her into deeper confusion. She had originally thought that the imperial nobles were nothing more than plunderers clad in golden armor and spouting sweet words. They were selfish, hypocritical, and accustomed to using power to oppress others. treating barbarians only as slaves and tools. But Lewis, this lord of the Crimson Tide, was different in every way. She saw the craftsmen, children, and old people on the street spontaneously gather as he rode through the main street, calling his name, not with fear, but with genuine response. The children excitedly chased after his horse, as if he weren't a lord, but a long-lost relative. This scene stunned her, reminding her of Titus, the ruthless Frostfire chieftain. When he rode by, no one dared to look up, only silent bowing of their heads. People called his name because they would be whipped if they didn't, and those following behind him were chained slaves, not laughing children. Our leader maintains his rule through fear, she thought to herself. She had never doubted the barbarian ways until she witnessed another option firsthand. But what shocked her most wasn't the Red Tide's hot water, the order in the streets, or Lewis's prestige among the crowd. It was Sif's smile. That day, after a military meeting at sunset, she stood aside, silently guarding the exit. Then she saw Sif stand on the platform and tell the soldiers below a not-so-funny joke. The soldiers laughed, and Sif laughed too. That smile held no hatred, no wariness, and none of the cold hardness she had displayed in the tribe to maintain her dignity. It was relaxed, even a little mischievous, like an ordinary person. In that instant, Visa's heart tightened. She had thought, one day, if given the chance, she would take Sif back to the northern wilderness, regroup, recall the remnants, rebuild Cold Moon, and let the tribe's name resound once more across the icy plains. But now she was confused. If she returned to the northern wilderness, would she again be burdened with hatred, forced to fight alone in the cold winds? Must she learn to view death with indifference, to treat human lives as mere numbers, and to hide her smiles? She didn't know which direction she should dedicate her life to. Her past beliefs had shattered, but a new life had yet to find its footing. She could only stand silently not far away, as if that faint laughter was the furthest distance between her and the past. On the construction side of the defense line on the northern side of Chicheo territory, the air was filled with the mixed smells of lime, grease, and sawdust. Stonemasons stood on the scaffolding, chiseling away at the gray-white rocks, producing rhythmic clanging sounds. When the cold iron beams were hoisted into place, they emitted a dull metallic echo, causing a slight tremor underfoot. Construction on this section of the defense line began last autumn and has been underway for nearly a year. The main defensive wall in the northern section is 60% complete, with the rest consisting of unfinished stone and exposed wooden supports. The completed wall is bluish-gray, with some arrow towers already erected. The wall stands 4 to 5 meters high, its thick, cold iron beams embedded in the stone layers, resembling a gradually forming steel barrier. Lewis, draped in a black and red lord's cloak, stands at the edge of the construction site, gazing at the unfinished line of the city wall. He remains silent, his gaze slowly tracing the outline of the wall, as if surveying a future battlefront. Bradley stepped forward and reported the latest progress. The main structure uses local mountain stone as its framework, connected by cold iron beams. The exterior is treated with lime and waterproof grease. It is expected to withstand the pressure of battering rams, hot oil, and fire attacks upon completion. Arrow towers will be placed every 60 meters, with firing ports and double crossbow platforms on top. The final wall height will reach 6 to 8 meters, and the thickness will be between 2.5 and 3 meters. In the sunlight, the wall surface will appear grayish-white, mixed with cold iron rust spots, looking like bone armor growing from the mountain. Lewis listened, looked around, and said calmly, "You've executed it very well." Bradley smiled easily upon hearing Lewis's affirmation. "Thank you, Lord. However, you personally set the direction for these blueprints, I simply followed them. What truly made this wall stand was your foresight." Lewis smiled slightly, not denying it. They took a few steps forward, reaching the edge of the still unfinished battlements, and looked down at the moat below. A group of craftsmen listened to the conversation between the Supreme Lord and the territory's steward, occasionally offering their suggestions. "The defenses aren't enough," Lewis began, his gaze still sweeping across the city walls. "I agree," Bradley nodded, "especially against climbing and fire attacks. The barbarians have been fond of night raids and arson in recent years. Smooth walls are harder to clean, then polish the outer walls and reinforce them with cold iron spikes. Those climbing up will cut their hands. The city gates also need treatment. I'll have the armory prepare fire-resistant grease and add another layer of iron." "What about the moat?" Bradley asked tentatively. "Bury chevaux de frise, using flip-up barbed wire. If there's any disturbance, lower them from the city walls. They spoke while gesturing with their fingers on a drawing board, their discussion both intense and restrained. The topic finally settled on fire pits. They planned to leave throwing holes for grease canisters at the top of the walls, or use flamethrowers to counter enemies attempting to climb them. "How are your preparations going?" Lewis suddenly asked, his tone light, but clearly not casual. "I've already had men drawn from the soldiers to set up a separate team to train fire pot throwers, and some apprentice knights to operate flamethrowers." Their voices weren't loud, but each word carried, and the craftsman silently memorized every phrase. Visa, standing at the edge of the crowd, remained silent, listening intently. She wasn't an engineer, and she didn't quite understand the blueprints, but these technical terms weighed heavily on her ears. When she heard words like fireproofing, barricades, and oil wells, she thought of the tactics used in countless tribal raids, night raids, arson, and monster charges. Those were familiar tactics. And now, someone was actually blocking them one by one. She glanced at Sif instinctively. The girl, wearing a red-tied army winter cloak, stood beside her, silent but focused. A complex, indescribable emotion welled up in Vis's heart. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke in a low voice, not loud, but enough to make everyone turn around. "The northern clans now like to use giant magical beasts to clear paths. They use them to ram gates, pull grappling hooks, and trample barricades. The magical beasts aren't afraid of arrows, but they are afraid of loud noises." She paused, then added, "We could consider setting up some devices that make loud noises. Not for killing, but for scaring. Even a second of fear, causing the giant beasts to lose control, could disrupt their rhythm." Bradley raised an eyebrow. "You mean, magic explosion bombs?" Visa shook his head. "We don't have those over there, we make them ourselves. Sometimes it's just a big iron drum filled with gunpowder, pull a rope and it explodes, deafening them. They're cheap to make and not very powerful, but they're very effective against magical beasts. Especially those that have been trained with the whips by barbarians since childhood. They're afraid of unfamiliar sounds." Lewis raised an eyebrow after listening, but didn't speak immediately. "A very good suggestion. Let Hilko handle it." Sif listened quietly, but glanced at Visa without saying a word, though her eyes held a hint of certainty. Chapter 272 Autumn Harvest. In the early autumn afternoon, the sunlight gently bathed the valley, the air filled with the aroma of ripening wheat, a touch of damp earth, and the lingering scent of cooking smoke. In the distance, the mountains still retained some of summer's green, but most areas had turned golden. Lewis and Emily rode together in an elaborately decorated carriage, its body reinforced with cold iron and adorned with dark red patterns and the red-tide emblem, steadily advancing along the newly paved dirt road. On either side of the carriage, several squads of red-tide cavalry escorted them, each knight with a standard-issue sword at his waist, his cloak fluttering in the wind, his expression solemn, his steps synchronized with his horse's hooves, a well-trained iron army. Banners fluttered in the wind, the red-tide sun dancing across the open fields. The carriage crossed a gentle slope, and the entire valley unfolded before them. Vast fields of wheat undulated in the sunlight. The wheat was ripe, the heavy ears bowing low, swaying in the wind like rolling waves of gold. Beside the potato fields, a group of workers were wielding picks, turning over the thick tubers. Rows upon rows of sacks of coarse cloth stretched all the way to the wooden barn not far away. The greenhouse area presented a different scene. The geothermal greenhouses were neatly arranged, gleaming pale in the sunlight, like rows of silver waves extending to the horizon. Farmers pushed out wheelbarrows full of freshly harvested wheat and vegetable leaves. The swishing of sickles against the wheat stalks, the thumping of flails threshing wheat, and the laughter of children playing on the field ridges created a cacophony of sounds. The wagon creaked over the gravel road, but the noise was drowned out by the busy, orderly din. Emily had been leaning against the window, chatting quietly with Lewis, occasionally chuckling at his jokes about the capital. But as the wagon slowly rounded the hill, and the entire valley of wheat came into view, she suddenly stopped. She gazed at the endless expanse of green wheat, its golden light shimmering gently in the sunlight, as if a real wind blew from the earth, rippling across the field. She remained silent for a moment, a complex light appearing in her eyes, even the corners of her eyes tinged with red. "The North," she began softly, as if afraid to shatter the miracle before her. "When has there ever been such a sight?" She didn't wait for an answer, but simply watched, her fingertips gripping the windowsill tightly. She knew Lewis would do it, But when that hope was presented so vividly before her eyes, the shock still surged like a tidal wave. He did it, she thought silently, a warmth spreading through her heart. He really did it. Emily turned to look at the man beside her. Louis leaned against the side of the carriage, elbows resting on the windowsill, his cloak half undone, looking much more relaxed than he usually did in the government hall or on the battlefield. Yet, his expression still held that familiar resolve, that trust that could inspire life itself, that innate sense of responsibility. It couldn't be hidden. Louis seemed to notice her gaze, tilting his head to look at her, a smile playing on his lips. Staring blankly, he said, a hint of teasing in his eyes. "This should be enough for you," Emily chuckled, ignoring him, taking a deep breath, and turning her gaze back to the window. She hadn't expected so much grain. Inch by inch, spread across the northern lands. The carriage continued slowly forward, entering the main road that ran through the valley. Seeing the sun banner, the farmers along the road straightened up at the sound of hoofs. "The Lord is here," someone shouted, their voice brimming with undisguised excitement. The shout seemed to ignite a wave of heat along the entire road. "The Lord! The Lord!" Cheers spread like a tidal wave, surging outwards along the road. They had once been homeless, refugees fleeing famine, struggling to survive in the snow and ice of the northern underclass, but now they had land, shelter, and a decent job to support their families. The fields they had created themselves, those heavy waves of wheat, filled them with the same pride they felt for their own children's success. And the Lord they called out to sat in that carriage, his back firm and steady, just like the very foundation upon which they now depended. Emily gazed out the window, tightening her grip on Louis's hand, a warmth spreading through her heart. In the distance, a newly built wooden barn stood tall, next to a notice board displaying the harvest notice and mobilization announcements. The carriage came to a smooth stop in front of the wheat-covered government building. The new government building was situated on a high point in the center of the valley, offering a panoramic view of the surrounding wheat fields and barns. The outer walls of the building still bore the marks of the newly laid stones not being completely weathered, the bluish-gray stone veins reflecting a soft light in the sunlight. The hall was not luxurious, but it was spacious and sturdy. The long table, made of local workshop planks, though not exquisite, was neatly arranged, piled high with farming records, field maps, and plans for granary expansion. Agricultural official Mick, Supervisor Green, village chiefs, workshop leaders, and the night captain were all seated. Each had a sketchbook and pen wrapped in oil paper in front of them, their expressions tense, as if this were not just a harvest, but a battle. Just then, footsteps sounded at the hall entrance. A red-tied knight entered first, bowed, and then stepped back. He didn't speak, but merely glanced around the hall. Everyone immediately rose, almost in unison shouting, "Lord, you've worked hard." Louis looked at them, his gaze sweeping over the familiar faces, without putting on airs, simply nodding. "You've all worked hard too," he said, his tone calm, even carrying a touch of casual warmth. After speaking, he walked to the head of the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down, propping his elbow on the edge of the table. His tone shifted, becoming crisp and decisive. "Let's begin. During spring planting, we waged war against the frozen ground. Now we must win this battle for the harvest." His voice trailed off, leaving only the soft rustling of pen nibs across paper in the hall. Louis bent down and drew several lines on the map, his tone as steady as nails driven into a wooden board. "From today onwards, the three-shift rotation system will continue, with villages that plow in the morning, afternoon, and night taking turns in sequence, without interruption for a single day. Every evening, a progress list will be published. If a village falls behind, it must send someone to fill in. No shirking responsibility is allowed. Open field wheat will be harvested first, and must be completed before the first frost. Greenhouse crops should be left open for the next planting season." He looked up and glanced at several grain-protecting night captains, saying, "Starting tonight, checkpoints will be set up along the main roads, granaries, and grain transport routes. Knights will patrol in shifts at night, and torches will be prepared on the high platform at the valley entrance to signal any incidents." He then turned to Green, his voice lower but more weighty. "The entire harvest will be incorporated into the red-tide winter storage system. We must survive this winter. The destination of all grain must be made public." Louis continued, "Each village will post a public list, and grain bags will be coded, ensuring that every bag of grain can see where it went." His tone was calm, yet it cut to the heart of the matter like a knife, leaving no room for ambiguity. The granary reinforcement project will proceed as planned, expansion will begin today, and the drying kilns must be lit ahead of schedule to prevent rain and snow from ruining the wheat. Emily sat quietly beside the head of the table, watching Lewis. This wasn't the first time she'd seen him preside over a government meeting. But each time, she couldn't help but re-examine this man. He wore no armor, no cloak, just a simple, neat dark gray long robe, the cuffs neatly tied. Yet, the moment he stepped into the government hall, the previously slightly noisy room fell silent, like a taut bow. There was no oppressive presence, no superfluous words, but his very presence was enough to command respect. He stood there, calmly flipping through the wheat field plans, granary registers, and worker rosters. Emily gazed at his profile, a feeling quietly rising within her. Not admiration, nor gratitude, but a heartfelt appreciation. He always managed to grasp the situation at the most crucial moments, giving her peace of mind. After Lewis finished speaking, everyone in the meeting room rose to their feet, promising to complete the task. He nodded, stood up, and looked around at everyone, his voice low but warming. Go. Let the songs of harvest resound throughout the entire wheat valley. The bell outside the door rang just then, as if in response. People filed out, some immediately going to allocate manpower, others hurrying back to their villages on horseback. On the morning of the second day after arriving in Wheat Valley, Lewis personally arranged this harvest ceremony. In such a long and arduous harvest battle, orders and regulations alone were far from enough. Most of the people in Wheat Valley were former refugees, survivors of dilapidated villages, or people dragged into ruins by the old wars. They needed the great sun to give them a spiritual boost. Sunlight shone on the wheat field on the high ground in the center of the valley, golden waves rolling endlessly. Along the edge of the field, hundreds of village representatives had gathered early, neatly dressed, their eyes filled with excitement and respect. Colorful cloth flags fluttered in the wind across the fields, like festive decorations prepared especially for this day. The elderly agricultural official, holding a sickle forged from cold iron in both hands, walked to the center of the field and respectfully presented it to Lewis. The blade gleamed silver in the sunlight, cold and sharp, yet devoid of any killing intent. Lewis took the sickle, said nothing, silently rolled up his sleeves, and walked to the edge of the wheat field. Everyone held their breath as he flicked his wrist, and the cold iron sickle swiftly swung down, the first golden ear of wheat immediately falling to the ground. Immediately afterward, a deafening cheer erupted from the entire field. Long live the Lord, the wheat will surely be plentiful. The cheers rose and fell, surging like a tide from the field towards the distant valley. Lewis rose, his gaze slowly sweeping over the crowd. His voice, though not loud, was clear and powerful. During spring planting, we declared war on the frozen earth. Today's harvest is not my victory, but a victory won by your own hands. Let this golden wave tell the entire North. Hunger is no longer our fate. His voice carried far on the wind, spreading across the fertile land along with the shadows of the clouds. After the ceremony, the villagers were all in high spirits, returning to their villages as if they had been set ablaze, eager to recount the scene of Lewis wielding a sickle to harvest the wheat. Let me tell you, with that swing of the sickle, the wheat fell down as if it obeyed, the Lord's golden sickle. Clean and efficient, without a single wasted word, standing there like a mountain. No, like a god descending to earth, just one sentence: hunger is no longer our fate. Listen to that. Who else could say such a thing? Thus, within half a day, this harvest ceremony became a legend in the valley. The story spread like wildfire, from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, from 100 to 1,000, from 1,000 to 10,000. The storyteller kept adding details, and what was originally just an ordinary ceremony became like a miracle, igniting the enthusiasm of the entire wheat wave territory. Everyone thought, even the Lord himself is in the fields, how can we not work? The sickle swished incessantly, the sound of cutting wheat echoing through the valley like the rise and fall of war drums. Horse-drawn carts flowed endlessly, carving dirt roads along the field ridges, delivering loads of wheat sheaves to the temporary granary. Women, their heads wrapped in sleeves, bent over cutting wheat in the fields, humming long-forgotten harvest tunes. Children tumbled and played among the wheat stacks, their laughter ringing out. The elderly were not idle either, husking, bundling, and turning the wheat in the drying yard. Even just sitting by, helping to watch the fire and pass water, felt exceptionally at ease. Over at the geothermal greenhouse, female workers carefully cut bunches of greenhouse vegetables, their sweat glistening in the sunlight. The boys, carrying baskets and sacks on their shoulders, kept moving, their faces beaming with a joy brighter than the sun. Lewis rode his horse through the valley, inspecting every wheat field, greenhouse, and drying yard. For example, he noticed that things were moving a little slower on the eastern slope, so he immediately turned his horse around and dispatched men to nearby villages. 10 men in the second group, go and help immediately. That area must be cleared before sunset. He then went to the temporary granary, personally checking several sacks of freshly stored wheat, rubbing them between his fingers to test their moisture, and then squatting down to check the ventilation ducts and rodent traps. By the drying oven, he took off his gloves, personally tested the temperature, and then instructed the craftsman, the heat is too damp, heat it for another 15 minutes. Don't let the wheat smolder. To the grain protection team, he only said one thing, add more men to patrol tonight, not a single grain can be wasted. Wherever he went, he offered suggestions, making his presence felt. As the sun began to set, the entire wheat field had become a roaring harvest machine. The sounds of sickles cutting wheat, wheels rolling on the ground, laughter, and shouts mingled into an autumnal symphony. Lewis stood on the edge of the field, gazing at the entire valley, wheat fields like waves, crowds like tides, barns like fortresses, children tumbling on stacks of wheat, the smell of smoke and the aroma of wheat mingling with the sunlight in the wind. And so, this golden season of early autumn slowly drew to a close amidst the swinging sickles. Every inch of the valley had been carefully harvested, every sack of grain accurately recorded, and every cartload of harvest safely stored. The once empty barns were now overflowing, even the ventilation aisles had been cleared to pile up sacks. Green had to rearrange the new barn sheds 3 times, even erecting rows of new grain tents along the valley entrance. We harvested too much, he muttered somewhat absent-mindedly, yet smiled like a child. This season's wheat waves not only filled the barns, but also instilled in everyone a long-lost sense of security. Chapter 273 The Miracle of the North. Outside the warehouse in Wheat Ridge, workers shouted as they carried sacks of wheat into the warehouse. Footsteps, the clatter of ropes, and the dull thud of sacks hitting wooden frames echoed across the valley, mingled with laughter and shouts. On the threshing ground in front of the warehouse, golden haystacks resembled small mountains, reflecting a warm light in the sun. The valley was bathed in gold, its bottom like a giant bowl being slowly filled. A gentle autumn breeze carried the sweet scent of wheat. Lewis stood atop the slope, squinting at the scene, his eyes filled with undisguised joy. He then said to Green beside him, "Green, call all the representatives. Let's hold a harvest summary meeting right here, soon." Mick, Green, and representatives from various villages, workshops, and patrol teams arrived, forming a semicircle as was customary. A canvas was laid out in front of the haystacks, wooden stakes planted in the ground, and stone slabs used as a makeshift meeting table. Green stood at the front, sweat still damp on his face, but he straightened his clothes and stood ramrod straight. He glanced at the vast, undulating mountain of grain, took a deep breath, and raised his voice, "Your Excellency, esteemed representatives, as of today, the autumn harvest in wheat wave territory is 80% complete. The preliminary statistics are as follows." He then unfolded the sheepskin ledger in his hand, his tone brimming with undisguised pride. "A total of 115,000 tons of grain have been harvested." He then pointed to each line of the ledger. 11,000 tons of green wheat, our staple food, accounting for the largest proportion. It mainly comes from the southern slopes and fields outside the greenhouses. 19,000 tons of rice, from the middle layers of greenhouses and terraced fields at the foot of the mountain. 9,000 tons of miscellaneous beans, all produced in dry land and beside greenhouses. He turned the page and continued, 23,000 tons of root crops, mainly sweet potatoes, white-rooted turnips, and radishes. 11,000 tons of dried vegetables and oilseeds, including slightly over 7,000 tons of oilseeds and over 3,000 tons of dried vegetables, mainly produced inside greenhouses and on warm hills, enough for oil extraction and preservation for winter. Finally, 5,000 tons of fodder and miscellaneous crops, prepared for winter feeding of livestock and spring plowing. Green closed the ledger, his tone softening, but each word struck like a stone. The estimated total edible grain is 95,000 tons. Enough to feed 100,000 red-tide inhabitants for a full year. There are also tens of thousands of tons of surplus grain, already allocated to military reserves or emergency reserves. Currently, about 33,000 tons of grain have been deposited in the public granaries, accounting for 45% of the amount due. 2 of the 5 large granaries have already been sealed. The drying ovens, ventilation walls, and other facilities have all been inspected several times without any problems. As long as the snow doesn't come too early, the grain will definitely be harvested completely, allowing this autumn harvest to conclude successfully. Finally, Green looked around at everyone present. This is the first truly comprehensive harvest since the establishment of wheat wave territory. His words were followed by a moment of silence, as if the entire valley was holding its breath. A gust of wind blew a corner of wheat stalk, swaying the heavy ledger page in Green's hand. The village representatives stared at the page, at the dry yet intensely important numbers. They had been mentally prepared, having more or less estimated the harvest in their minds. But now, with the numbers presented so precisely and starkly, it was like a hammer, relentlessly pounding into their chests. A few seconds of silence followed. An old village chief's Adam's apple bobbed, and he finally couldn't help but murmur, "Really that much?" His voice was like the first needle breaking the stillness, followed by an almost uncontrollable surge of emotion that exploded among the crowd. "A year's worth of food for 100,000 households," someone murmured, repeating it as if in a dream. "We really did it. This is the grain we grew. God bless us. Long live the Lord." The warehouses are almost bursting. Ha ha ha! Laughter and shouts mingled together. Some even excitedly wiped their faces, as if wiping away tears or sweat. The village representatives patted each other on the shoulder, and several old village chiefs even squatted down, laughing heartily. "I've lived most of my life, and this is the first time I've seen so much grain," someone shouted towards the valley. "The wheat fields will surely yield a bountiful harvest." The others immediately followed. "Long live the Lord. The wheat fields will surely yield a bountiful harvest." The shouts rose higher and higher, echoing across the golden fields, attracting the attention of the working farmers, who all looked over. Lewis, standing in the main seat, didn't speak, but slowly watched these people, a slight smile playing on his lips. This was to maintain the Lord's dignity, but inwardly he was also extremely excited. Not to mention in this barren and cold northern border, even in the entire empire, no territory could produce such mountains of grain piled up to the top of the valley in a single year. This was a complete reversal. It was the result of a whole system, a whole way of thinking, forcefully suppressed. It wasn't good luck, nor was it a year of divinely bestowed grain. It was a battle fought step by step by Lewis, from the first hoe strike in the spring, precisely timing and keeping a close eye on the rhythm. This was something no one in the north had ever done before, let alone succeeded in, yet he did it and succeeded. The villagers knew very well that it was Lewis who brought everything, pushing the land forward step by step from the day he set foot on it. He established rules and regulations, sorted out land ownership, and integrated labor allocation, transforming the previously scattered and chaotic migrants into a real production force. He brought in almost fanatical pragmatism. For example, he built irrigation canals, promoted high-yield crops, and replaced old wooden harrows with more efficient iron roller plows. Even the planting and irrigation times were divided into segments according to the hour, as precise as military deployment. Spring plowing, irrigation, agricultural tool reform, 3-shift rotation, frost protection and harvesting, every step was like laying the tracks for this harvest. Farmers who used to rely solely on the weather now worked in large-scale farmland, with entire crop blocks arranged according to wind direction and soil temperature behind them. Even winter was no longer desolate. Geothermal pipe networks brought warmth into greenhouses. And places where not a single seedling could be frozen in the past could now yield 2 harvests of cabbage and carrots a year. They were no longer a lone boat led by fate, but truly using their hands and wisdom to leverage the future of the entire land. Everyone saw it clearly, all because of a man named Lewis, who hung like the sun above the wheat fields. For these people, his light shone into every ridge, warming this northern land eroded by the cold winds. His warmth burned away the hunger of winter nights, allowing people to see the boundaries of life and identity again in the desert. Just as the wheat fields rippled in the morning light, his presence shaped the rhythm of the harvest. Just as the seedlings flourished under the summer sun, it was the order he brought. In their hearts, Lewis gave not just a wheat field, but a ray of hope, making them believe that even in icy and cold soil, golden waves of wheat could bloom. After a thunderous cheer that lasted for more than 10 minutes, the fervent emotion still lingered in the air, as if they had not completely dissipated, but the meeting had to continue. Lewis coughed lightly twice, and the crowd stopped their enthusiastic cheers and automatically returned to their semicircular seats. Papers were opened again, Pens fell again, and voices shifted from passion to pragmatism. Green opened the plan written by Lewis and began again. Let's continue with the finishing touches, the disposal of crop residues. He turned to the second page of the record. Wheat stalks and bean stalks should be bundled and sealed for winter feed and firewood. First distribute them to the livestock cooperative, and the rest should be piled up in the open space behind the barn. Don't throw away diseased wheat or moldy beans. They can be used for brewing, feeding livestock, and fertilizing the land. Have someone sort them and put them into barrels according to type. The brewery and fertilization team have already prepared them. As for sweet potato peels and rotten roots, put them all in the compost pit. After a month of composting, they can be turned over and used as organic fertilizer in winter and spring. He paused and gestured towards the wheat field. Next is plot preparation and rotation planning. Freeze the harvested plots as soon as possible. Cover them with dry grass, press the soil down, and prevent frost cracking. Also, I suggest plowing those high-yield fields on the south slope and mixing in wheat husks and bean stalks to nourish the soil. Planting them again in the spring will yield good results. The water level is stable along the river. Next year we can try rice cultivation, or we can work as reed weavers. We'll keep that in mind. After saying this, the village chiefs began whispering among themselves, assigning tasks to each plot of land. Green then looked at the blacksmith representative at the other end, and the farm implements inventory. The man nodded in agreement. We've already sent people to each village to count them. We have a list of broken sickles, plowshares, and hoes. All the repair requests are being sent to the blacksmith shops and carpentry workshops, and they're working overtime. There are also grinding stones. We harvested so much grain this time, we need to keep up with the grinding. We're short-handed over there, so we might have to bring in 2 groups of people from the Red Tide workshop to help. Lewis nodded. I'll bring people over. Then the agricultural supervisor, Mick, stood up, picked up his yellowed sketchbook, coughed, and then chuckled sheepishly. Currently, we've built 24 geothermal greenhouses in our wheat field area. We plan to build 6 more before next spring. All these greenhouses combined should be enough to ensure that people have vegetables to eat in winter. He spoke with barely concealed pride, pointing to the greenhouse area on the rough drawings, and continued, the first crop, from early winter to midwinter, will be bok choy, mustard greens, Chinese cabbage, lettuce, spinach, and some chives. They grow quickly and are plentiful. We'll also plant carrots, winter radishes, shallots, and taro. 1 crop will be enough for soups and vegetables throughout the winter. The second crop will mainly consist of soybeans and lentils, which will both improve soil fertility and facilitate planting for the next crop. Seedling areas have been reserved in the experimental shed. Seeds for tomatoes, cucumbers, and herbs are already prepared. As for guarding the shed, the team has been increased to 20 people, rotating in 2 groups each night. We'll try our best to withstand rodent infestations, drafts, and icing. After saying this, he put away his notebook, glanced at Lewis sitting there, then looked around at everyone, and smiled shyly. Well, that's about it. A round of enthusiastic applause followed. It wasn't perfunctory encouragement, but genuine, heartfelt recognition. Everyone sitting there had risen from humble beginnings, and they understood best what a single leaf of vegetable meant in the depths of winter. The winter greenhouse planting program is not just about providing people with some green vegetables during the winter, it's about paving the way for a future. The construction of the geothermal greenhouses has freed Mei Lingling from the absolute dependence of traditional agriculture on the seasons, truly taking the first step towards year-round farming. It means that even when mountains are frozen and the earth is cracked, life can still grow inside the greenhouses, and harvests can emerge from the soil. Fast-growing vegetables and root vegetables ensure a stable daily diet, while crop rotation of legumes not only nourishes the soil but also provides a valuable source of green manure for spring. More importantly, tomatoes, cucumbers, and herbs now have the possibility of being grown under the ice in the north. After the applause subsided, Green stood up, still clutching the ledger in his hand, and said calmly, "There's something you've all heard Lord Lewis mention before, but now that the harvest is settled, it's time to implement it." He pointed to a distant mountain of wheat sacks, his voice rising slightly. Currently, our wheat wave territory's storage facilities, even the 3 newly built temporary warehouses, are already stretched thin. According to the plan Lord Lewis said in the spring, we will transfer 65% of the grain to Red Tide territory. He paused, looking at the crowd. Red Tide has more stable terrain, a more complete storage system, and direct access to various transit stations, making it safer and more efficient for external support and wartime allocation. As for wheat wave itself, 35% of the grain will be retained for daily rations, distribution to villages and communities, emergency reserves, and seed storage, all clearly categorized according to standards. No one in the audience objected. In fact, several village chiefs nodded. After all, this was something Lewis had personally decided before spring planting began. Lewis sat in the main seat, listening quietly to the entire report without any exaggerated expression on his face. But everyone could see the glint in his eyes, satisfaction and approval. After everyone had finished speaking, he slowly nodded, his voice not loud, but it immediately invigorated everyone. The arrangements were all excellent. The harvest was a victory. The next task is to expand the fruits of this victory. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone subconsciously straightened their backs, and a sense of pride appeared on their faces. Lewis paused, then a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Of course, celebration is a must. He glanced at the village chiefs and representatives. You village chiefs, go back and get to work. Each village should hold a harvest celebration banquet. You must publicize the autumn harvest achievements to the villagers. Don't hide anything, let them have a confidence. Let everyone who worked and sweated know that this land remembers their names. At the same time, after the final yield is determined, distribute this year's rewards according to the spring plowing performance ranking. Model workers such as the Plowing King and the top 10 households will be allocated permanent high-quality private land, extra grain points, tool rewards, or promotion opportunities. Outstanding laborers will be given priority for recommendation to management teams in each village. That's all. Lewis stood up, patted the hem of his robe. Meeting adjourned. As he stepped out of the canvas meeting table, golden waves of wheat swayed gently in the wind, as if paying tribute to this harvest and the decisions made. Behind him, everyone stood up, their smiles impossible to hide, and filed out to their respective posts, preparing to do the final work for the autumn harvest. This is an exit after a victory, but it's more like the prelude to a new chapter. Chapter 274: The Strategic Forge of the Red Tide. Last night, the entire Wheat Valley was immersed in a joyous celebration truly belonging to the harvesters. Each village lit bonfires in its own threshing ground or village square, set up long tables, slaughtered chickens and sheep, and simmered hot soups, with countless large chunks of meat and bowls of wine being served. The most lively place was the main celebration ground in the center of the valley, where more than a dozen of the most outstanding villages held a joint banquet, with dozens of pots of dishes cooked simultaneously, their aromas wafting far and wide on the night breeze. Under the night sky, the firelight illuminated smiling faces as the spring plowing performance ranking was read aloud, and the awards were announced one by one. This year's Plowing King comes from the 13th village. A deafening cheer erupted as Hall Sun, his face flushed, stepped onto the stage, his hands trembling as he accepted the land deed stamped with a red tide seal. A permanent, high-quality private plot of land, along with the right to use a new iron plow and 2 draft oxen. He worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk, the most diligent person in the entire Wheat Wave territory. Tonight, all his efforts were worthwhile. His fate changed. The list of the top 10 households is as follows: Loy, Kayla, Besh. Behind each name lies a year of hard work for an entire village. Villagers excitedly pushed their relatives and friends onto the stage to receive their awards. Children tugged at their parents' clothes, shouting, "That's my father." Elderly people received their certificates with trembling hands, only to have them lifted high by younger people before they could even return to their seats. The prizes included grain, cloth, ironware, land deeds, and livestock. For these farmers with their feet firmly planted in the soil, this was not just a reward, but a form of recognition. And right after the top 10 households list was announced, a group of young people were called forward by representatives from various villages. Most were around 20 years old, their shoulders not yet fully straight, but their eyes already filled with determination. When Green called out their names, his tone was particularly solemn. The above 15 men, recommended for their outstanding work, will travel to the Red Tide Chieftain's headquarters later this month to participate in basic management team training. After completing their training, they will return to their hometowns and be given priority to serve as deputy heads of communes and teams, assisting in the overall coordination of agricultural affairs, transportation, logistics, and disaster preparedness. The villagers erupted in an uproar, followed by a loud round of applause. This was not just praise, but a gateway to a higher level. These young men would no longer be just good laborers, but had the potential to become the backbone of a village, a commune, or even a chieftain. In this northern valley that had once been home only to slaves and refugees, countless eyes were now fixed on them, filled with envy and hope. In that noisy corner, however, the chairman's quarters were quieter. Lewis, holding a wineglass, nestled back in his chair, his cloak glowing warmly red in the firelight. He listened to the villagers' laughter and chatter while half closing his eyes at the grain pile. The firelight occasionally danced across his face, making him look less like a lord and more like a victorious veteran, laying down his weapon and catching his breath by a campfire. He said nothing, but his gaze spoke volumes. It wasn't smugness or relaxation, but the reassuring feeling of finally settling down after a long journey. He hadn't drunk much? Emily glanced at him, smiled, shook her head, took his wine cup, poured herself a small half-cup of warm honey, and handed it back. "You're always like this," she whispered, "always thinking about tomorrow when you should be enjoying yourself." "I can't help it. The 2 counties and 13 territories of the north are on my shoulders. I can't slack off," Lewis said with a smile as he accepted the cup. There was a hint of mischief and self-deprecation in his eyes. Emily didn't speak, only leaned gently on his shoulder. The day after the celebration, the afternoon sun was warm and gentle as Lewis boarded the carriage to return to the Red Tide Lord's domain. As he boarded, a command was given, and the entire convoy set off, this time carrying dozens of carts of grain, unlike the way they had come. On either side of the wagons, fully armed Red Tide cavalry stood in formation, escorting them. This was no stranger to them, it was the 3rd grain transport convoy. The success of the first 2 had made everyone more composed and skilled. They knew the route, the defenses, and the pace inside and out. Hooves pounded the ground, wheels rolled on the road, dust billowed, and the ranks stood in perfect order. This massive transport convoy strictly followed a main route transport plan previously devised by Lewis. The main route ran directly from Wheat Wave territory to the Red Tide main city's granary, a journey of approximately 5 to 7 days, paved with compacted stone for large wagons. 3 transit points and fixed guard posts were set up along the way to prevent banditry, monster attacks, or other unforeseen events. The convoy was organized in groups of 10, each group equipped with a small escorting night squad. The transport vehicles included ox carts, mule carts, and newly made, finely cast iron-wheeled wagons, with a carrying capacity between 500 and 800 kilograms, moving continuously day and night. To prevent spoilage, each bag of grain was lined with oiled paper and marked with its processing status, red for dried, blue for baked, and yellow for awaiting sifting. Daily inspections were conducted to prevent sprouting, mold, and rodent infestation. Temporary grain stacks were also set up along the route for transshipment in case of rain. Lewis had originally considered using the medium-sized river within the territory of Wheatfield to transport the grain by boat to Red Tide, saving manpower and carts. However, current shipbuilding technology was not yet mature, and winters in the north arrived early, causing the river to freeze quickly. Implementing this rashly was too risky. Therefore, he personally wrote to Duke Calvin requesting support, hoping to send several shipbuilders north to assist. In particular, the Calvin family was renowned throughout the empire for shipbuilding. If successful, it would not only solve inland waterway transportation problems but also be a crucial step in his future development of a maritime trade network. The slanting sunlight illuminated the winding grain convoy, dust kicked up by the horses' hooves drifting like wisps of smoke behind the procession. Each wagon was laden with heavy sacks of grain, the sacks tightly sealed, their markings fluttering in the wind. The drivers, whips in hand, kept their eyes fixed on the road ahead, the wheels rumbling heavily over the cobblestones. The lead rider raised his whip high and shouted, "Go straight." No delays, his voice pierced a valley, and the drivers responded in unison. The procession picked up slightly, winding its way like a snake to the end of the main road, slowly advancing towards Red Tide territory. The night wind grew stronger, and a chill settled in the depths of the valley. In the woods beside the road, a group of barbarian scouts approached silently. They were the vanguard of a barbarian tribe from the north, about 50 men, riding short-legged war horses with unkempt furs, their faces smeared with black mud, carrying short bows and axes, moving with the stealth of a wolf pack. Seeing the vast grain caravan in the valley, they lay hidden behind rocks, their eyes gleaming with greed, like hungry wolves eyeing a pile of meat. "What's going on? There are nearly 100 grain carts alone, Tisk. Look at those sacks, They're all dried and sun-dried grain. Stealing just one cart would be a huge profit, but there are quite a few knights too. The leading barbarian chieftain frowned. He wasn't stupid. He could tell at a glance that this grain escort cavalry was very well organized, though their numbers weren't large. But every 10 carts were paired with a group of elite knights, and a direct assault would easily result in their annihilation. But their greed had already set them on a frenzy. It was a veritable gold mine. A single cart could save an entire tribe's winter. Charging in to rob them directly isn't realistic. He licked his chapped lips, his eyes turning cold. But even with their numbers, there are blind spots at night. We won't attack the whole caravan. We'll just tear open a gap, grab what we can, and leave. His gaze swept across a slope below the mountain path, where the terrain was relatively low and gentle, only 200 paces from the edge of the caravan, with the sentries spaced a little further apart. Further ahead were a few grain carts from the rear caravan that had stopped a bit slower. Go down from that side, take advantage of the darkness and their changing of the guard, rush in and swiftly seize 2 carts. After the looting, disperse, split into 3 groups and retreat into the woods. Don't linger, he gestured, indicating that they should split into 3 groups, one to assault the convoy, one to hold off the outer cavalry, and the other to ambush and provide support in the mountains. Just one charge, and while you're not paying attention, cut a small opening and immediately tear the carts away. Fight fast, don't dawdle. The men nodded, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes eager. Some even secretly wrapped hemp rope around the handles of their battle axes, preparing for a desperate gamble. If they succeeded in breaking in, it would be worth it. Winter was coming. Who wouldn't want to stock up on a few bags of grain and a few buckets of wheat flour? More valuable than anything else. Their figures, like ghosts, slowly descended from the mountains on 3 sides, their killing intent brewing in the night wind, silently approaching the red-tide grain convoy. Night was their most familiar ally, smeared with the black mud and wrapped in animal hides. They blended almost seamlessly into the rock face, unnoticed even by the wind. But suddenly, boom, a magic explosive bomb exploded abruptly, illuminating the night sky with a deafening roar that seemed to tear the night apart. The 5 or 6 barbarians at the forefront were instantly blown away by the blast, their bodies tumbling through the air before crashing into the rocks, shattered beyond recognition, flesh and stone mingling in a chaotic mass. The aftershocks of the explosion shook the entire forest, startling birds scattered and their cries raining down. A trap, retreat, retreat. Before they could even turn around, a second wave of fire erupted from both sides. The Crimson Tide cavalry, already lurking in the valley walls, used the firelight to illuminate their figures as they charged down from above. Clad in red and black armor, red battle aura emanating from the veins of their armor, they resembled war gods descending to earth. Spears and swords flashed in the night, leaving the barbarians no chance to breathe. Kill! The cavalry surrounded them from 3 sides, their iron hooves thundering, their war horses neighing as they charged straight through the rear of the second barbarian scouts. A barbarian warrior had just drawn his battle axe when a spear pierced his chest, sending him flying backward. Don't let a single one live, Lambert shouted, Lewis's order. Lewis remained seated atop the lead wagon of the convoy, the vehicle as steady as a rock. He was glancing down at recent imperial news, as if this bloody battle was nothing more than the chirping of insects in the night, irrelevant to him. In fact, it was all under his control. The daily intelligence system had informed Lewis of the barbarian supply interception that morning. Therefore, the barbarians' fate was sealed before they even encountered the convoy. The battle lasted less than a quarter of an hour. The last barbarian scout, attempting to climb the cliff edge, was sliced in 2 from behind by a Crimson Tide knight. The corpses were quickly dragged to a ravine and burned, covered in pine resin and scraps of cloth, and set ablaze to reduce them to ashes. The Crimson Tide cavalry quickly regrouped and returned to their escort formation, as if they had never been separated. After this minor incident, the wheels returned to the valley road, rolling over the scorched ground, raising a mixture of dust and ash. On the return journey with the grain, Lewis changed the itinerary at the last minute. Before the caravan reached Crimson Tide territory, he personally led a small group to a rarely mentioned location, the Shadow Tomb. It was a special facility he had personally planned and secretly modified. Now it had a new name, the Shadow Trial Grounds, or more precisely, the core base of the Crimson Tide territory's internal code named Spiritual Forge. Go check on the progress over there, he said briefly, without explaining much. To the uninformed, it was just an abandoned tomb in the north. But in Lewis's heart, It was the furnace for the future ascension of hundreds of knights, the forge he would use to forge the true elite of the Crimson Tide. The surface camouflage maintained the original appearance of the ancient tomb, jagged rocks, weathered stone tablets, and broken slopes, making it look like nothing more than a forgotten old tomb. Only concealed beacons and sparsely distributed sentry posts revealed its actual purpose. As the sound of hooves approached, a middle-aged man clad in gray patterned training armor strode to greet them. His expression was solemn, and his steps were steady. He was none other than Arian, the training commander of the Crimson Tide Knights, who was in charge of this place. "Lord Lewis, you've arrived," Arian bowed. "How is it?" Lewis dismounted and gave a brief reply, his gaze already passing over him to the entrance to the rock crevice hidden in the mist. "The repairs are progressing smoothly. The 4 core areas are taking shape. Today is a good day. The training officers and apothecaries are conducting tests. If you don't mind the simplicity, you may take a look." So they walked deeper into the cavern, where they were greeted by a recording table, atomizing equipment, and stone paths leading to the various sections. Phosphorescent moss hung from the walls, its faint purple light like fireflies in the eternal night, creating an eerie and solemn atmosphere. The first place they arrived at was the shadow moss cultivation station. "We can now stably cultivate 3 types of variant moss," a young technician in a pharmacist's robe reported. "They enhance focus, catalyze battle aura circulation, and suppress hallucination reactions. We are currently attempting to synthesize and refine a spray suitable for portable use on the front lines." "Very good," Lewis's gaze sharpened. "What range can the purification concentration of the catalytic moss be kept stable within?" "About 1.2 to 1.5. Any higher and it's easy to trigger a short-term hallucination backlash, then mass production will be based on 1.3. He paused, then turned to instruct his adjutant, "Record it in the preparation plan and prioritize its inclusion in the night squad's training kit. Consider equipping them in batches in the future." Continuing deeper, they arrived at the lizard beast cultivation room. The temperature here was noticeably higher. In a sealed compartment within the cave, a massive soul-eating lizard beast lay quietly, a faint purple luster flowing beneath its scales. A mental barrier isolated the mental fluctuations it released, but the air still felt subtly oppressive, causing everyone to involuntarily tense up. "This is the most stable batch," the technical officer said, displaying a gray-silver device. "This is the mental shock bomb we're testing. It has a built-in magic crystal. Once triggered, it can create short-term illusions of fear, suitable for breaking formations and disturbing the mind," Lewis said, his gaze slightly cold. "Make a note of it. Equip it to the scout knights in the future to break through the enemy's mental defenses." "Yes," the adjutant replied. But what attracted his attention most was still the core of the training ground, the will breakthrough altar. The central rotunda had been meticulously prepared as a secluded training ground. The surrounding stone walls still retained the ancient tomb's sacrificial patterns, and a hazy phosphorescent light floated in the air, illuminating the elite knight sitting quietly on the altar. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his battle aura surging around him like a spring, sometimes condensing into threads, sometimes dispersing like smoke, clearly at a crucial moment in his breakthrough. "Which one is this?" Lewis asked in a low voice. Arian nodded. "Since being transferred here 3 weeks ago, 7 people have been promoted to elite. And 3 are breaking through to the transcendent. The training process is gradually stabilizing, combining fumigation, potions, and breathing techniques. It's quite taxing, but the benefits are astonishing." "How long is the cycle?" "With normal dietary supplements, it takes 7 days to recover. If supplemented with catalytic potions, it's a 3-day cycle." "How many people can train simultaneously?" "Currently, we can maintain 12 people training concurrently. Once potion production increases, we can expand to 20. Lewis was silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the young knight sitting cross-legged before the altar, his entire body enveloped in battle aura, breaking through. The man's fingertips trembled slightly, and a faint light pulsed around him, as if some kind of steel was being repeatedly forged, tempered, and shaped. "If we maintain this efficiency," his voice was low, but he couldn't suppress the surging heat within it, "how many newly promoted elites can I acquire within 3 months? A conservative estimate is 30 to 35 at this moment." The air seemed to stand still. Lewis took a slow breath, his gaze fixed on the figure before the testing platform, his mind already racing through the entire military structure of the Northern Territory. The Empire had many unique breakthrough methods, but this one was so stable, so efficient, so controllable. 35 elites within 3 months. 35 sharp blades imbued with the will, discipline, and passion. And this was only 3 months. Given enough time, he could forge the Crimson Tide into the sharpest fangs of the Northern Territory. You're using a factory, turning ordinary knights into elites batch after batch. Emily stood beside him, her tone gentle, yet also shaken by the scene before her. That's precisely why it must be included in the core of the Crimson Tide strategy, Lewis blurted out, his voice already tinged with excitement. He abruptly turned to his adjutant, his voice quickening. From today onwards, transfer all relevant medicinal herbs here, prioritizing their supply to the Shadamas catalytic pool. Also, transfer 2 more senior pharmacists to optimize the auxiliary equipment. There can be no delays. Yes, sir. And, Lewis lowered his voice, transfer that batch of azure pattern honey and frostbite crimson berries as well. Mix them with the Shadamas catalytic pool and see if it produces a faster breakthrough effect. The adjutant hesitated for a moment, then immediately accepted the order and left. Silence reigned underground, save for the faint trembling of the Shadamas in the distance, like the dim light rising from a furnace. Lewis narrowed his eyes, gazing at this mental forge, as still as a cast iron. At this moment, he was no longer calm. This was his sharpest, most terrifying strategic weapon. When disaster struck, he would no longer be anxious. As long as he had this forge, he could continuously forge ordinary knights into elites, and forge elites into extraordinary ones. Very good, he murmured softly, a faint smile finally appearing on his lips. Chapter 275 Winter Preparations and the War Machine. Lewis's third grain convoy arrived in Red Tide territory in the afternoon. The locals were already used to this spectacle. Dozens of wagons, laden with sacks of gold and wheat, slowly made their way down the main road to the newly expanded warehouse. The warehouse doors were wide open, and workers efficiently unloaded, registered, and stored the wheat. Sentinels patrolled silently from the distant towers, guarding against any possible mishaps. Bradley stood before the warehouse doors, a recorder in hand. After a while, seeing the familiar figure dismount, he nodded slightly. The third batch. Luckily, this warehouse was expanded in advance, otherwise it wouldn't be able to hold it all, Bradley remarked. In another 2 weeks, there will be a fourth batch, Lewis said casually, taking a sip of water, as if discussing the weather. Bradley didn't respond, simply watching as sacks of wheat were carried into the dry, clean warehouse. Sunlight shone down, reflecting a soft glow between the grains. A year ago, when Lewis proposed turning Wheat Wave territory into a dedicated grain-producing area to supply the entire Red Tide Banner's territories, it wasn't that he didn't believe it, he just thought that no one in the chaotic post-disaster North could accomplish such a thing. After all, in the year following the disaster, most territories in the North were barely surviving thanks to relief from the capital. It was already remarkable that Red Tide territory could barely maintain order. But Lewis had done it anyway, creating the greatest miracle in the history of the North without relying on others. Wheat Wave territory had truly become Red Tide's own granary. And now it had become the fundamental guarantee for the entire territory for the next year. Lewis could even sell some of the grain if he wanted, though he wouldn't. You said back then that you wanted Red Tide to stop relying on others for sustenance, Bradley said softly. At the time, I just thought it was young people talking big. Now it seems I was short-sighted. The sounds of workers shouting came from the warehouse as they carried bags of grain in like a tide. Bradley snapped out of his reverie and smiled. This warehouse will probably be even more crowded before winter. The grain carts were unloaded, the warehouse doors slowly closed, and the soldier in charge of recording presented the ledger. Bradley flipped through a few pages, then glanced at the sky. Lord, are you going back to the castle? I need to go to the back warehouse. Lewis turned back. To see how the winter supplies are being prepared there, Bradley nodded and followed. The back warehouse area, located near the west side of the main warehouse, had been reinforced in the last 6 months. Several small transport wagons were being dispatched along the way, carrying not grain, but boxes of firewood, cloth, and dry rations. Lewis's gaze swept over a wooden barrel containing pickled radishes and smoked fish. The warehouse workers quickly sealed the barrels and carried them into the cellar. How are the quantities of dried and pickled foods prepared? He asked. Salted meat, smoked fish, pickled radishes, and dried mushrooms are all being prepared in batches according to plan. The pickling workshop started 2 weeks ahead of schedule, and is currently more than 70% complete. Bradley paused, then opened the second booklet. As for fuel, firewood, coal, and flint oil have been distributed according to population quotas, and 2 more batches can be brought back before the mountain roads are closed. What about the fireback turtles set up? Lewis asked. The barracks have been set up, and the civilian housing is being expanded slowly according to applications. Bradley showed a rare expression of satisfaction. It's a good thing. They stopped in front of a row of fabric racks, where several female workers were trying on newly made overcoats for the soldiers. For winter clothing, the civilian portion is 80% complete, and the workshop is still rushing to make military boots and animal skin coats. As long as the climate doesn't change drastically, no one will suffer from the cold this winter. What about medicine? Lewis glanced at the neatly stacked medicine chests in the corner. Regular medicines, pain-relieving herbal powder, cold-preventing ointment, and fever-reducing water plants have all been replenished. We've also re-verified the consumption models reported by the medical camp. 1 medicine kit will be allocated to every 10 households in the risk zone, according to the new regulations. Lewis looked around, nodded slightly, and watched as boxes of supplies were marked and sealed, ready to be distributed to various districts according to quotas in the coming days. His gaze swept across the warehouse shelves, then he looked at Bradley beside him. Everyone has worked hard this year. And there haven't been any major disasters or wars. It's a rare good year. Since there's enough food, there's no need to be too frugal with clothing, firewood, and dry rations. We can distribute more this year. We don't need to be stingy. Bradley was taken aback, then smiled gently. While other lords were still thinking about how to conserve resources and hoard surplus grain as a last resort, Lewis proactively proposed increasing winter rations. This magnanimity wasn't just because he was confident, but also because of his genuine concern for the people. Bradley added in a low voice, "No wonder, everyone's eager to follow you." Lewis didn't respond, but simply approached the shelf, touched the stamp on a bag of dried mushrooms to confirm the markings were clear, and then nodded to his adjutant to begin relaying new allocation instructions. This winter will be good. Late autumn afternoon, a cold wind carrying a faint smell of rust swirled above the craftsman's demonstration area. Lewis, wearing a half-cloak, walked steadily through the heavy stone gate, his black and gold military uniform gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The demonstration area was already set up, tools were in place, equipment was stable, a thin layer of coal ash covered the test track, and the air was filled with a lingering scent of molten gold and alchemy, the heat carrying a sense of impending explosion. Mike was the first to approach, his hands covered in metallic ash, but he didn't bother to wipe them off. He casually wiped his thick hands on his trousers, puffed out his chest, and said with barely concealed excitement, "Sir, all the prototypes are complete according to the blueprints, and now await your inspection." Lewis's gaze swept over the array of devices ready to go in the distance, then over a row of expectant craftsmen and several alchemists in sallow robes, and finally he nodded slightly. "Begin." With his command, the entire demonstration area roared to life. Mike waved his hand, and an assistant craftsman immediately pulled the rope. "Activate the folding barricades and prepare for ignition." With a click, clang, the 3 sections of the barricade suddenly sprang out, the mechanism locking automatically engaging, like the skeleton of a ferocious beast unfolding, slamming heavily into the ground. Each section of the barricades was covered with iron spikes and interlaced stakes, and with a slight tremor, the stakes embedded precisely into the stone floor of the test area, remaining perfectly still. Then, the alchemy team on the other side immediately took action. A fiery red magic core the size of a knuckle was pressed into the activation slot, and the oil pipeline vibrated slightly. Whoosh! With a series of soft sounds, a row of blazing flames erupted from the ridge of the chevaux de frise. The golden-orange flames, like boiling waves, rapidly spread across the chevaux de frise, forming a complete wall of fire in just 3 seconds, sealing off the entire testing passage. The flames crackled, and waves of heat rolled in. "Prepare to charge," Mike shouted. 2 heavily armored test knights spurred their horses forward from the other end, their hooves thundering, but as they approached the fire line, their horses hesitated for a moment, fear flashing in their eyes. They tried to go around, but found the chevaux de frise linked in 3 sections, blocking the way completely. "Turn back," the knight pulled on the reins, forcibly halting the charge. 15 seconds later, only the charred surfaces of the chevaux de frise remained, still smoking. A moment of silence followed. "The emergency seal will be formed in 10 seconds, Lewis said, standing with his hands behind his back at the sidelines. "If used at the canyon entrance, An unprepared enemy vanguard cavalry would be thrown into complete chaos. Mike grinned. This thing from our workshop is far more agile than the old wooden stakes at the northern pass. The craftsman nodded in agreement. Let's move on to the next one, Lewis said softly, his gaze already shifting to the steel behemoth under the heavy drape in the distance. The heavy curtain slowly slid down, pulled by chains, and in the next instant, an almost breathtaking sense of oppression swept across the demonstration area. It was irregularly wedge-shaped, like a slumbering behemoth crouching on the ground. The front end featured a sharply angled, heavily armored hull, inlaid with narrow observation slits and closed arrow slots, resembling a cold and ferocious beast's face. The sides were fitted with heavy side armor, with overlapping sections of black steel plates connected by rivets, like the scales of an armored lizard. And 4 steel bulls were dragging it out slowly. They were clad in gleaming armor, their horned helmets flashing with a cold light, and wisps of pale blue mist rose from their nostrils. This was the effect of the Frosselef vine potion, used to calm their violent constitutions and keep them calm on the battlefield. Chains and reins connected the front of the vehicle. Each step felt like a hammer blow to the chest, causing the air to tremble slightly. This is the steel beast. Emily stood beside Lewis, her gaze unconsciously fixed on the colossal creature, her voice barely audible. Her slender figure appeared tiny in the beast's shadow. Like a moving fortress, she murmured, her expression filled with undisguised awe. The steel beast moved slowly forward, its heavy wheels grinding against the rails, producing a deep, continuous rumble, like some underground behemoth turning over in its slumber. The 4 steel bulls pulling it moved in unison, their iron hooves striking the ground, their armor meshing, each impact like a hammer blow to the hearts of all present. A chilling mist emanated from their nostrils, and thin, bluish-white smoke swirled in the air. Under the masterful control of the craftsman within the steel, this colossal beast slowly and precisely completed its turning test. It moved unhurriedly across the demonstration area, leaving everyone present holding their breath. In the silence, an indescribable sense of oppression washed over them like a tide. This was not a war machine. This was a moving steel wall. More stable than I expected, Lewis said, his tone still revealing an undisguised satisfaction. If it were placed outside the city, the barbarian cavalry line would be reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Although the steel beast's advance was slightly clumsy, the heavy, stable, and oppressive feeling it exuded was exactly what he had initially envisioned on the blueprints. He nodded slightly and added, after a few more rounds of training, making these bulls more accustomed to commands, they'll be much faster. It's your design that's so good, sir. Mike stood at attention and responded, his face flushed, his voice barely containing his excitement. We're just following along. Lewis waved his hand, telling him to stop flattering, even though Mike was genuinely praising him. The exercise wasn't over yet. With a crisp click of a mechanism activating, the steel beast's side compartment snapped open, and a set of 3-pronged grappling hooks extended along the sliding arm. The metallic friction created a sharp echo, like a beast grinding its teeth in the night. Grapples, ready, Mike gave the order in a low voice. The master craftsman pushed with his right hand, and the telescopic arm shot out with incredible speed. One of the grappling hooks pierced the air with a sharp angle, stabbing fiercely into the wooden shield target on the simulated battlefield ahead. Retrieve, the grappling hooks bit into the shield's edge, and with a tremendous force, the entire wooden shield shattered and flew away. A sharp crack echoed as wood chips flew, tearing the heavy combat shield in two. Immediately afterward, a second arm extended, the hook spear nimbly shifting angles to catch the edge of the other side-mounted wooden shield, pulling, twisting, dragging, and retracting. The entire movement was fluid and precise, like the repeated trials of a metal predator's claw. On the demonstration field, Lewis squinted, watching intently. "Live fire test, begin," Mike shouted. 3 knights immediately rushed out from the side door, shield in hand, launching a short-range assault towards the steel beast. Target locked, adjust thrust angle to 2.4, thrust. As the 3 voice commands rang out almost simultaneously inside the steel beast, the first hook spear on the left thrust out instantly, accurately biting the edge of the shield of the front row knight, the cable tightening immediately. The knight staggered, pulled forward, his shield shattering. The hook claw retracted instantly, pulling the shards of wood into the cabin. The 2 knights behind instinctively stopped to adjust, but the hooked spears were already like a series of claws, the second thrust arriving, violently tearing the shield corners of the middle row at an angle, disrupting their shield-holding rhythm. The entire process took only a few breaths. The simulated enemy charge instantly collapsed, the formation disintegrating. The angle at which the shield is torn is well designed, Lewis said slowly from the high platform, his tone steady with a hint of approval. Combined with a magbull charge followed by this, it can disrupt the formation and penetrate directly to the middle. Upon hearing this, Mike's eyes lit up. We've been repeatedly adjusting the force and angle. You really saw through it? He glanced at the hook spear arm in the distance and added in a low voice, this system can now basically launch the hook while running and retrieve it stably. As long as we continue to improve it, we can incorporate it into the next mass-produced model. The behemoth stood silently on the rails, its massive metallic form seemingly awaiting the next command. And next was the long-range attack test. Fire control position ready, a craftsman reported in a low voice. Hilco stood beside Lewis, his dark circles under his eyes suggesting he hadn't slept half the night. His collar was askew, his sleeves disheveled. One wondered what kind of explosive experiment he'd been conducting all night. Yet, his eyes shone with an unusual brightness, and he seemed excited, as if he were about to leap out of his skin. Magic explosion arrow, test unit 1, fire. A crisp bang echoed in the belly compartment, the crossbow's rails vibrated violently, and the arrow pierced the air instantly. Target hit. The heavy iron target at the far end of the test field shattered with a deafening roar, sparks flying. The iron surface charred and curled, a dent the size of a bowl as if smashed through by an angry fist. The ordinary arrows on the wooden shield beside him barely pierced through, failing even to penetrate the second layer, creating a stark contrast. Before the blast had even subsided, Hilco excitedly shook his sleeves, like an alchemical madman promoting his own explosive toys, pulling 3 differently engraved arrowheads from his pocket and waving them at Lewis. Near detonation, timed detonation, delayed detonation, we've got them all set. Accuracy tests are all passed. His voice betrayed barely suppressed pride. We've optimized the explosive pattern 3 times, increasing trigger stability by 40%. Now, whether you want to blow up one person or a group, it's all possible. The controllability of the blast radius, we've tested everything from 2 fingers wide to 3.5 feet. Hilco grinned. 5-shot detonations are no problem either. Explosions are our alchemy team's specialty. Path overlay, progressive ignition, we've got it all figured out. Lewis nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the charred iron target. Very good. Real explosions are used to create tactical space. Finally, the comprehensive experiment began. The test field was rearranged, with a dozen iron shield formations erected on one side, mixed with iron monster targets simulating barbarian formations. On the other side, the steel bull stood ready, the steel beast stood firmly, and several craftsmen and knights entered the belly compartment and control positions in turn. Integration test, begin, Mike ordered. First, the explosive arrows were tested. A magic crossbow from a remote platform precisely struck the enemy's rear, sending several iron shield soldiers flying with a deafening roar, leaving a gaping hole in the grass with charred blast marks. Then, the raging bulls roared, and 4 armored steel bulls pulled the steel beasts into motion, the wheels on the rails creaking like the heavy thud of war drums. They smashed through the enemy lines, charging in. The hook spear mechanism deployed, click, bang, accompanied by a shrill whistling sound of tearing metal. The front line of iron shield soldiers was violently hooked and torn apart, sending splinters of wood and iron filings flying. The steel beasts then deployed their side armor, internal rails rotating, the heavy armor structure sealing off both sides like a door, successfully surrounding the simulated enemy remnants. The terminal launcher released a freezing explosion, and the monster target shattered halfway in the icy blue impact, the frozen marks resembling the cratering of a snowstorm. In just 40 seconds, the simulated enemy formation was completely crushed. After a moment of silence, a deafening cheer erupted in the test field. Success. The entire process. The entire process was a success. Many craftsmen were so excited they almost jumped up. One grabbed his companion's collar and roared, "We actually built this war machine. We did it." A young alchemy apprentice's eyes reddened. This level of integrated combat system, something only those alchemy fanatics in the Emerald Federation could handle. We can make too. Standing on the high platform, Lewis quietly watched the training ground, then turned to Bradley. Those who participated in the creation will all receive credit. These words were followed by another thunderous cheer. Even Hilco couldn't hide his smile, yawning as he chuckled to the craftsman beside him. "Don't forget me when we drink tonight." In a corner, A figure stood quietly, his eyes dark. It was Visa, who had come with Sif to witness the entire process, and the scene chilled her to the bone. Visa stared at the steel beast that slowly came to a stop in the distance, a sight she had never seen on the Northern Plains battlefield. It was ruthless, steady, and emotionless as it advanced, like a true embodiment of war. She had once been a barbarian scout and was familiar with barbarian battle formations and the rhythm of cavalry charges, but this thing in front of her, if this kind of weapon could really appear in large quantities, she couldn't understand how the barbarians in the future would be able to resist it. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.